Maybe.
Just have to take manual notes.
Oh, no. I turned it off. Markers are working. We're fine.
Oh, okay.
Today's other headlines begin in California, where the rapidly spreading park fire is now the 5th largest in state history.
Damn.
Firefighters battled its flames overnight as they were fanned by gusty winds. As of today, the blaze had scorched nearly 600 square miles.
Who's this guy,
At a
Gusty
briefing this
Winds,
morning,
who's starting
Governor
the
Gavin
fire?
Newsom said this summer's
What an
fire
asshole.
activity is already well above average, and he urged residents to heed official warnings.
This is the beginning.
The only Gust I know
We're
is the
seeing
guy who
significantly
was the CIA agent. Who?
Wait, is this the guy that just
Who
ordered
supplied
the
the vaccine.
mulching of the homeless in California?
Oh, Gavin
This guy?
Newsom. Yeah, Mr. Anti-Homeless there. Oh my God, Lukashenko's right behind him.
more intense activity. And so
Get him. He's right
pray
there.
that people are mindful of these evacuation orders. They take them seriously. You can replace a home. You can't replace a life.
Yeah, by
Dozens
the
of
way,
other large fires are
speaking of which, you know that LA is like going to host the Olympics, right?
When?
Next, I believe.
Oh.
Let me check.
Oh, good. Because that's
Yes.
just what California needs.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, Los Angeles. That's just what Los Angeles needs. Yeah, you couldn't pick any other fucking
They tried
city.
to get it. They tried to get it this year.
Really?
Yeah, but they got it in the next one. So in 28, the LA Olympics are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And boy,
Are
they going to really crank out the anti-homeless policies in preparation for
Yes.
that shit.
Yeah.
That's like one of the worst parts about those types of events.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Nobody
Literally,
talks about it.
atrocities are committed just so the
Mhm.
states get cleaned up.
Yep. I mean, we don't know what the fuck happened to the French people that got removed. Many of them likely Roma too.
Mm-hmm.
are burning in the west amid hot and dry conditions. That's in stark contrast to the northeast, where torrential rains soaked northern Vermont again today.
People will die.
Rivers washed out roads, and authorities had to rescue some 24 people. In southern India, landslides have killed at least 106 people, and many more are believed to be trapped under the debris. Heavy rain sent mud and waters gushing through the hills of Kerala State. Rescuers used zip lines over rushing waters to search for survivors. Local media are reporting that many of the victims were employees at the area's tea farms and estates and their families.
All the victims were sleeping yesterday night when the disaster struck. Victims, including children, were buried in the landslide before sunrise.
Kerala is one of India's most popular tourist destinations and is prone to heavy rains. Tuesday's landslides are the worst disaster there since flooding in 2018 killed nearly 500 people. International pressure is growing on Venezuela following that country's disputed presidential election, which gave incumbent Nicolas Maduro another 6 years in office. The U.S. State Department today called for a tabulation of the results, saying the election was, quote, undermined by anti-democratic actions, political repression, and
yeah, the U.S. would say that as they're cooing the country.
Yeah, no, but you know the whole thing where it's like international pressure. That's not a thing.
Well, I mean, it's more public pressure internationally.
It's governments pretending like they care and they're doing something about it. You know?
Yeah.
Pressure does not. Yeah, I'm sure they'll bow to pressure. We just got to escalate the pressure on them. Okay.
Sure. I mean, what the pressure of countries externally being like, we're not going to buy stuff in your country.
We'll give you more sanctions, Buster.
And electoral manipulation. While in Caracas, supporters of the opposition held a peaceful protest today to voice their anger at the official result.
Needs more cowbell.
Opposition leaders say they have proof their candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, defeated Maduro in a landslide in Sunday's vote. Protesters today said the nation is ready for a change.
That's what you said, right? And Enzo was saying that Venezuelans can check their own votes. Like they can verify that they voted and that they can verify the numbers themselves independently of like the state. So that seems pretty hard to fake, which is very strange for a country in charge of.
My question is
That it's very interesting.
When will this narrative be twisted and be brought up? These elections be brought up to sell that the Dominion voting machines are Hugo Chavez voting machines. That was literally what they were trying to sell people to justify the Jan 6.
Amazing.
Literally talking about how they were made by Hugo Chavez.
I didn't hear that one. That's new to me. That's interesting.
Mike Lindell will still say it.
Crazy.
We must find the way to have elections be respected. The people of Venezuela spoke.
We are the personal agents that did this. It is our fault.
It wants a political change. It wants a
Shouldn't have said
change
that.
from what we've lived these last 25 years.
Also today, Venezuela's Attorney General announced
Isn't it
that
only
more than
color if
700
it's
people had been
post-Soviet though?
Is that what it was?
I believe so.
Were they all post-Soviet revolutions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
detained in protests that took
Right,
place
because
on
they're
Monday.
going from red.
He said that some will be charged with terrorism.
No, they're
offenses.
just
An investigation
colors
into
end up
historical
defining
abuse at
protests,
U.S. government.
and so
Yeah,
that's
okay.
what Russia stuck to as a narrative: is that see, they're color coordinating them.
Right. Okay. Sure. Sure.
Government-run boarding schools found that nearly twice as many Native American children died as previously thought. At least 973 children are now known to have perished over a 150-year period that ended in 1969. An initial report 2 years ago estimated that more than 500 children had died. The findings cited sickness and abuse at schools that were set up to
the schools.
Mm-hmm.
Epic.
assimilate Native American children into white society. The investigation was commissioned by Interior Secretary Deb Haaland and has led to calls for the government to apologize to victims of the abuse. Stocks finished
Oh,
guilty
speaking
pleas
about
stemming
that,
from the September 11th.
the video Israel versus Israel. Did you see that in the list?
No, I did not.
Okay, it's about it's pretty heavy stuff. Let me pull that to give it to you.
Okay.
Because gotta touch on it.
Okay. Not 100.
Terrorist attacks lead our other headlines. Defense Department officials say Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and two of his accomplices
Let's
have
go!
agreed to plead guilty to charges
Let's
related to
go!
the death of nearly 3,000 people. The men have been in U.S. custody in Guantanamo Bay for more than 2 decades.
Bro.
So they finally got charges.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Fucking hell. Why was this not a story you told me to put in?
Oh, I didn't know it happened.
Oh, no shit.
I check on it every few months, because it's so slow rolling. I knew he was in court and they were doing the cases.
Interesting.
That was just a surprise to me. I saw his face and I was
guilty.
like, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. But the thing is he going to just be sent back to Guantanamo, or are they going to transfer him to Colorado, where he should be?
So after him, how many people are in Guantanamo?
Not many, but one of them is Abu Zubaydah.
Interesting.
Soon as next week. In Colorado, authorities say one person has been killed in a wildfire
under 20, I want to say now.
Okay.
And the whole place is it's so dilapidated. It's like all the buildings are rotted out and shit, except for it's in critical condition. The prison is shutting down because of environment. You can't just refurbish it. They would have to build a whole new facility because they were made to be temporary prisons.
Yes. Small problems.
The town of Lyons. The Stone Canyon fire erupted yesterday afternoon. Earlier today, it was listed as 0% contained as 150 firefighters battle the blaze. To the north, the larger Alexander Mountain Fire is also spreading. They're among the nearly 100 large fires burning across the western U.S. Meantime, in California, some people returned to their scorched communities after the massive park fire barreled through. That includes the town of Cohasset, which is now unrecognizable.
This community is going to need a lot of support and a lot of aid. There are people that live up here with little to no means, and they just lost kind of everything that they owned or everything that they ever had.
In the Northeast, it's a very different picture. More storms are in the forecast in northern Vermont as residents clean up the mess left by debilitating rain and flooding. The state's governor said today that crews are still rebuilding after severe flooding hit earlier this month.
Seeing all the progress they've made since the flooding 3 weeks ago being washed away again, it probably feels much worse than a punch or a kick.
Why is this guy
It's
dancing next
simply
to him?
demoralizing.
And in Georgia, one man is dead after a tree fell on his car during a round of severe thunderstorms last night. They also caused damage in South
Why was he in
Carolina
his
and
car?
left hundreds of thousands without electricity, though power has since been restored. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has asked his country's Supreme Court to audit the results of Sunday's contested presidential election. But international observers condemned
Okay,
the
so
audit, saying
11.
the top
They
court
literally
wouldn't be
the story
impartial.
came out 2
Meantime-
hours ago.
Mhm.
So 11 plotters plead guilty at Guantanamo Bay.
What the fuck? Hot,
So
hot fire poker. What?
don't spoil that.
I'm not going. Wow. Boy.
Even Maduro's allies are calling for more transparency. President Gustavo Petro of neighboring Colombia called on the embattled leader to prove his
I might do that
re-election
next.
victory by releasing detailed vote counts. And Brazilian President Lula da Silva has called for the same. U.S. officials today echoed that view with increasing frustration.
Our patience and that of the international community is running out. It's running out on waiting for the
Okay.
Venezuelan
So
electoral
as
authorities
of
to come
December
clean and
2023,
release the full
wait.
30
detailed data
detainees
on this
remain.
election.
Shit. Sorry, go again. I just got very excited for a second. Sorry.
Oh, so as of December 2023, 30 detainees remain.
That's not many.
Yep.
Very good.
29% are Afghans.
They should nuke it after they.
17% are Saudis, 15% Yemenis, 9% Pakistanis, 3% Algerians, and 27% other.
Interesting. After
Yeah,
they clear everyone out, they should drop
The
a nuke.
Algerians are interesting because, like I've brought it up before, the Black Decade. You know, Algeria is so slept on.
Yeah.
For the war on terror.
Yes.
Oh, there's a guy from China. There's a few guys from China. There's
Interesting.
Uyghurs in there right now.
Interesting.
Called for the same. U.S. officials today echoed that view with increasing frustration.
Our patience and that of the international community is running out.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
It's running out on waiting for the Venezuelan electoral authorities to come clean and release the full detailed data on this election so that everyone can see the results.
Meantime, federal officials have arrested a former U.S. Green Beret over a failed plot back in 2020 to remove President Nicolas Maduro. An indictment unsealed this week in Tampa, Florida, accuses Jordan Goudreau of 14 counts related to violating arms control laws, smuggling, and conspiracy.
I mean,
Goudreau said at the time that he and others were acting
that's what we
protect
train Green
Venezuela's
Berets to do.
democracy. The Biden administration announced
Was he not ordered? Because I guess
today aimed at pushing.
It had to be a black op, right? If he was caught, he was going to get fucked. But
surely it was like a burn.
Trump
sort of
tried to do another one with fucking Eric Prince, right? So like he had to have sent because that's what Green Berets do. They're trained to do that. So him going out of his way to be like that radicalized to go and do a Green Beret mission in Venezuela, I don't see it how that isn't coming from the top with a black op.
Congress to do more to stop the flow of illicit fentanyl from Mexico. They include legislation to create a national pill press registry. That's to track machines that could make the pills, classifying fentanyl as a Schedule I drug, which would increase penalties for traffickers, and tightening rules on small packages coming into the U.S. that would close a loophole often used to import the substances used to make illicit fentanyl. Fentanyl overdoses are a leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. In South Carolina, death by firing squad is now a legal method of execution after the state's Supreme Court ruled it's not considered cruel and unusual punishment. The ruling allows inmates to choose between that and the electric chair as alternatives to lethal injection. South Carolina has executed 43
I'm going to say I'd pick the firing squad, but that said, it's just so barbaric. I mean, executions are barbaric already.
Yeah. There's no point to it. Like, why? Why bring it back? That's the other thing.
Inmates since 1976, when the death penalty was legalized under federal law. But the state hasn't carried out an execution since 2011, and the state's supplies of drugs for lethal injection have expired.
That's
32 inmates are currently on South Carolina's death row. The Federal Reserve held steady on interest rates today, as expected, but noted that there has been further progress on tackling inflation. The central bank added that if prices continue to cool, an interest rate cut, quote, could be on the table at its September meeting. But Chair Jerome Powell noted that nothing is guaranteed.
Certainty is not a word that we have.
The realistic thing would be, we're running out of drugs. Instead of bringing back firing squad, let's just not do them anymore. I mean, we haven't done them in a decade anyway.
Exactly. Why bother? It's ridiculous.
It's because it's fucking South Carolina, bro.
So we get a lot of data between now and September, and it isn't going to be one data read or even two. It's going to be the totality of the data, all of the data, and not just it. And then how is that affecting the outlook, and how is it affecting the balance of risks? That's going to be the assessment that we do.
Powell also said that maintaining a solid labor market will be part of the Fed's considerations when it comes to any action on interest rates. The next U.S. jobs report is due out on Friday. Wall Street, meantime,
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Iran's government has accused Israel of assassinating senior Hamas political leader.
But they're specifically also trained to be able to start building up a rebel force inside those places where they are. Like they're supposed to be able to act on intelligence to know who opposition figures are. And there's plenty of opposition figures that he could arm and train in Venezuela. It's really possible to do, but it would have to be not covert. Like, it would have to be an op that's coming up publicly from the top, and there would have to be a just cause for it. Or else it would be really, really, really bad luck. And also, it's so funny that Trump's doing shit like this while he's trying to say that he didn't start any wars. Like, you also did you coverted everything, right? And you dropped more bombs than Obama. Like, you were doing coups and shit all over the place wherever you fucking could, bro. Ironically, not Iran, because you must like them or something. Also, so if the JOCPA nuclear deal goes back into place, I imagine it. That's the thing. This is like, I imagine it will, but Pod Save America or Pod Save the World were making this point that right now, with this war with Israel, we would actually have a door open to Iran. And like, one of the reasons why the war in Gaza is as bad as it is because Trump canceled that deal, you know? And it's like so much more important than just Iran. So, because like I say with the UN, like the UN sucks, but it keeps people in the room talking.
True.
And that's what's important about the nuclear deal coming back. It's like, I don't care really about anything that's going on behind it, sanctions, whatever. But I'm back on the fence for being pro-nuclear deal again. After they killed Jinnah Amani, I was like, nah, fuck them. Like, I don't give a shit what happens in Iran. Well, what happens to the regime, basically. Don't even work with them, but, don't tell Peg I said this.
Ismail Haniyeh in a missile strike near Tehran, raising fears of a broader regional war in the Middle East.
Oh my God.
According to Iranian media reports, Haniyeh was killed along with his bodyguard when a guided missile slammed into a residence north of the Iranian capital where he was staying for the inauguration of the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian.
That's so smart.
His assassination, Haniyeh
of course
played a
he was there. Of course he was there for the inauguration. Of course. That's so smart. They probably tailed him too. They probably watched him relocate into a less secure location, right? Because when we killed Soleimani and the head of the Hashabi militia, right?
Mhm.
Like the only time they were open is when they're getting off the plane driving to the compound. That's the only time you can hit them. It's like a 5-minute window where
Yes.
there's a plausible strike. They killed him! So to wait until they knew that he was going to be moving to a location like that is genius. Especially they probably had the intelligence, and then because of the Druze attack, it was more likely greenlit because they greenlight like everything. The upper government gives green lights to like any covert op before it takes place. They're very connected to their covert ops and covert intelligence, but still, even though they're supposed to be connected, October happened, which is ridiculous.
Yes. They let it happen.
I don't know. They let it happen and it goes pretty hard into conspiracy land.
No, I know.
That's why I'm always hesitant to say something like that. But that's why it's always, for me, they let it happen because of incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
To exchange hostages and to negotiate a ceasefire with Israel.
Druze
Israeli
like
officials have not yet confirmed any involvement in Haniyeh's killing. However, the Israeli government press office...
Difficult question for me to answer because I don't know enough about each, but they are similar to the Yazidi. So they're like an amalgamation of Zoroastrianism and all these like older religions like mechanicism and stuff like that, like this, like stuff that was throughout Asia and more popular. And because they were isolated for like this amount of years, their interpretation, they're an Abrahamic religion. They're considered Abrahamic, unlike the Yazidis. So I guess both of them are Abrahamic, but they're kind of like more into like the Christian Zoroastrian side of things than Islam side of things.
Office posted a photo to Facebook of Haniyeh with the word eliminated over his face. The office later took down the photo. Iran's supreme leader condemned the assassination and promised, quote, harsh punishment against Israel in a statement read on Iranian state television.
Well,
the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution,
I would think you would know
Khomeini, emphasized the
more than me. Get off your phone. I think you would know more than me.
I'm doing business messages.
The Ahmadis in like Pakistan. I think that like they're broadly actually considered Muslim. They're not considered an offshoot. While the Druze is kind of like, I don't know, their own thing. Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I didn't remember exactly what it was, but I think there's also other fusions of other religions in there as well.
How does Wednesday like 6 to 8 o'clock for an interview sound?
Good.
Next week.
Good.
Yeah, happy with that.
Mm-hmm. Let me make sure that I don't have an appointment scheduled that day. I'll just say.
Well, you'll have to reschedule because I sent the message.
Well, yeah.
Zionist regime with this action has paved the way for severe punishment for itself, and we consider it our duty to avenge the blood.
You know what? I already told I already told them I can only do Tuesdays and Thursdays, so I don't need to check because they wouldn't have given me a Wednesday.
Martyred in the land of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Hamas said Ismail Haniyeh's funeral will be held in Tehran on Thursday morning before his body is transferred to Doha, Qatar for burial on Friday. The killing of Haniyeh came less than 24 hours after Israel claimed it had assassinated Fuad Shukr.
Yes,
a senior
I would agree
Hezbollah
with you that
commander in
they're kind of more in that Sufi realm of things. But it's like in the Levant itself, like especially in Lebanon, you already have Christians and Muslims right there, But they remind me a lot of the Yazidis, except the Yazidis are even older, obviously, and they have even crazier things that. Like, is it the Zoroastrians or the Yazidis that have the tower that you would just put corpses on? I think that's Zoroastrianism. Have you heard about that?
Corpse tower? No. I'm just going to type in religious corpse tower.
Zoroastrian corpse tower.
It is Zoroastrian. A Dokma or Tower of Silence.
Yes, the Tower of Silence, the corpse. What a badass
Instead of burying the corpse, they would be laid out on the tower to be eaten by birds. Actually, that's kind of based.
Go to Google Images. Zoroastrian corpse tower, the third image. So you see a bunch of skeletons in there?
And third one.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like an exposed tower. Ah, interesting. So it's literally they just put the bodies on the top.
Yeah.
So it's not even like anything crazy complex where they hang them up and shit. No, it's just laid out on the top.
Yeah,
Okay.
They just
strange.
But they do have a funeral procession to go up the mountain onto the tower.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't that crazy though? The skeletons in there.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Which is so this is a thing in Buddhism as well. That's in one sect of Buddhism. It's called the sky burial.
Yeah.
That one they actually do a ritual where they chop the body up and prepare it to be eaten by the vultures. But they're so high up in the Tibetan mountains that bodies don't decompose. Right?
Yes, I know about this. So they let the vultures eat it.
Yeah, so they do it. They have a whole ritual where they have them get cut up and fed to vultures.
Mm-hmm. Do they still do this Tower of Silence thing?
Well, I think they can also be cremated.
Okay, sky burial. That's
because the Zoroastrians it's either they can never be cremated or they can be cremated. But just look at how Freddie Mercury was buried. Freddie Mercury.
The strike killed 3 civilians, including a woman, a girl, and a boy, and wounded 74 others. Hezbollah confirmed Shukr had been in the building at the time, but the group has not confirmed his fate. Israel had accused Shukr of being involved in Sunday's rocket attack that killed.
By looking up what Freddie Mercury's corpse did, he was cremated. So that leads me to say that yes, it is true. Zoroastrians can be cremated as well. So now I think they only
Zoroastrian, was he?
Well, his family is.
Is he Iranian?
No, he's from Zanzibar.
Oh. Okay.
So he's more Indian.
Interesting.
In heritage.
It's very strange.
Yeah. I know. I watched the movie. It wasn't that good, but it says at the end that he's cremated based on his Zoroastrian beliefs or something at the end there.
Interesting.
12 Druze children in the occupied Golan Heights. Palestinian rescue workers in the Gaza Strip have collected dozens of bodies from the ruins of Khan Yunis after Israeli forces devastated the city during an 8-day ground assault. Health officials report the invasion killed 255 people and wounded more than 300 others. Dozens more remain missing. Meanwhile, the United Nations Human Rights Office warns in a new report Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails face widespread torture, sexual violence, and brutal treatment. The UN found at least 53.
What?
She's saying it right there, too, the report.
Palestinian detainees have died in Israeli custody since October 7th. Others face torture, including waterboarding, sleep deprivation, starvation, electric shock, and the release of dogs. The UN says most of the Palestinian men, women, children, doctors, journalists, and human rights defenders jailed by Israel are being held without charge or trial in deplorable conditions.
I wonder what Sinwar
in Washington,
is thinking.
D.C., dozens of
Guantanamo Plus. You know, like this is like Dustrum style prisons going on now. But if he practices what he preaches, he's ready to be a martyr. You know, he's more dedicated now if he's for real. If he's a poser, he's probably like, oh fuck, I'm definitely gonna die. I'm not making it out of this war. Which is what Israel wants. They want to be like, you shouldn't have done it. You shouldn't have attacked us. You should regret what you did. Now you're all going to die. That's how they think. That's how it's going to... Well, that's how the Knesset thinks now.
Of interfaith activists Tuesday disrupted a gathering on Capitol Hill by members of the lobby group Christians United for Israel, or Coup, one of the largest pro-Israel organizations in the United States with some 11 million members. The group's annual summit largely focuses on advocating for increased U.S. military support for Israel. Activists blocked a bus transporting Coup members from National Harbor in Maryland to Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, in a separate action, several activists took to the water in kayaks at National Harbor, just outside the hotel and conference site where Coup members gathered. Protesters held a 28-foot banner that read, Coup kills, and Palestinian flags, as activists also denounced Coup's ties to white nationalism.
Epic.
The government of France has formally recognized Morocco's claims of sovereignty over the Northwest African territory of Western Sahara.
Why would you do this? Why would you do this?
Tuesday is a major victory for the Moroccan king, Mohammed, and a setback to Western Sahara's indigenous people, the Sahrawi, who fought for decades to organize a UN-backed referendum on independence. Morocco's occupied Western Sahara since 1975 in defiance of the United Nations
and international party when it comes to Africa.
National law. Over the past 4 decades, thousands of Sahrawi activists have been tortured, imprisoned, killed, or disappeared while resisting the Moroccan occupation. Ukraine's Air Force says it's repelled a major Russian drone attack, describing it as one of the largest aerial assaults in months. Officials in Kyiv say it was the 7th Russian attack on Ukraine's capital city this month alone. The Biden administration's pledged $500 million in new military aid to the government of the Philippines as the U.S. and its allies in the Asia-Pacific continue to ratchet up tensions with China. Secretary of State.
Both Philippines and Japan shit just built up there. That's important. Nothing ever happens, but it is important. You know, it is escalating in an escalation ladder, which should be a deterrent ladder. You know, but it's not.
Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced the deal after meeting in Manila with Philippines leader Ferdinand Marcos Jr. at the presidential palace. Outside their talks, protesters burned a U.S. flag and condemned the military agreement.
We believe it will
wait, hang on. This group that's organizing the demonstration is named HEAD. That's fucking epic.
Military intervention of the U.S. in the Philippines. It will lead to intensified basing of the U.S. in the Philippines. It will heighten tension in the region. The U.S. is putting forward an agenda that is contrary to our stand for peace and freedom in our country.
Nearly 1,000 children died while being forced to attend U.S. federal government boarding schools that sought to exterminate Native American identity, language, and culture. Those were the final findings of a groundbreaking report published Tuesday by the Interior Department, which for the first time in its history accounts for the U.S. government's role in the gruesome assimilation practices enforced at the schools. The report, which calls for a formal apology from the federal government, was commissioned by the first indigenous U.S. cabinet member, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, whose grandparents were forced to attend boarding school starting at the age of 8.
Very cabinet agency created to assimilate indigenous peoples released a historic investigative report detailing the impact, trauma, and damage caused by federal Indian boarding schools from 1819 through the 1970s. This trauma is not new to indigenous people. One of the reasons I launched the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative was to ensure that this important story was told, that all of America knows of the intergenerational impacts of these policies, and that we as a nation take steps to heal from them.
In Illinois, pressures mounting for Sangamon County Sheriff Jack Campbell to resign over the fatal police shooting of 36-year-old Sonia.
Sorry?
I can only find like social media pages for them. 300 followers on Instagram.
For who?
The people who organized that protest.
Oh, okay.
The Instagram does not look active. Oh, they got a blog. Let's go to the blog. Let's see if this is active. It is not. Last post was in 2018. Probably because the government won't let them post. Okay, let's check this Facebook page. Last post was in 2020. Oh, there's one from yesterday. Okay, so they're active on Facebook. They have 7K followers. They still have the blog spot linked on their Facebook. That's so funny. So here's our dead website.
Massey. Her family joined civil rights attorney Ben Crump in Chicago Tuesday to demand justice after a local police union announced it would not continue to challenge the firing of former Deputy Sean Gray.
What does that actually mean? What the fuck?
What?
A dike is a sheet of rock that is formed in a fracture or pre-existing rock body. Interesting. I'm reading about Mount Kilimanjaro.
Well, there's also artificial.
What a fascinating fucking mountain.
There's also artificial dikes.
They train lesbians.
Yeah, and then there's also a shim.
A what?
A shim.
A shim?
Yeah, it's like a piece of wood that you jam into something.
That's hilarious. Is that where shimmy comes from?
No, shimmy is like a sideways motion.
That's funny.
Like on the ledge of something.
Also been charged with first-degree murder for killing Massey. The police union had previously represented Grayson and tried to get him reinstated. Crump spoke Tuesday as he called for police reform legislation in Massey's name.
We must continue to say her name, Sonia Massey. Sonia Massey. Because black women who are killed by police officers in the United States of America rarely get justice.
Meanwhile, CNN reports a newly surfaced audio recording reveals Officer Grayson was previously reprimanded another agency for filing an inaccurate report about a traffic stop in pursuit, with a superior officer warning Grayson that his report could have amounted to official misconduct and that he had lied. Prisoners in Florida, the largest federal prison complex in the United States, say they launched a hunger strike on Sunday.
You mean a cop lied in a report?
You see his fucking skull tattoo, bro? It wasn't even a Punisher skull.
No, it looked like what's the totem coughed? Whatever the fuck it's called.
It was just, I think it was a pretty generic skull.
But it was more like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Totem cough is pretty specific.
Yeah, it is, but it was more like that shape as opposed to the other skull.
I haven't seen that type of skull It looked more like a skull and crossbones type skull. There's a few skulls there too.
Yeah.
Epic. Multiple skulls. He's got
very cool.
Epic.
Largest federal prison complex in the United States say they launched a hunger strike on Sunday to demand external intervention to address health and safety violations, abuse of power by guards, and denied visits. A man incarcerated at the Coleman Satellite Low Camp told Democracy Now! 30 people were moved to solitary confinement in response to the hunger strike and said they've since paused the protest. This comes as the Department of Justice investigation of Coleman led to more than a dozen
have the
arrests last
opportunity
week,
for
including
3
corrections
nutritious
officers
meals?
charged with smuggling in drugs. Vice President and Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris rallied thousands of supporters in Atlanta, Georgia Tuesday, where she defended her support for
is that like because of like what we know with quantum mechanics, there's like every now and then there's stuff that's in physics where it's like a religion kind of has this as one of their mystical properties. We find out, hey, this actually exists. And like because of quantum entanglement, it's not all particles have cosmic twins, but we don't understand how it's possible that quantum entanglement can happen because the particles that are entangled can be anywhere in the universe and they'll still act as a twin.
Yeah.
And instantly, like how is that possible?
Dude, this is so interesting.
Harsher immigration and border enforcement policies.
Because the thing that I was reading about Mount Kilimanjaro about was the ice caps, because it said receding ice caps. I'm like, what? Receding glaciers in Africa? Okay.
Yeah. You know who's from Mount Kilimanjaro?
I don't know.
Storm
Africans?
from the X-Men.
Oh, really?
Yep. She's the witch. She's a witch who's from Kilimanjaro.
I didn't know. I thought she was. I knew she was from Africa. Like the actual character was from Africa, but I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Harris compared her record to Donald Trump's and blamed the Republican presidential nominee for tanking a bipartisan bill that would have further militarized the southern border.
Our administration worked on the most significant border security bill in decades.
I believe it's technically like the tallest mountain, right? Because
Mount Kilimanjaro, yes.
Because Everest is like in a series of mountains. Like it's like a mountain on top of a mountain, but Kilimanjaro is like the largest continuous mountain.
Single standing mountain, yes. It's a mountain in and of itself, yes. But Everest is a mountain peak, kind of like the Rockies.
Well, like even in the because I think it's K2. K2 is a it's a longer climb than Everest, but it's not the same. Like it's not the elevation of Everest. Because like Everest isn't a difficult climb. It's that there's such little oxygen at the top that you die.
Dude, it's only 200 meters shorter than Everest. Get fucked.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Everest is only dangerous because of the oxygen. Right? Like it's not a difficult climb. It's difficult because you need fucking like oxygen, and it's like it's the element. It's so high up and so far out of your element. Like. But like as far as like the skill you need,
right? Because the elevation is just absurdly high, isn't it? Because it's
it goes above the clouds
in elevation. Yeah,
like you're literally as high as airplanes go.
Yeah, because what's it's in Xinjiang. Interesting. Great. I'm glad people go there to climb a mountain instead of that's great.
Conservative Republicans in Washington, D.C. supported the bill.
Although it seems to be in the same kind of peak as Everest anyway.
It's just in the Xinjiang region. Interesting. I thought it was also Tibet.
No, like it's just in China, I think. I guess.
But
not.
yeah, like
it's way further away. Okay.
Like Everest is so low skill that basically is like, because the Sherpas know what they're doing, it's now something that if you're rich you can just do. Like, it's not an accomplishment to fucking reach the peak of Everest. People still die though from like
it appears that there is just a border around the mountain peak, like it's not actually anything. I don't think it's actually in China. It's between China and India, but there's a bunch of these dotted lines, so it seems like it might be contested borders.
Yeah. Depending on what side you climb, you're climbing under a different flag, basically. I believe.
Yeah. It's the same picture with this mountain. I'll just show you. The same picture has Kabul and Islamabad in it. That sort of gives you an idea of where it is, because it's right here.
Yeah, the Hindalumu Mountains.
Yeah, so it's right here. Which
in
Nepal's
East Crappy-stan.
So here's Kashmir, so it's right near Kashmir.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Even the Border Patrol endorsed it. It was all set to
Black Red Guard was like running to the right of Republicans on immigration is certainly a choice. And I'm just thinking, is that about Kamala Harris? Because it's so stupid, because this is the number one issue for how to, like, this is the issue that she needs to be hard on to get swing. So like I hear Sam Cedar saying the same dumb shit. Like, she has to, like, this is what people want.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, there's so many mountain peaks.
Okay, enough about mountains.
This is crazy.
last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down.
Boo!
Harris has touted the recent endorsements of more than a dozen mayors in Arizona, a border state, including that of Republican John Giles of Mesa, who praised Harris's backing of the failed bipartisan bill, which immigration advocates say would have further eroded the rights of asylum seekers. And members of the National Association of Black Journalists are protesting their organization's decision to invite Donald Trump to the stage when the NABJ...
What was?
The bill that they were proposing. One? Like, of course it would. Of course, some rights would be lost with it because it's bipartisan and the Republicans are demons, right? But everything else in there is like speeding up asylum might mean we'll have more deportations, which the Republicans will love. But like I'm all for open borders, but I'm just talking about like legally speaking for asylum. Like if you don't qualify for asylum, you don't qualify for asylum. Like there's why can't you then like go through and get a work permit or stuff like that? You know, I know it's fucking difficult to immigrate to the country in general, but I think it's like also it can be argued that it's a fundamental right to have a speedy trial. Like that's in the Constitution. That's in the bill. Like it might be even in the Bill of Rights specifically. So like, sure, it's more deportations, but it's expanding border protections and stuff. But nobody compares to America. Like Canada has good policies too, but Canada wouldn't have good policies if they were letting in the amount of people that America does. Like America is unique. This is like that's really, really what makes America different than other countries is the amount of people we allow to cross into our country. And that's just like legally too. Like legally, it's even the highest. Europe cries when they have a few dozen come in and fucking drown people and shit. It's not like we don't, it's not like we don't help Europe by giving Saudi Arabia the munitions to mortar people on their border, right? Like we help Europe kill these people with Libya and shit. Like we're part of the Libyan mission. We're there to help kill people so they don't get to Europe. Like, yeah, it's a state. But get the fuck out of my face. Like You know, like you can criticize parts of the bill, but to say it's a bad bill, it's just bad politics. If like that's your opinion, in my opinion, you know. Yeah, sure. They also Canada was really good with when Trump did the Muslim ban, they really were good about picking up a lot of the Syrian refugees that were going to be denied in America, which was really cool of them. But yeah, Canada, I think Canada's immigration policies are a little better than America's, but I think they would also change if they had the volume.
It holds its annual convention and career fair in Chicago today. On Tuesday, Washington Post editor Karen Attiah stepped down as co-chair of the NABJ's convention, citing its decision to have Trump interviewed at the forum.
Wow.
He's being interviewed by 3 NABJ journalists. Bobby Henry, the chair of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, which represents over 250 African-American-owned newspapers and
I'm just saying, look, I'm just saying.
What is.
That's something called getting around the non-compete clause. I'm just saying that person is going independent because they know they can make more money. Come on. You wouldn't resign if you weren't going to be able to go independent and make more money.
That's true.
It's getting around a non-compete clause. I guarantee it.
Companies condemn the NABJ's invitation to Trump, writing, quote, his divisive rhetoric and actions have harmed marginalized communities.
This is so dumb because as we'll get to, this is being, we'll get to it later, but this is said to be Donald Trump's worst interview of all time. Not even just his political career, right? So the fact they're up in arms is like, you fucked up. You should be bringing him on your shit. Like, of course you should bring him there. Like, just let him be himself in front of the fucking audience that you have. Like, this did so much to damage Trump. Like, I'm so fucking glad they did this. And I hope that person who pretended to resign out of protest gets a bag with avoiding the non-compete clause.
A platform at this event undermines the NABJ's values of inclusion and solidarity and risks normalizing his damaging behavior.
Stop looking at a map!
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
I kind of want to go to Nepal now.
Bro, look. We can. You know?
Bro, that entire fucking range is awesome. Like, it's just crazy amount of
mountains,
and it's not even like a single peak that just like maintains height.
Okay,
it's like
bro,
it's so many. It's retarded. It's crazy.
Listen, did you see the movie that came out a few years ago called Everest? Did you see trailers for that?
No.
Did you see trailers for it though?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, what's really interesting about that movie is they shot an IMAX movie of the event that movie is based off of. There was IMAX cameras on the mountains for that, right?
Seriously?
So the IMAX Everest movie, like imagine going to the IMAX and seeing like Everest footage, right? So the documentary is just about them trying to film the documentary, right? So they're a completely separate team, but that guy who all those people died on Everest, they're there with them. They're like in the same camp because they go up in groups, right? Yeah. So like they're talking about how like the the Sherpas having to carry their heavy ass IMAX cameras up the mountains and stuff. But they get IMAX cameras to the top of the Everest, right? And the Sherpas are like really proud of it, kind of like because they're like,
it's a world first.
Yeah, but like the movie, the sound design in the movie, really well done.
Okay.
And like, so basically, this guy, he wanted to climb without oxygen. That was like, because like I said, it's not an accomplishment to get to Everest. So he was like, a guy who made money in America by signing people up who weren't experienced enough to climb Everest to go climb it with him, basically.
Okay.
And this is still a thing to this day that they do.
Is this like what the Simpsons started mocking with the Matterhorn thing with the power bars?
But they are so stuck on, because there's only
time.
there's this limited window of when you can get to the top. Yeah. So it's only like 2 weeks out of the year that you can climb Everest.
Right? Okay. So it's just a rush.
And so a blizzard is coming. And this guy who's an experienced Everest climber who's trying to climb to the top without oxygen decides we're still going to climb while a blizzard hits Everest, right?
That's a bad idea.
So have you seen how they have to climb like the ice ledges and stuff with the ladders and stuff?
No.
You know, in Death Stranding, how you throw down the ladders to get across gaps?
Yes.
That's literally what they have to do. They drop down ladders because the ice is cracking, and it cracks for you fall into it, you're dead, right?
You know what I would rather...
People literally got blown, lifted up by the wind of the blizzard and thrown off the mountain because of this guy.
Epic. Damn. That's a way to die.
Yeah.
Holy
One guy
shit.
lost most of his face, but he was actually rescued.
Fucking hell.
But he was face down, like in the snow, so like his nose was gone, his hands are
just
gone.
Rotted off. Just
Frostbite.
frostbitten off.
Yeah. But I know one guy at least lived.
That's crazy. Fuck that. I would... Yeah, no. No. That's a bad idea. I'll just go look at the mountains. You can fucking climb them. Stupid fucking idea. Some German ass idea.
democracynow.org.
Steven Crowder.
Steven Crowder.
Yes, but not yet.
The story since December. The first piece that came out, I think it was in December, and I can't recall if it was from the Guardian.
Oh, do you want to know how I got to mountains?
Not really.
It's fucking hysterical. Freddie Mercury was why.
Go on.
Because I looked up where Zanzibar was, right? Because you said Indian. Turns out it's Africa. It's Tanzania.
Yeah.
Kilimanjaro's in Tanzania. And then I looked at the ice caps, and then I started looking at glaciers. And
Zanzibar is like a trade hub throughout time, right? So and because it's like a little island, it's like there's a lot of colonial trades going on and stuff right there, like with all the like.
It's like neutral territory.
Well, yeah, but it's just been a trade hub, so a lot of cultures are there, and that's why like he comes more from an Indian family, but he's also Zoroastrian.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Like, look up his parents.
I'll get distracted again.
And what they look like.
I'm gonna close. All my
they're
tabs.
Clearly South Asian, right? But
but
they're from Africa. It's just like how white people live in South Africa now, except much older.
Guardian or 972 Mag, maybe in December, where an Israeli doctor started to level charges about what was happening at a detention camp for Palestinian prisoners. We should say it is quite clear now, and it was alleged at the time, but it seems to be an accepted reality, that there's a lot of people in these camps who have done absolutely... Well, let me put it this way. Rather than assessing whether what they've done is good or bad, have no connection whatsoever to Hamas or to any violence towards Israel. And just civilians minding their own business.
Wow, it's so funny that I hear this and all I can think of is, like the salt pit and shit.
It's an extension of the fact that the Israeli military basically classifies any man of a certain age.
I guarantee you the
as
torture
a combatant.
program
So they've been
partially
rounding
came
up.
from, hey, Israel does this. Why can't we? They deal with terrorists.
Lots
and
lots
they
of
deal with a
Palestinian
completely
men
different
and
kind of terrorists. They're like dealing with nationalists.
putting them into these black sites, these prison camps where they've been tortured. And part of why there have been so many people who have been unaccounted for at this point.
The reports from that doctor, if I remember correctly, in December were centered around some of the prisoners who had been cuffed so tightly that there had to be amputations because their blood circulation had been so severely inhibited. And there were other accusations. And then later, I think it was sometime around March, there were more stories that came out from this camp talking about rape and abuse of Palestinian prisoners. And apparently,
and you're gonna tell me
me.
Israel isn't a Middle Eastern country. All I'm thinking about is like, wow, this is so fucking Middle Eastern government pilled.
There was a report
they
by the
also
United
shove
Nations
them in a tire and
Agency
beat them
for
with sticks?
Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA. You'll recall that they were defunded by the United States earlier this year. Said that detainees alleged they were subjected to ill treatment and abuse as they were released, just adding to their to the credibility. Apparently, the Israeli military sort of had to finally acknowledge this was going on, and 9 soldiers on this base were essentially detained, arrested. It's unclear in the context of military to me, but were taken in for questioning
under suspicion of gang raping this particular prisoner to the point where he was I don't know, unable to walk, extremely severely raped.
Still,
and
like evidence is kind of not yet come in on if this is widespread. You know, like you don't like jump to conclusions just because of bias here. But like remember like on October 7th, where they were like the later on it's like there was no widespread sex crimes. Right? Not that there wasn't any. But even these 9 already have more evidence than anything that was really coming out of October 7th. There's just like one video where it's like, it's hard to tell if that's what's happening. It's like, you know, I only saw it once and that was like fine with me. Just like the Armenian one where they are violating the corpse. Like I don't need to see that more than once.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what videos you're talking about.
They like shove rocks in her eyes and shit.
Oh, that's cool. That's great.
Yeah.
Pleasant people.
Yeah. Azerbaijan be doing that though. But like this whole thing like there's probably systemic abuse, right? Well, we need to understand the difference between like abuse and outright torture. And also I believe Israel has totally sanctioned waterboarding, right? So it's even beyond what the torture that's already sanctioned. So is there widespread torture? 100%. But like widespread gang rape in these prisons, that's another thing. And we like just like how we've seen in Gaza, the inexperience that actually comes with these, you know, called up militia, like because that's literally what Israel's army kind of is. When they called up all these reservists, right? That's calling up your militia, right? So it's part of this has been a militia versus a trained army, and then there's also been a trained army versus civilians in another, you know, less equipped army, right? So the issue that comes into this, and this is the main lesson that was learned in Iraq specifically, is that when you have an influx of needing prisoners or needing prison guards, right, and you start giving the job out to people who aren't trained for it, gang rape and shit tends to happen. This type of shit tends to happen. They aren't trained in the handling of prisoners, right? So I would say that it's likely that they built all these black sites up immediately really quick. Like the US built theirs out of shipping containers in the beginning of the war, right? Before the salt pit. They were putting people, well, the salt pit allegedly was a shipping container. Even
just a shipping container.
It's hard to say. I mean, we've seen the base, but like people said this is the salt pit, but it's like it's likely that the salt pit facility was not there anymore because it was only used for a few months. And they had retrofitted the base a few times. It's hard to say. We know where it is though. Like it was we have enough descriptions from prisoners who were inside it that we kind of know the layout of it. We know the layout and exactly everything that happened in Poland though. And that's another thing is so we gave Poland soldiers controls over that. Over those detainees. Like, we were like, okay, you can deal with it, because we had such an influx of prisoners that we were arresting all these people. We couldn't fucking put them anywhere, right? Because you can't just fucking go arrest other people from other countries, right? That's wild. But so we started just, anyone who wants them, they could get them, and then they could get good relations with the United States, right? So these fucking Polish guards, they fucking tortured Abu Zubaydah and took drill to his leg and drilled a hole through his fucking leg. And the U.S. came back and was like, what the fuck did you do? You drilled a hole in his leg? And this is a guy who's literally proven to be innocent now. So, like, this is before he even got to Guantanamo. It's like in the first few months of his arrest. And he had just almost bled to death after being shot like 7 times. Once, and he got shot in his dick too, by the way. And the other one went
style.
Yeah, the other one went through his fucking arteries in his thigh.
Oh,
like, he got shot in his thigh, and so the doctors who treated him in Pakistan said they have never seen somebody lose so much blood and still live.
Wow.
And he was still tortured in this condition. He basically
in
had
that condition.
Basically, he had a week. He had a week to heal. And then not only that, like, he's clearly crippled for life from that, right?
Yeah.
So the first methods that they're using on him is stress positions. They're putting him in boxes. I believe it's the groin area. I think, like, he may have, like, lost a nut or something. I don't think it was directly his dick, but they stole his eye. So he had a dead eye, right, from the shrapnel injury, because that's his only crime, is he has a traumatic brain injury. So he acts a little crazy, basically. But they took his eye out. And so to this day, he says that, like, that's one of his terms that he's calling for with his trial that will never happen, is that he wants his eye back because they stole his eye. They fucking threw that shit down. They flushed it down the toilet. Like, they don't have his eye. But, like, he was like, you didn't give him permission to just take the eye out of your head. Like, what's up, bro? Why would you do that? Like, that they did it to fuck with him. And then, like, while he still had these bandages on his thigh from this deep tissue wound, they're putting him in a fucking box. Like in Zero Dark 30, the box that he opens up and the guy is literally in a crate?
Yes.
That's literally what happened. It was like that. They would go basically for days at a time. And they would switch between a standing one and one that's where they would have to lay down.
Yeah, very cool. How generous of them.
Yeah, and again, Abu Zubaydah is innocent, innocent, and still in Guantanamo.
Clear from this,
he did try to kill the Pope,
and look,
he's just not involved with Al Qaeda. He was a terrorist.
You can't blame him for that.
He tried to kill the Pope. He did a plot to kill the Pope. Like, he was involved. He is a terrorist.
Look, you can't blame a man for trying.
He's innocent.
The United States did this too with Abu Ghraib.
Yeah,
it's a couple of bad apples.
That's exactly.
And there's nothing systemic going on here.
So
which of
this
course
whole
is,
thing about the bad apples, right? So this is so interesting about Abu Ghraib. Do you know what the Stanford Prison Experiment?
No.
You've never heard of that? The Stanford Prison
I know
Experiment?
of it, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, so basically this professor, he did an experiment where he made students guards and the other ones prisoners, right? And then over time, the guards get, like, more abusive and shit. Right.
Okay.
And so, like, his whole thing is that people aren't naturally evil. They're put into, like,
it's power dynamics.
Yeah. Which and, like, that was his argument. So it'd be like it's not just the United States was saying it's just a few bad apples, but he defended these guys in court, this psychologist who was behind the experiment, right? And his argument is that it's not apples, it's the barrel, or it's the tree.
Yeah.
So it's the apples were fine. It's the system behind it, right? This is completely discredited because he interfered with the entire experiment. He kept injecting himself into the experiment. There's, like, a whole, like, weird thing where he's fucking his assistant while it's happening. Like, the guy's a disgrace. He's a fucking hack. He's a loon job. This is not true at all, right? Which was he helped basically these people get off who did this torture in Abu Ghraib by making this argument that it's the system. It wasn't the military system, actually. The system failed by putting people who were not cleared to train prisoners there, but the guy who's the ringleader influenced all of it, just like he did in the Stanford prison experiment. If anything, it's proving he was the criminal back then, too. Like, it's wild.
Interesting.
It's really mainly the one guy and the two girls. Like, the other guy, he's like a part of it, but even then, it's the two girls are trying to like compete over this guy's like love triangle dick.
Are you talking about specifically Abu Ghraib?
Yeah, and one of them is autistic too, and he's like taking advantage of that and purpose and this is the guy who wasn't the bad apple. The system is what created those people.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Is Buck.
Because Smotrich and Ben-Gvir have been endorsing the treatment here. Ben-Gvir, I believe, said, quote, "I am proud," upon confirming the conditions that have been worsening in Israeli prisoners. And Smotrich has shown public fealty to the far right and other members of, I think, his party in particular, at least one who joined these activists in storming the base to not protect the Palestinians, not to say this is the right thing to do, to stand up against rape, but to protect the soldiers in their right to rape Palestinians.
Here is the Israeli Knesset.
That's the thing, though, with Abu Ghraib.
Abuse.
The other people, they were still doing it in secret. Like there's the people who witnessed it came and testified against these people, right? And so like one of the guys who testified is like, I don't know anything about. He said he went up there and prisoners, and we have a photo to go with this too, so we know this guy's correct. But they're basically naked and like chained to a wall, right?
Oh, is this the one with the bag? And they're chained to the wall?
They don't. They're just their faces are visible in it.
Okay.
So they're just chained and they're naked there. And he said he walked up into the unit and that's what he saw. And he said, I have no experience in handling detainees, but I don't think this is how you do it.
Yeah.
You know? So he immediately had something wrong with it and he went up the ladder and they said, shut up.
Cool.
So
see, if I was that guy, I would immediately get photos and
he
go
did.
to the media.
He did.
Oh, did he?
Yes. So
Amazing.
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. These might be two different people, but I'm pretty sure it's all the same guy who helped blow this up, right? So back then they were all they would burn all their photos from their digital cameras on CDs, right? Because you would plug in the digital camera to your laptop and then you would be able to back that up onto CDs. So he said that he was writing letters back home and asked the guy if he had any CDs, and the photos were on those CDs.
Amazing.
Like these were not masterminds, right? So the thing is the command, right? How much did they know? Like he had it was already been reported at least once that I know of, and it's not until it leaks to the media because somebody got these photos out there and leaked them to the media and sent them to the media. Then the military takes action.
Of course. Because it's not until you get caught that you're doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm. And also like I said, this Abu Ghraib, it's immediately before the protests that like people get shot at too. Like it's all leads up to that Fallujah bridge incident. All these pictures coming out and shit.
And torture, I don't know what else you call it, against Palestinians at this said, it's hard for me to pronounce it.
It's crazy how relevant that shit still is now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Literally 20 years ago.
I don't know if you know, but there is an incident. Go back for a second, please.
Oh, he's going to read it to us.
So
I don't know if you know, but there's an incident right now in Sid Temin where military police came to arrest soldiers who were guarding the Nakba terrorists in Sid Temin, the Nakba terrorist detention center. The military police came there to arrest some of the soldiers there, probably because some of the allegations regarding the treatment of the Nakba terrorists. I should say, posit that there's absolutely no evidence that any of these people are terrorists, by even the definition in which these people would, this member of Knesset would suggest.
And
just want to make that clear. I'm just reading off the way he's talking.
Nakba is supposedly I guess it's a part of Hamas.
And there's an incident of soldiers refusing to leave. The insanity that our country is having around this story is crazy, and we need to stop it. I think we need to give a personal example here, and I say now, and I call on other coalition members to do the same, and I'm getting up and I'm leaving here, and I'm not going to vote on anything anymore until this story and this insanity that there is someone in the prosecutor's office who thinks that it's possible to come and arrest soldiers for things they're doing to the Nukba terrorists is not over. All right, let me just make it clear what's going on here. This guy is enraged. This member of Knesset is enraged that there is even an attempt to arrest or question soldiers, not because he says, and we're going to get to that, not because he says there's no question that there was no torture or rape there, but rather, why wouldn't we torture and rape these people? Go ahead.
Well, the person I think speaking about the horrors is Ahmed Tabi of the Ta'al Party, which is the Arab Nationalist Party in Israel.
But
the guy speaking is Likud.
Yes, go ahead. Okay. And I'm really asking, I think my coalition friends will do well if they do the same as I do, because he wants to leave. We cannot continue as usual. To insert a stick a person's rectum, is that legitimate? Someone says, shut up. Yes. If he is a Nukba, everything is legitimate. Everything. That's what I wanted to know. Did you know these people did? Basta, never mind. There are things you don't do. So that is literally a debate as to whether prisoners should be anally raped with a hot poker. That's what's going on in the Knesset in Israel, which really in many respects is a sideshow. There have been reports coming.
Are they pointing at America? Going, they
and
did
saying,
it.
No, I mean, I don't think we did anything like that. That's what I'm saying.
No, but like, they could point at China and be like, they do it. They could easily do that.
No, what they're saying is that they deserve it because they're terrorists, is what they're saying.
Of course. Of course, that justifies.
They don't need to justify anything by point. They're not going to shift blame, because they don't have to. All they have to do is remember the Holocaust, and like that's their scapegoat. Like it's fucked up. That's how the nationalists know. They have to form a persecution complex, just like any nationalist group.
Like the craziest thing is that them doing this is gonna make people be like, cool, good.
They're going to be like, wow, sounds like an Arab government.
No, like I'm talking about the Holocaust.
They're like
Holocaust
they're just like us. They're just like us. They're just like us.
You know what I mean? Like they're going to end up using this scapegoat into rendering it completely innocuous and meaningless. And it's like, well, if you want the Holocaust to mean nothing, keep doing what you do.
Coming out of this prison camp.
I think it'll always mean something. But the fact that even Netanyahu lies about the Holocaust.
But it's literally going to get to a point where somebody
he literally
will be
says
like,
Palestinians caused it instead of
I'm a descendant of a Holocaust survivor. Most people at this point are just going to be like, I don't give a fuck. Right? Because why would they? You're 2 generations removed, and now you're using it to justify Israel committing a genocide. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's literally no different than the grandchildren of the fighters getting jobs in the government sort of shit, right? Where it's like they're trying to ride the coattails of something that happened in whichever direction that they're trying to take it in. And it's just don't. Like, if you're using this as your one example of like, this is why I'm a victim, because not my parents, but their parents had something really bad happen to them. Sorry to break it to you. You probably got a pretty nice life.
They also just look at October 7th and said they wanted to kill all the Jews, which, question, why did they take hostages if they wanted to kill all the Jews? You know who doesn't take hostages?
Genocidal people?
ISIS. Exactly. Genocidal people. But, the Nazis did.
Yeah, and then they gassed them.
Worked
them to death.
Some of them.
It wasn't exactly taking prisoners.
Well, there was still prisoners exchanged, too. like with
Oh,
the
was there?
Nazis. I mean, yeah, throughout the war, there's those types of things
like
going on.
military exchanges.
Yeah,
sure,
yeah,
like
yeah.
POW swaps. They're not
Yeah.
exchanging Jews for
Well,
soldiers.
that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Well, like they might arrest citizens and stuff, and it's part of just swapping prisoners,
Maybe.
which is what Israel is doing with. That's what Hamas is taking them for, right?
Mm.
We'll give you citizens for our prisoners.
Yeah, true. Well, there you go. That's the answer, right? And even then Hamas doesn't really give a fuck because why would they want more? Oh, it's just more money that they can rort out of the Palestinians after they steal the aid and sell it back to them.
Like imagine if like a real 9/11 equivalent happened in Israel.
Mm.
You know, like they obviously aren't going to have like towers.
They would
have 3,000 people.
They would just be like, oh, it was those guys, nuke. I swear to God,
They might. I don't know. They might.
Like they would be that dumb, especially Netanyahu's government. They would be that dumb. They're just like,
well, just because
nuke.
they have a scenario where if they like think that it's like an all-out attack, that they have like that, like it's called like I don't know. They have a name
what
for
if
it.
they got so mad that they
like Jericho or something like that?
Yeah, like what if they got so mad that they took it as a religious affront and started a fucking religious war?
I mean, that's
that's
basically what it is now. It's just more nationals than anything.
What if that happened, right? Theoretically, let's say it turns into something religious, right? And they like nuke Mecca, right?
Oh, that would be crazy.
What the fuck would happen? Israel would just get wiped off the map, right?
Yeah, nuking Mecca would be really fucking crazy.
But like that's obviously insane. But just as a hypothetical,
the thing is that like I want to be clear when we talk about this stuff that there is an advisor inside Israel who is always going to propose a nuclear option. That's just how statecraft works, right? So like there is somebody, a nuclear advisor, who said in response to October 7th was to drop a nuke on Gaza. Like the conversation must have happened
at some point, surely.
Yes. How much was that conversation entertained is the question.
Yes. And that would be the question after a 9/11 event. And think about how irrational Americans were post 9/11. Look at how irrational the Israelis are and American Israelis are.
Yeah, but Israel is also different because America is more of like, I mean, they were blindsided too, but it's the nationalism aspect that's already been built up in Israel that's the issue.
Yeah. It would instantly turn straight to Nazi rhetoric. Or
It
everybody
already did.
as well. No, but like it would instantly go to like speeches in the streets, millions of people on the streets sort of chanting for death to Islam's kind of shit that I would expect.
Know.
You know what I mean?
I couldn't tell you about
that's what I would expect at this point, based off the way that they've acted so far.
Well, I think what we've seen is like a majority of Israelis are against the war, whether that be because hostage negotiations aren't happening. Like, I don't think that
we're talking 9/11 event.
I know, but I just can't think that a majority of people are that genocidal.
It's a 9/11 event.
Yeah, but you're talking about
putting
people doing stuff. I'm talking about government reaction. Like, I think people wouldn't be that much different about things.
You think a country that small couldn't whip their populace up into a genocidal rage?
I mean, they're currently protesting. Most of the people are against the war that's going on now, so
yeah, but it was
to whip an entire population into like, can you engage an entire population into genocidal rage? No, but you can get enough people. I mean, that's what, like, look at Myanmar.
3% is all you need theoretically.
Like Myanmar, it was just like one guy.
It wouldn't necessarily take all that much.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
There
already is genocidal rhetoric. I'm just saying the state and the military would be far worse in these cases.
I mean, definitely just some like poking in the right spots, and I think you could probably whip it up pretty quickly.
And if we heard them here in Brooklyn, than they certainly heard them in Israel. Now, maybe the dynamic has shifted. Maybe they're getting pressure from the U.S. I have no idea. It's all speculation.
People are really
it's coming internally. I don't know.
People are really pissed in Israel
as to why there's been at least some response to this.
On both sides, the side that we're
I guess
arresting soldiers and the fact that it happened. Both, like everyone's angry right now.
You got to admire the fact that they're just, oh yeah, no, it's fine that we're doing that. It's not a question of are we doing this.
I mean,
it's a question of why do we care? Why are we making an issue of this? Why are we wasting time on talking about this? And here are Israeli citizens, and I think one member is Gavir there? I don't know who.
It was a member of Smotrich's party who was a part of these demonstrations, joining the far right. I have his name somewhere, but a member. Svai Sukkot of Smotrich's religious Zionism party accompanied the demonstrators, the far right mob that was trying to protect the right to rape.
Here they are. Let's do number 15.
Right to
this
rape.
Is them trying to. They're basically crashing the Beit Lid military police headquarters.
What a cool. What a cool thing to happen.
And then they went to the courtroom, essentially, I guess, on that base. This is what, number 14.
Look, I think these Nazis,
Sukkot
Nazis need to realize that you either let your country
after.
prosecute him or the international court's getting him, okay? Because if it's unsafe to have the trial in Israel, guess where it's going to go?
International.
The prison itself.
Well, that's just what was going on in Israel. Meanwhile,
Epic.
There is, the ceasefire negotiations still going on.
Sure they are.
There are still sticking points. Apparently, there are new Israeli demands, surprise, to maintain a presence on the Gaza-Egypt
Crazy.
border. That is the Philadelphia corridor. Supposedly to stop militants returning north through
when does
tunnels
Blinken beat Netanyahu to death with a fire poker?
And that was not the only politician there too. Amihai Eliyahu, who is the Minister of Heritage.
Blinken must be looking forward to that
majority coalition. Was also there. He was the one who suggested using a nuclear weapon in the Gaza Strip.
I don't think
earlier on in 2023. So this
surely not. He's been working so much.
Like I said, like Condi Rice. She's like, I'm out of here. Fuck this. Fuck this job.
This is the reality of where Israeli society is at right now and the fractures that are within it, because you can't do a genocide and remain the same as a society. There's just no way. So in the way Gaza is decimated, also polio is spreading, I think, apparently rapidly throughout the Strip, sewage and sanitation. I mean, I don't even think we can describe the conditions that people are living in at this moment with disease. That's, of course, the primary concern. But you also see what this does to a society that's doing a genocide just miles from its own borders.
Here is a Limor Livnat tweet. Former Israeli Knesset member, former Likud Knesset member. The country is disintegrating. No leadership. Armed, masked extremist anarchists are seizing IDF bases. I don't know that I would call them anarchists,
not the nuke
frankly,
directive.
but I'm not going to be
This is
pedantic about this. But
a
it seems like
completely
they're
different
more
thing.
fascists.
This is saying that they'll kill
The
their own
police
people
missing
to
in
prevent
action.
capture.
Who's to blame? Whoever appointed a
Oh.
convicted felon
That's
to be
what
the minister
Hannibal is.
responsible for the police. Benjamin Netanyahu, you have shattered this country.
Wait, who? Who to prevent capture? Who?
Israel, the Hannibal directive. That's why that's why we know that some of the people killed were killed by the IDF.
Yeah, okay.
Samson option. Yes. That's got to be
People
it,
are
right?
looking for a fall guy, but it's hard to imagine that any member of
Is that a biblical figure?
Yeah, Samson is like, he held up the temple. He's like it's actually a really, I think, isn't he the guy with the hair?
Are you asking me?
So no, I'm just asking people who know. But like the story is
It always
the story was that his strength is like in his hair, right?
Oh.
And so like the story, like it gets to a point where like he like loses a bet, but they like rig it or something. They scam him to then cut, Jewish Hercules, to cut off his hair, and he loses all his strength and stuff. It's actually one of the more interesting stories in the Bible, is all I'm saying.
Okay.
Likud could really, I mean, frankly,
okay,
multiple powers.
That's so funny. The first thing that comes up when you look up Samson option is a book by Seymour Hersh.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear anything?
Huh? No.
Could you hear anything?
No.
What about now?
I hear nothing.
Okay.
What do you hear?
We're getting reports has been killed in Iran. That's according to statements from Hamas and Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Iran state TV is also reporting he's been assassinated in Tehran. So let me repeat that.
Not
because
the
this
best
is a big
source.
story. The political leader of Hamas.
It's actually a good source, and it's double verified, but you know.
Both Hamas and Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Iran state TV is also reporting that he has been assassinated in the Iranian capital. Well, Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas, has now died at the age of 62. Jalid Aga takes a look back at Haniyeh's life and the events which shaped him into one of the most prominent Palestinian political figures.
This is what happened to the Al-Shati refugee in northern
Already crushing my head with these headphones.
in 2023. It's where
It's so
Ismail
small.
Haniyeh was born. He was the son of Palestinian parents who were
Oh my
forcibly
God, my other
displaced
one.
from
It's
their
like
home
seriously like
in what is now
putting air
Ashkelon.
on. You can barely feel them.
After the State of Israel was created in 1948. Haniyeh experienced firsthand the challenges faced by millions of Palestinians in their search for statehood.
Like my
But
jaw
his
was starting to
future
hurt.
and influence would turn out to be different than most.
يتحمل مسؤوليتها.
Americans take responsibility for giving unlimited cover to this enemy to commit to these massacres, war crimes, and genocide.
Sitmir is the mustache right under his nose, a little
1987,
dark
Haniyeh
in a
got-
suspicious
crimes.
pattern there.
And genocide.
In 1987, Haniyeh graduated from the Islamic University of Gaza. The same year, a Palestinian mass uprising began against Israel's occupation, also known as the First Intifada. In
Why
its
is my phone
efforts to
making noise?
liberate Palestine, the group Hamas
I
was
love
founded,
the fucking.
and
You see
among
the
its
rocks
younger
hitting that
members,
vehicle.
Ismail Haniyeh.
The first
no,
Intifada
soon
is
become linked-
so based because it's like just like civil resistance.
Mm.
The
To
second
the
one,
right, the Palestinian group.
I'll
When does
say that-
Hamas form?
they form out of the second one, I believe. That's what they're saying right here is how it's forming. If you're paying attention, go back and pay attention.
You're talking.
Well, go look at the rocks anyway, because it's fucking hysterical.
The group Hamas. In its efforts to liberate Palestine, the group Hamas was founded, and among its younger members, Ismail Haniyeh. His journey would soon become linked to the rise of the Palestinian group. Israel imprisoned Haniyeh several times for taking part in protests against the occupation. After serving his longest 3-year sentence, He was deported
Yeah,
to southern Lebanon
that's
along with hundreds of Hamas members.
this is true, but
Hania
again,
returned to Gaza in
Arab government
1993
or Middle
after the
Eastern
signing
government,
of
I
the
should
Oslo
say.
Accords and became a close
MENA
confidant
more
of
too,
Sheikh
'cause it's
Ahmed
also in North
Yassin,
Africa.
the founder of Hamas.
They're just like
Together,
this.
they
That's
survived
what
an
they do.
Israeli
Oh
assassination
my God,
attempt, though
Sauron!
Yassin was killed months later. His rise to
Not
prominence
Sauron.
came
What's
in
his name? What's the
2006
bad wizard's
when
name?
Hamas participated in the Palestinian
Saruman?
legislative elections.
Saruman, the bad wizard, right?
I didn't see only news.
Rings.
I don't like the Lord of the Rings.
Christopher Lee.
You know what I'm saying? No.
The group won a parliamentary majority, making Hania prime minister
Man,
of the
a lot of
Palestinian
bird shit on him.
Authority. But his appointment
They
angered the
frosted him
international
like a
community, who halted aid to the PA, placing the governing body under severe financial strain. Hamas is classified by many Western nations as a terrorist organization.
Does that have a lot to do with Israel, though?
Months of conflict.
Were they terrorists first or terrorists after the designation because Israel asked for it? After they created them with Israeli money.
It's
And
so funny because
Netanyahu
they
likes
spent
it.
so long building up Arafat as like the big villain of the world,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And like, you know, they're so focused on like Arafat being such like a bad evil man. You know, that was like what they always propaganda would tie back to Arafat, you know?
Mhm.
And like obviously there's Gaddafi as well at this time too, because Gaddafi's in there since Reagan. But like Arafat ends up being like the most normal dude out of like all those evil governments, you know, and they still like say that like he's the great terrorist, you know, and like we'll be like they'll do shows and be like psychopaths, you know, and it's like we'll be have like Gaddafi, Saddam, and then some reason they also throw Arafat in there.
Yeah. What it's like? Is it 3 minutes of footage? And it's like this guy was evil because Palestine.
I mean, he did a lot of stuff for sure, but
Sure.
like he was not crazy like Gaddafi is, like Saddam was.
Saddam
He
was,
is
yeah.
not crazy.
Conflict
He's
between factions
more
led to President Mahmoud Abbas
like
dismissing Hania and
classical authoritarian, you know, like
yeah.
you know, like a Castro type.
Mhm.
He you know, he gets shit done.
Yeah.
dissolving his government. This would result in an independent Hamas-led government in the Gaza Strip, headed by Hania.
Hello. He's like, hello.
This seizure should not break our will and should
Who's
not
having
turn
a
this
seizure?
conflict into an internal Palestinian conflict. And that conflict should be against the parties that impose the siege.
Do not
against the
turn this into an
Palestinian
internal
people.
conflict. What? Oh
In
yeah. Meanwhile,
2019,
Hamas
having
goes to
voluntarily
fucking
stepped down,
literally
Hania
starts
left
fighting
Gaza.
Fatah and drives them out of Gaza. This is literally just like Haqqani when he goes up there saying tries to unite all the tribes when the Taliban government's forming by saying let go of revenge. And he's talking about the double tap that like killed his wife and shit, right? And and the guy who gave the information was sitting in the room. And he learned to forgive this man. Our father always said, don't make jihad personal. Brilliant speech, right? To say that, you know, let go of your hate and malice is literally what Haqqani's saying up there. Meanwhile, he's literally starting a war within the Taliban amongst other factions of the Taliban. That's exactly what Hamas is doing there. We don't want to have an interconflict, just bow to us is what that means.
And began living abroad, for which he faced substantial scrutiny. Hania faced criticism for his absence from the Strip during Israel's war on Gaza in 2023. He led Hamas's diplomacy from a number of locations as civilians were massacred in the Strip. Ismail Hania's influence on the history and politics of Palestine will likely stay for years to come, and for many, he will remain a symbol of resistance in the face of occupation and adversity.
So let me just give you that breaking news again now. The political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, has been killed in Iran. That's according to statements from Hamas and Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Iran state TV is also reporting that he's been assassinated in the Iranian capital. So let me just repeat that for you. The political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, has been killed in Iran. We're getting statements both from Hamas and Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Iran state TV also reporting that he's been killed in the Iranian capital. Let's head to central Gaza now and speak to Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud in Deir al-Bala. Hani, this is an enormous story. The political leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, killed in the Iranian capital.
The thing that's really blowing me away is people that are saying like, oh, now the ceasefire is not going to happen. You know, saying like this is a bad thing because it's not good nor bad. You know, like ideally, all these people go on war crime trials. You know, they either die in this war or go on war crime trials. I'd prefer the trials to happen soon, so suffering doesn't continue. But like Israel has already made it clear that Hamas can't exist. The war won't end. Hamas can't exist. So to act like there's some sort of ceasefire that's gonna fucking happen.
Yeah,
I'll let you kick the ball, Charlie Brown. And like to also think that this is gonna like I always love the fucking like the Syrian Mujahideen, right? Because they're like, yeah, you know, they didn't do shit when they killed Soleimani, right? And they another guy too. Oh, or with Raisi, maybe, but they definitely listed two people. Like, you know, like they didn't do shit when this happened. Why do you think they're gonna do something over somebody who's not even an Iranian? Like, you really think somebody being killed inside Hamas is going to be the straw that makes Iran? They've already tried an all-out attack on the United States or on Israel, and the United States helped. So only like one missile landed that had a fatality. Like, Iran has shown what an all-out attack looks like from them. What are they going to escalate to? Meanwhile, Erdogan has something to say. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, he said that we're going to invade Israel if they don't stop.
Very cool.
It would be fucking funny because where are you going to invade from? What territory do you have that you can just march troops across? Seems like that's kind of full of shit too. You can't fucking form a logistical operation through Syria to go into Israel, buddy.
To get there in Gaza?
Yes, well, this is a sudden turn of events, quite massive for.
Okay, we don't need to hear this phone call. Boring.
Perceiving.
Then we get to see them sitting around in like
with
a funeral
broad
home.
smile and a fulsome handshake, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh greets officials in the Iranian parliament.
Kind of gay.
Posing for pictures at the inauguration of the country's new president. One of the last things he would ever do. He toured an exhibition in the capital, Tehran, and gave a short interview.
They have a fake Al-Aqsa mosque in Tehran.
Do they really?
Yeah, that's what he's in front of.
Amazing.
Right, this is the last footage. So he publicly appeared in footage and then got killed right after.
Epic. It was like IRGC that did it?
No, Mossad did it. They shot a
Mossad
fucking missile at it. They hit him with a fucking missile.
Did they really? That's awesome.
It was probably like a Hellfire type missile too. I don't imagine it was a ground launched missile. Like, they knew this guy was here. They knew they were going to be attending the inauguration of the president. Did they not say that they're going to kill all the leaders of Hamas? Did they not say that?
Yeah, I guess they did.
Speaking of his honor and pride as a member of the resistance. A few hours later, the political chief of Hamas was dead. In the early hours of the morning, Ismail Haniyeh's residence in Tehran was hit, says the newsreader. The cause and dimensions of this incident are under investigation. But it didn't take long to point the finger. Israel blamed immediately by the Iranian government and these protesters in Tehran.
Has Israel denied it even? They normally won't acknowledge Mossad ops, so because I don't think they've acknowledged that. Like, Mossad was like, yeah, we did kill that guy in that Al Qaeda guy in Tehran, and Israel's like, who's Mossad? Like, I think that's how it went down.
The
Harvey
Israelis
Weinstein
haven't commented officially, but they've carried out such assassinations in the past.
Who else would it be?
Protege of the organization's founder, Sheikh Yassin, Haniya became the leader of Hamas in 2006 and tried to push it in a political direction.
Normally,
he was committed.
Normally, my first suspect is the guy who said he's going to kill his wife. You know, I kind of start there. That's what we call
terrorist by the Americans
murder.
in 2018. The International Criminal Court also sought a warrant for his arrest.
Webcams on the wall?
But
Oh my god, they got a little black and white photo of Raisi.
As he tried to negotiate a
They're so
ceasefire
cute.
with Israel.
They're so. It literally looks like this is like at a family funeral right now. You know. I swear to God, there's little remote control cameras on the wall.
Probably.
Room I saw.
Here he learns that
it was either that or a
Israeli
weird
airstrike
scandal.
had killed 3 of his adult children. The news relayed by phone. May God have mercy on them. May God have mercy on them, he says. In the West Bank, hundreds of Palestinians took to the streets in a series of noisy protests, hoisting the green flag of Hamas. Such protests are rare in a territory governed by their rivals from Fatah. In Hebron, they held Haniya's picture aloft before the skirmishes began with Israeli forces. Politicians said the assassination would serve to energize the Palestinian cause. In Gaza, the news of Haniya's demise was greeted with dismay. He wasn't involved with daily affairs, but he was leading the negotiations for a deal. Some said they couldn't understand it.
This man could have signed the prisoner exchange deal with the Israelis. Why did they kill him? They killed peace, not Ismail Haniyeh. They killed the peace process.
Why do you think they
Why
did
did
it?
Israel kill him?
For the family members of the Israeli hostages seen gathering here in Jerusalem, it is an event of undeniable significance. The Israelis, it seems, have eliminated their principal counterpart when hopes of a deal were arising. Yet many see no other way. Isn't there a contradiction here? The Israeli government both trying to destroy Hamas and negotiate with them through intermediaries at the same time.
This is a good question. Terror organizations like Hamas, like Al-Qaeda, they don't really care like we care about people, about the circumstances, about real life. It doesn't have the same way of thinking like you and I.
That might be true,
and
but
don't push it. They see it
Israel's
as a
fascist government might see it as
Hamas has
beneficial
recovered
to
from
have
similar setbacks.
Hamas
The death of Haniya will
take
not destroy
over
it.
the West Bank, because
But
then
it
they
may
can do what they
shatter
do
the
in Gaza
balance
there.
in the region. The risk of escalation has never been so great.
That didn't answer the
John
question.
Sparks, Sky News in Jerusalem.
That's how it works.
We start this hour with the breaking news. The Palestinian militant group Hamas has said its political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, has been killed in Iran.
IDF
A
wins,
statement
Hamas
from the
dead, you
group
put in
said
the
he was
title.
killed in an
Yeah.
Israeli raid on a house in the Iranian capital, Tehran, that he was staying in. Israel's military is not commenting. It said the raid took place after he had attended the inauguration of the new Iranian president. Ismail Haniyeh had been leading negotiations with Israel, and his death is likely to affect any chances of progress. Hamas official described the assassination
What?
as a grave escalation that will not go unpunished.
Oh,
One
I
of
bet.
Ismail Haniyeh's bodyguards is also said to have died. So let's just take a closer look at who Ismail Haniyeh was. Born in the Al-Shati refugee camp in Gaza, Haniyeh was a key member of Hamas from its inception. He was imprisoned by Israel a number of times, including for 3 years in 1989, as it cracked down on the first Palestinian uprising. At one point, he was expelled to southern Lebanon for 6 months. In 2003, he survived an assassination attempt by Israel, along with the Hamas founder, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin. 3 years later, Haniyeh was appointed a Palestinian prime minister by President Mahmoud Abbas after Hamas won the most seats in national elections. However, he was dismissed a year later after the group ousted Abbas's Fatah party from the Gaza Strip in a week of deadly violence. Haniyeh had led Hamas's
What?
political
You mean
operations
the guy-
since 2017.
guy who said we shouldn't have inter-Palestinian violence ousted them? Crazy.
While living in exile in Qatar,
Mossad
he was the public face of Hamas's diplomacy in Arab capitals
Iran
and was
all the
leading
time.
efforts to negotiate a ceasefire deal
A
in
few a
Gaza.
year, at least.
Haniyeh was considered to be less hardline and militaristic than Yahya Sinwar, who is the head of Hamas inside Gaza.
Wow.
Let's get more with our Middle East correspondent, Yulan Nal, who is in Jerusalem, and Hugo Beshega, who is in Beirut. Yulan, to you first. What more do we know about what's happened?
Well, the reports are saying that this was an attack, an airstrike at about 2 o'clock in the morning local time on the residence where Ismail Haniyeh was staying in the Iranian capital. He was killed along with his bodyguard. We don't have many more details than that at the moment. He'd been in Iran along with the leaders of other Iran-backed armed groups from around the region for the swearing in of Iran's new president. They were seen very prominently at that ceremony and also meeting the Iranian supreme leader. And there's already been a lot of reaction to what happened. One Hamas official calling this a cowardly act, saying it will not go unanswered. There have been others saying that this could lead to a dangerous escalation. And this killing really did catch us by surprise. I mean, it's not been claimed by Israel. When I asked the Israeli military, it said it did not comment on reports in foreign media.
Seriously,
but
what
this came...
escalation can happen, though? What? I need to watch it.
For Hamas, nothing. What can they escalate, really? It's only Israel that can escalate.
Just hours after Israel said it had killed a senior Hezbollah figure in southern Beirut. Somebody, it said, was responsible for a deadly rocket strike in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights at the weekend. And we'd really been braced for several days for Israel's retaliation there. Hezbollah denying that it was responsible for carrying out that strike, and it hasn't confirmed the death of any of its leaders. But already there had been fears that Iran could be drawn in if there was a strong response to what Israel did in Beirut. Now we've got Iran saying that its top Security Council
it's fucked up, but like,
considering its reaction.
We know that there's not going to be a peace talk, right?
Mm.
So like, it's fucked up to say, but like from a realist perspective, this is closer to ending the war. Because the only way that we can, even though there's nothing saying that after Israel succeeds in its mission to eliminate Hamas, that the war will end, right? There's nothing saying that, you know, that they won't find a new excuse. But we know it's not going to happen with a ceasefire, right? The future is more uncertain, right? So if it's furthering one goal, like, and taking away from another, I guess. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's almost like you want them to kill Hamas as quickly as possible because that brings about the end of the war.
Mm.
You know, which is, it's fucked up.
Of this top Hamas leader on its own soil. So this is another very dangerous moment.
And what do you think this means in the immediate term for any hostage ceasefire deal?
Nothing. It means nothing because nothing was happening.
I mean, as you were saying, Ismail Haniyeh was seen as being the sort of more pragmatic, more moderate face of Hamas when compared to the hardliners.
I love it
like
because
Yahya
this is what we say. It's like Haqqani is the more moderate member of the Taliban, right? Like when we say moderate.
Mohammed Deif, who masterminded the 7th of October attacks, still in Gaza. We're not sure about what's happened to Mohammed Deif, but Yahya Sinwar is believed to still be in an underground bunker there. Now, it's very much putting more power in the hands of Yahya Sinwar when it comes to any kind of negotiations on a new ceasefire and hostage release deal. Ismail Haniyeh had been really overseeing those negotiations through mediators. He was somebody who had been able to travel around the region still and attend meetings. And it's not clear at this point who his successor will be. So this is likely to be a major setback for any sort of new deal on a ceasefire and hostage release. And it's
Someone
not clear at
worse
this
could
moment what
come
it
in.
means for the course of the war in Gaza.
Okay, you land for now.
The
Thank
thing
you.
is,
Let's
it
go to
doesn't
Hugo
matter
Botega,
who
who
comes
is
in
Beirut.
because
Hugo, what,
it's like just like how like naturally like the fact that like bin Laden's son is like what intelligence looks like to be the actual new emir of Al Qaeda, right? Like Saif al-Adal was there from the start, right? But like where is he on leadership, right? To have like the organization stay together and not splinter. Saif al-Adal isn't a guy who can keep it together, right? So who in Hamas could possibly replace him and have the command and loyalty? It would be like people who aren't in Hamas anymore would have to come back, like to even have a chance of having the same loyalty there, right? And this is a strategy that was used by the United States, and it's questionable what its success rate is, but it's basically is you target leaders to cause fractures. Because authoritarians rarely have people who are going to replace them, because that endangers their position to have somebody who can replace them. Al Qaeda at least always had Zarqawi, or not Zarqawi, Zawahiri. Like that was the deal when EIJ joined them, is that after bin Laden died, it would go to an EIJ figure. But
has there been by Hezbollah, another Iranian proxy there in Lebanon, given that this comes just hours after one of Hezbollah's senior leaders was targeted by Israel?
Yes, Samantha. So we had two statements from Hezbollah this morning. One mourning the death of
well, the moderate
killing
position is that the state of
Ismail
Israel shouldn't exist, and that it should all be given back to Palestine, and the Jews should go live somewhere else. Basically, it is technically a genocidal position.
In Iran, and the first statement was the first reaction we had from Hezbollah after the attack that happened here in Beirut last night, confirming that the senior commander Fouad Shukr was
because
what?
Yeah, from the river to the sea.
Yeah, that's been a thing for ages. Like they always.
Yeah, but Israel says it's genocidal.
Yeah, but Israel's fucking retarded.
Because to Hamas, from the river to the sea means the Israel state doesn't exist.
Sure, you can interpret it that way. If you're dumb.
Or malicious.
Or malicious, yeah.
In the building behind me that was hit in this Israeli attack. So
he's like, these people don't even know what river and sea they're talking about. The Mediterranean.
This is the scene here in Dahir in southern Beirut. This is
the only river in Israel.
In the Beirut capital, there is obviously a very strong presence of Hezbollah members, also of the Lebanese military. Obviously, the streets here have been cordoned off and shops are closed, but streets are getting busier here with lots of people coming to the scene and obviously lots of journalists here as well. So we had a very short statement by Hezbollah saying that emergency services are still searching through the rubble. They confirmed that the senior commander was here in the building when this attack happened last night, just before sunset, but they haven't confirmed that he was actually killed. Yesterday, the Israeli military said that Fouad Shukr was killed. They described this as a precise attack. He said he was the Israeli military said the senior commander was a right-hand man to the Hezbollah leader,
Hassan. They're like stooges for Iran, making it seem like these people are, they said useful idiots for Iran, which is like, just shut up, bro. Because like, how do I continually like have to like explain to people shit like how certain protests the IRGC is involved and then be able to keep my credibility, you know? Because naturally a natural bias when you hear somebody say something like that, it's okay, Zionist, shut the fuck up.
Nasrallah. And he was also described as being the commander behind the attack that happened on Saturday in the occupied Golan Heights when 12 children were killed. And the Israeli authorities had promised a response to the attack. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Hezbollah would pay a very heavy price. And for days here in Lebanon, there was this wait for...
We're not going to tell you when it's going to happen, but it's coming.
Response. So it happened last night. It happened here in this stronghold, Hezbollah stronghold in southern Beirut. And I think the fact that it happened here in the Lebanese capital, and perhaps the first time that Hezbollah was targeted here in Beirut, could be seen as a major provocation by the group. We haven't seen any indication yet about any kind of plans for a retaliation.
Fantastic. That's all we need. Excellent.
It's we know what exactly is going to happen here. We've seen it 1,000 times. Nothing ever happens.
Crowder, and to be fair, this was Friday, so maybe his opinion has changed. Here has
you better not laugh and think Steven Crowder's funny.
Going to present against Kamala Harris. Yeah, what does that? His shirt say? Alex Jones was.
Look, I make no promises.
it's funny not because it's funny, but because it's like more laughing at him than laughing with him. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I expect it will be.
That it becomes funny, and
okay. So that's what I expect it will be, because I am a big fan of like what people would say is racist comedy if it's done well. Racist like comedy.
Oh, it's not done well. That's
I'm assuming it's not done well, which is why I'm saying it's probably not going to be funny, because it probably won't be comedic. It's just going to be mean, right? So it inherently won't be funny.
Was right, changed my mind.
Alex Jones was right about what?
Just everything.
Your mum.
Right now, they're actually trying to trick you, the media, the legacy media, into believing that Kamala Harris is fully black.
Hoggers! Pause it for a second. I wanted to say that they did this with Barack Obama as well. And I love the fact that Steven Crowder is...
Yes, they do. We saw it as early as 3 days ago.
Policing the racial construct of Kamala Harris.
Who is
this? This is the perfect place for this conversation.
It is so funny that the Republicans are race policing her.
Bro, what's so
That's
funny?
the funniest part.
They're not funny. I like what Sam said. He said policing the racial construct. Like,
yes, he did. Yeah.
That's 3 very eloquent words that mean a whole lot.
It really does, yes.
Steven Crowder.
Yes, totally.
How did her candidacy kind of like get launched online, or have young people get
trying
interested?
to figure
it was
out
the memeing
how
of
we
the
get them
coconut
to have
tree anecdote.
Pokemon
Okay,
go to the
that was a
polls.
story she told about her Indian mother. So I don't know who they and that's a phrase her Indian mother told her, and it was apparently an adage. I don't know who's hiding.
Yeah. Jack, right? He's a comedian, Russell Peters.
Yeah, it's more normie comedy. It's very like safe, family friendly comedy. That's not my bag. I like people who go for
that kind of thing. People. Really isn't my bag, baby. or that thing is my bag,
I much prefer the sort of
Canadian. There you go, Canadian. That sums it up, huh?
Offensive.
Oh, Russell Peters, he's
he is funny though.
He talks about getting going, and he parties with the King of Jordan, right?
Yes, I think that's Russell Peters.
So like I like that stuff because like it's funny to hear about like the guy gives him a watch because he compliments it. Because that's like a thing in like Arab cultures. If you give somebody compliments, they have to give you the stuff. They don't have to. It's just like
that's funny.
A thing that they do.
I guess if you're rich enough,
and you're supposed to refuse it, right?
Oh, really?
But if the joke is Russell Peters was like, sweet.
Hiding the fact that she's mixed race from anybody or who the they is.
This guy just wants to make sure that we have a racially pure black person as president. Right? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, he loves. Yeah, exactly.
To trick you, the media, the legacy media.
It's the evil eye superstition.
You don't understand. It's the right black that he wants. That's what Steven Crowder's after. Sam, you don't understand.
Into believing that Kamala Harris is fully black.
Does she really identify as a black woman, or is she more Indian?
What does Kamala Harris listen to?
Definitely Snoop.
Oh, pause it.
You ain't black.
Oh my God.
This is really.
What do you think?
Wow.
They animated that.
They
Right?
did.
Like somebody took the time. Like I can't even do that with my computer because it will crash. I know how to do it.
I'm just curious whether they darkened her skin tone
They did.
over the time that it was on screen.
Oh no, it like comes in. Watch.
Or-
So it's
To trick
it's
you,
fully
the
animated.
media,
This
the legacy
is
media,
the
into
legacy
believing that
media.
Kamala Harris is fully black.
Does she really identify as a black woman, or is she more Indian?
What does Kamala Harris listen to?
Definitely Snoop.
Oh, pause it.
It is gradually shading up. That's fucking insane. This is like that one drawing. Someone was like, "This is weird." Somebody sat here and drew this. Right? It was that weird trans one. Did you see that?
The skin tone that they picked to shade to also is not really. It's more of a shoe polish skin tone than an actual human skin tone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not exactly natural. It looks very
It's literally they're black facing.
And it's like, I'm just gobsmacked that they actually animated it to shade it up as the video went. That's crazy.
You ain't black.
Oh my God.
This is really just
Sam's
stunning.
laughing. You can hear
They
him
did
laughing
blackface.
about it.
They, for folks just listening, they darkened her image and
Sam's
put
just
a
too scared
joint
to
in her
show
mouth.
himself
And
smiling about
gold
it on
chains
camera.
around.
Oh, right. I forgot Mr. T style gold chains.
And graffiti it next to it that says "Black like me."
Black.
Now, just to be clear, I would not advise President Trump to focus on this.
No.
I would not advise politically to focus on her whore kingdom. I wouldn't. But this is not a presidential campaign, and so we like to do it. So the narrative right now, I told you this was coming, but it's very, very clear. And we have a montage for you, and you can share it on social. Just so you can cut people off at the pass. If you don't allow it to happen in darkness, then it loses all power. The line of attack from everybody and their dog on the left is if you don't.
He looks so weird, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Because he's a pussy.
I don't think he trains chest. I think he only trains.
He has chest problems. Like he had chest surgery, so he only does arms. Because he literally. Had
I was
chest
right.
surgery.
Because I'm looking at him like he looks very fucking weird.
Yeah. He only
So
does
he
arms.
must
can't
only do arms.
He can't do heavy chest stuff because he had like a chest surgery. You say that,
Kamala, or if you actively oppose Kamala, if you certainly actively present her shortcomings as a candidate, it's because you hate women. I mean, black people. I mean, black people. I mean, women. I mean, black people or women. Black women. Half black women. You hate all the people who are women or black or half black.
Many of these. Pause it for 1 second. And so
I'll skip ahead for a little bit because it's a long montage.
this is the way that he's going to prove that you don't.
He's literally the
Donald Trump has never been elected to anything.
You have to be able to fairly critique the vice president of the United States without just saying it's the color of their skin or the fact she's a woman. But it is part of it. Sorry, is it just because she's black?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Also, did that
What are they
shriveled
laughing at?
ladybug
Funny.
say that Donald Trump has never been elected to anything?
Hey, that's election denial.
Reverend.
I am not familiar with that term, but I will get back to you.
Sorry, election denial.
Oh, like misogynoir. I heard that.
Misogynoir.
For the first time today, too.
Yeah.
Misogynoir from that half-ass house party haircut that you cannot do with that high of a hairline because it just looks like you've been green screened improperly.
No.
Hey, speaking of hairlines, are we going to just graze over the fact that we had Black Larry David at the end of that?
I know.
Yes.
Oh, Barry David?
That's Michael What Up Steele. When he was the RNC chairman, he was like, I got a new blog.
Wow.
Larry David.
He was
What?
the least effective RNC chairman.
what they're
ever. It was a few
laughing at.
months, I
Larry
believe.
He's on the show called Curb Your Ebony.
I mean, this is just wow.
Riffy.
See, Sam was laughing and Emma was laughing too. She's covering up that she's laughing by doing the whole. I'm just scratching my face to cover my urge to smile.
Look, the Curb Your Ebony thing was kind of funny. In like a taking that out to have that as a joke is like that's
Okay,
kind of
bro.
that's
The one thing the racists who did blackface said, one thing they said,
Wait.
they had a point.
No. Like I'm saying, as a joke premise would be kind of funny put into the right joke format, but like that makes no sense. What they're laughing at? What they're laughing at people who are like, oh, she's like half black. Who gives a shit? Like, what are we actually watching here? I think you're right though. They are laughing.
They're approving. They're just giving you ammo.
She's trying
young
to, you can
aspiring
tell
racist
she was
to
fighting a
head
smirk there.
off
She
at the
swallowed
pass
her
any
smirk there, too.
critique that your problem with Kamala Harris is that she's black. That's all they're doing. Go ahead.
Pretty black. They asked him when he was going to be the RNC chairman, like, hey, what do you think we need to do? We need to be more effective on our messaging as it relates to strong American economy, jobs for the middle class. He's like, I think they need a what? I'm gonna start a blog. Michael, what up, Steel? Like, you're the worst. I'll take it.
Go away.
I see your point. And I'll
That's not even as cringy as it really gets.
No.
You're less cringy than they are.
Well, here's what's even more cringy is, look, and I understand that she is biracial. Okay, it's not lost. We will have her Jamaican father, Donald J. Harris, on in just a little bit.
Yeah.
However, she is trying to
Oh,
use
yeah?
whatever is most convenient that day.
I can't wait.
And
You're going to have her
because they
Jamaican
know,
father
we'll get to
on.
the polls, that Kamala doesn't
What do I
poll
think
very
that
well with
segment's
the
going to be like,
noirs,
huh?
to quote that man.
You're going to get the state fair.
They're now trying to make Kamala do more black
The
things.
dreads in it.
What'd you get? No.
You know,
Okay, so you know
this is so
music?
good. The fact that they're so mad about
First
this.
of all, Charlie Mangus.
And then the black street community. She is a great asset to this team.
Well, to say that the black community is excited about this potential nomination is an understatement.
One of my favorite albums of all time. Roy Ayers, Everybody Loves Sunshine.
Pause. If it's your favorite album, why are you buying it now on camera?
Yeah. It's like she Googled it.
Yes.
You would have already had it.
Oh, I guess.
TMZ literally follows people around and asks them questions whenever they go to a store.
Yeah, just normal shit, right? Also, buying vinyl is not like a normal thing. Or
Like,
it's
what
more
is
of a normal
the
thing these
what is
days.
what is the Instagram tag that is on the video?
Also,
WNT. Hold on.
It sounds like news. WNT local affiliate code.
It's like she Googled it.
Yes. Why are you?
Roy Ayers, Everybody Loves Sunshine.
Pause.
Something blues.
No.
An understatement.
Statistically, no.
Blues or news?
It's definitely blues, jazz blues. WNTS jazz blues. Try that. That work?
WNTS Jazz Blues.
Albums of all time. Roy Ayers, Everybody Loves Sunshine.
Pause. If it's your favorite album, why are you buying it now on camera?
Yeah. It's like she Googled it.
Yes.
You would have
I
already
don't
had
see
it.
them. I don't see a post by them with this.
Was that the
Maybe
right
it was-
one though?
But yeah, maybe it was on their story or something.
Check the reels,
'Cause-
because sometimes the reels don't show up on the main feed.
Oh yeah. Okay, hang on.
also
ones
possible
like
that
that.
maybe it's on your Spotify, but
Oh,
I mean,
here it is.
Reissue. I have
You found it?
Yeah. So like, my question is that if it's if they're the original source, because this one says this one's a completely different one. It says Wiki Jazz for their Instagram tag.
Weird.
That's probably why it was so hard to read. There's two tags layered on each other there because Steven ripped it from
yes.
someone else.
That's what it would be, yes.
So who knows who the original footage is shot, but like could be TMZ is my point. You know, like it's not, it could be a local affiliate. Like it's not abnormal to like, oh, a political candidate is in a record store. We're going to go ask him. Right.
Yes.
So like, obviously she also is going, like it is a publicity stunt, but she doesn't need to coordinate to be like, hey, come film publicity stunt. Right. She's going to say that, oh, I'm going to the store to buy records. And they put a tip out to the fucking local affiliate. And the TMZ literally like follows people when they get off their plane when they fly in. and ask them questions as they're walking to their car.
Yeah, literally as they get off the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is not unusual.
Yeah, no, this like his whole accusation here is
Albums
so
that-
bizarre.
Can you play the video? I want to see the whole thing. I want to see what music she got. I want to judge her.
Okay.
I purchased on vinyl to have as collector items that I listen to also on.
I think
what's funny is people have been photoshopping it to be like she loves death grips and stuff.
That's funny. I don't own vinyl or anything, so I'm not really sure. It's not sharing, by the way. But like I've rebought CDs and shit, so it's not unusual.
It's a classic.
Play it again.
And then for
Oh, Luke.
Right? And this is a beautiful one. It's Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong. So there you go. What'd you get? So
There's a whole press pool right there. There's multiple people there.
Okay, so do you know music? Okay. So first
Did
of
she
all,
say do you do music or did she say do you know music?
Charlie Mingus, really one of the greatest jazz performers ever. One of my favorite albums of all time. Roy Ayers, Everybody Loves Sunshine. You know this one? So good. It's a classic. And then Porgy and Bess, right? And this is a beautiful one. It's Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong. So there you go.
It's like
What'd you get?
Do you know music
don't-
is what she said. Kind of snooty.
I don't not believe her.
No, she's
when
like
this is
super
the
into
music
music. She's
yeah,
super
like
into music.
But I don't not believe her that that's what she listens to. Coming from California, coming from Oakland, the black community,
Yeah.
it makes sense, right? It totally like her coming out and being like, I like white music is weird.
Oh, it was jazz. It was all jazz stuff.
No. That's what I'm saying. It's like if she came out and was like, I like this white
Yeah,
music.
if she can, yeah, well,
weird.
that's. I think she says it's like, and it's like, 'cause she's not out there with the new Beyonce. Like nobody relates to this. Like people aren't like jazz heads.
Yeah, exactly. Like what's
This is
the
not
PR
like
move here?
it's not like a publicity stunt. you
Yeah, this
know?
isn't Brat, right? This isn't that.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
different, right?
Exactly.
Streaming service.
So you may have had cassettes or something.
You like black music? Name 5 of their albums. It's basically what they're saying.
I mean, but I mean, this is all just full on politician
there's
stuff.
funk in there too.
Like there's no politician out
Point is
there.
that
I'm going to McDonald's. Really? Does Donald Trump go?
Just
Does Donald Trump go to
picking
Philadelphia?
random shit, like she clearly knows what she's buying.
There is so much
of all
streets, and let me tell you, Raji, there is so much at stake in this
This is
moment.
June 30th, before she's even candidate.
Streets, because I'm black.
I said Fresca, you bitch!
That's how Crowder treats his employees, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Black drink I've ever heard.
Wait, can you actually pause it? Oh, that's so funny. You know what Kamala Harris?
Fresca is now the least black drink the guy's ever heard.
Yeah.
What is the black drink?
Well,
Chat.
Purple.
Purple.
I'm sure he'll tell you in
Orange
another
soda or
episode.
something, yeah.
This has some racist trope for it.
I would say for
so
many,
I
it would
haven't
be
heard. There
sweet
have
tea
been
just
some.
because of Southern.
See, that's what
Sprite
I
is-
would
Sprite-
assume is because I was in South Carolina, right? It's the tea, the sweet tea is
Yeah,
like
that's but this
the
is she's
meme.
that like Oakland don't fuck with sweet tea though.
No, it's a very southern thing.
Mhm.
Because it's funny that this is coming up again. What the fuck is this? Like we're having discussions over Mountain Dew and
That really
Appalachia.
said lean.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to think back to like racist tropes and shit, like what it would be.
Blackface.
Like drinks that is like typical racist tropes. I'm just because it's like I don't know because it's just making me think because the Mountain Dew thing I didn't know about that. Right, so is there like more racist tropes like that towards the black community in like drinks and shit? Like what would be an equivalent? Do you think?
For
for
Mountain
like
Dew?
Black Americans. So this was
well, in
this
the
is
South,
all
I'd say sweet tea, but
yeah, because like this is what I was thinking was like orange soft drinks was like
well,
the
that's more like 90s.
okay.
But
Interesting.
like malt liquor. But
Non-alcoholic.
But like, you know, there's the whole meme about McDonald's Sprite hitting harder than regular Sprite and stuff.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know. It's just interesting because it's these racist stereotypes. I like to. It's interesting to learn where they come from.
Like the
just
whole
to
like the
know.
whole like Newport thing. Like I don't know. Like a lot of the people that I like
Those
that I
cigarettes?
know who are like all about Newports were white people who wanted to be black. Or the people who are
That's
like
funny.
insistent on smoking Newports, right? like a lot of my black friends would be like more of a Marb menthol type of person, and Marb menthol is like objectively like Newports aren't bad, but Marb menthols are better.
Lando Calrissian? Is that what you're talking about?
Politicians like Amy Klobuchar, there were some issues with how she maybe treated her staff. Katie Porter, some of that stuff came out.
I'm
There's some
googling
been
drinks
some staff
consumed by
turnover.
black people.
Were they really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. That's the whole
interesting.
reason. That's the whole reason behind the ban that they're justifying is that it's specifically marketed to black people.
So they're banning menthols because of that.
That's the justification that they're using. They're doing it because they want to get rid of all flavored tobacco.
Yeah.
Over for Harris, but not too
Consumed
much.
by
I'm not sure
black
where he's getting the fact that he seemingly like is alluding that she yells at her employees. We know how Steven Crowder allegedly treats his employees. We know
how he
that
treats
there have been
black.
allegations of abuse and sexual misconduct, including his repeated obsessive attempts to place his testicles and genitalia upon the bodies of his male employees. As he talks about how gay people and trans people are trying to groom your children. That's how we know how he treats other people, not necessarily how Harris does.
These streets because I'm black.
I said Fresca, you bitch!
That's the least black drink I've ever heard.
Squirt is lying. Fresca has a grapefruit base.
She's just
Wearing streets from her office.
Yes.
You can tell this is not how you talk about an album that you like. And this is a very beautiful one. It's
She looked at it before she read the name.
Louis Armstrong.
You know, for a guy who has to put
So I guess it's grapefruit.
What?
Streets
Yeah.
from her office.
Yes.
Fresca?
What he
That's the
says.
least black drink I've ever heard.
Fresca?
No, listen.
Squirt is lying. Fresca has a grapefruit base.
She's just
Wearing streets.
Because
Yeah.
he's like, no, it's not a black drink. So maybe grapefruit there?
I mean, Fresca, I don't know why he's saying if it's more of like because she's like rich and fancy or something.
Yeah.
Like she's trying to be black, but she's actually drinking Fresca. Like I think that's the joke. And like that's the thing is it's like nobody like I have Fresca and it was like I mean it was good until I started thinking that it was grapefruit and then I started not liking it, but it got delivered to me by accident. Like I would like it's like such a like yesterday joke. Right? Like I barely know what Fresca is. And the only reason why I knew what it was is I want to say in like Caddyshack, they say, how about a Fresca? And like I had that joke explained to me. I like until I actually had one like a few months ago. Like I still have the box. Like I had never had it.
Yeah. It's just like
It's it's just carbonated water.
From her office.
Yes.
You can tell this is not how you talk about an album that you like. And this is a very beautiful one. It's
She looked at it before she read the name.
Louis Armstrong.
you know, for a guy who has to put a gun on his desk and has had elective surgery to make his chest bigger. It's funny that he feels like he has such insights as to like portraying something that you may not
Surgery
be.
to make his chest bigger.
It's
That might
interesting.
happen too.
Go ahead.
That's the kind of stuff that it's like, look, if she was into like vinyl that much and she was just like, oh,
she's into pleather.
Exactly. I've had
And
one
she's
of these
very
before,
chained,
and I'm
not in a
buying
black
another
way.
one. I would absolutely understand and be like, fine, it is such a cringy thing. Somebody actually tweeted out, like, if you're a black family and like you're really trying to like you've had these albums for probably decades.
It's still going on.
What?
Yeah, did you know that you can buy new versions of things? Shit gets damaged.
All black people have certain albums.
The extensive vinyl collection of all black music.
They all listen to Charlie May.
This is like fundamental racist beliefs, right? Is all black people have the fire alarm beeping in the background, or they all have all of black music or all of black cinema just like owned because they're black. It's like a fundamental racist belief, I feel like.
So
they all listen
it's
to
very
Roy Ayers.
difficult because it's obviously coming up with like alcoholic stuff.
This is
but what I have learned is that we would not have cocktail culture without black people. I assume it has to do with jazz. But
okay, this is
I can tell you that the drink consumed the most is coffee. But like that's everyone, you know. I don't imagine that it's more than a third drink coffee daily, and I don't imagine like I imagine that's just average. Because who doesn't drink coffee, right?
I don't drink coffee.
I'm trying to see, the thing is I'm trying to come up with like the racist stereotype because I don't know know stereotypes. Milk was on there too. That was like one of the lower ones. It was like 3% or so.
That actually, I think that is a stereotype, and that's what I mean. I'm like, I'm sitting here trying to think of drink stereotypes.
A brief history of
Kool-Aid.
racist soft.
Sure, like Kool-Aid is probably the stereotype drink. But
When
Kool-Aid's
Jim
good.
Crow drank Coke.
Fucking, I don't. Man, the first time I tried Kool-Aid, I'm like, we have nothing equivalent to this. This is delicious. I understand why Americans are fat. I get it.
Real question: what is the whitest drink? I mean, I think Fresca is a good example, but what white people consume the most? It's hard seltzers or regular seltzers, and then coffee would be up there too. But like, the stereotypical
Coffee,
white
100%.
drink. That is definitely Canadian. Is definitely more ginger ale is very more Canadian, but also Midwest here. But like the La Crux water is like the peak white thing.
LaCroix, MacBook. South Park did a whole episode about it.
Vice President Kamala Harris has secured the endorsement of Barack Obama. Nearly every major leader in the Democratic Party is now behind her candidacy. But this election cycle, some critical
They won't tell me what brand of soda. They'll just be like sugary drinks. Okay, but what sugary drinks? Tell me how to be
freedom
racist.
out on the campaign trail. Of course, you've heard that. Olivia Rudd.
It doesn't have to be native children, and the celebrities just like the blood of children. So
Rodrigo appeared to offer her endorsement earlier this week. British pop star Charlie XCX pledged her support in this post, referencing her latest hit album, Brat. That sparked a slew of viral videos produced in the style of that album. This one has more than 4 million views, but it's not the only one going viral.
Why would you do this, CNN?
Fell out of a coconut tree?
All right, for more on the coconut trees and the contacts, let's discuss with Time senior correspondent, author of The Ones We've Been Waiting For, Charlotte Alter, executive director of Voters for Tomorrow, Santiago Mayer, Washington Post senior video reporter, David Jorgensen, also known as the Washington Post TikTok guy, and co-founder of Betches Media, Sammy Sage. I'm pronouncing that as best as I can without getting myself in trouble. She's also the author of Democracy and Retrograde. Guys, thanks so much. Really appreciate this. Santiago, you have an exclusive preview of what Kamala Harris will say to your organization tomorrow. Let's take a listen to that.
In this election, we know young voters will be key, and we know your vote cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned, and that is exactly what we will do.
Yeah, I mean, Santiago, I'll start with you. I mean, is all of this energy that we're seeing, all the stuff that is going crazy online and so on, is that going to translate into votes, do you think?
For sure. First of all, thank you, Jim, so much for having me. I think what we're seeing right now is Gen Z is incredibly excited for Vice President Harris, and we are ready to get to work and elect her. As you saw, we have a special message from her for the Voters Tomorrow Summit, which is
right
in Atlanta
about the stereotype.
later today.
But also, if I'm thinking of Sprite commercials, they're a lot more like targeted towards Black audiences. If I'm thinking about Sprite commercials as well, but like mostly what I was able to find is I finally found somebody on Reddit asking the question, and that's going to be my source of what the stereotype is Reddit, because why not? We're talking about stereotypes. But I was reading a lot about how much like high sugar drinks are marketed towards Black and
This is
Latin
hilarious.
Americans.
Probably a lot, right?
Yeah, it's like it's like a
Shit like Fago. You ever looked at the label of a Fago?
well,
That shit's
Fago is
fucked.
ICP. That's
I
all
don't
they
know what
drink.
that is.
Insane
Oh,
Clown Posse Juggalos.
Right.
But yeah, there's like a lot of so like there's like this whole thing about like Coke was made for white people. Oh my god.
Dr. Pepper
I can't say this out loud. But I'm just
Put it
gonna
on the
send
screen.
you I don't want to. But I'm gonna send you what the top of the article says. That's the brief, like before the actual article starts.
People know about Coca-Cola used to contain cocaine, how Pepsi was a hip drink 60s. Few realize Coke marketed assiduously to whites while Pepsi hid. Okay. So Pepsi. Interesting. That makes sense. Coke was always the white
When
drink,
that
right?
word was okay to say, I guess.
Yeah.
Which it never was, but you know what I'm saying.
When it was socially accepted.
I mean the Harlem Renaissance. That's what it. That's
Yeah.
how it was said.
Yeah. And then they go and Kylie Jenner goes and gives a fucking Pepsi
to a cop. That's so funny.
That's hilarious.
Guys, being the presumptive nominee. Here is Steven Crowder.
What does it take? At a certain point, they've labeled half the country Nazis, fascists, Hitler. You're hateful. We have 10 to 15. We have 10 to 20,000
nice shirt
abortions that take place after 22 weeks in this country every single year. Viable babies. Well, there's no doubt that is happening.
See that I tried to stop it, but I couldn't help it.
There are approximately 1 million abortions a year in this country. 1% of them.
Hold on. What numbers did he say?
After 22 weeks, and this we have 10 to 15. We have 10 to 20,000 abortions that take place after 22 weeks in this country every single year. Viable.
Counterpoint. I don't care. It's not my child.
Babies. Well, there's no doubt that is happening.
Pause it for 1 second.
Why don't you leave people the fuck alone?
There are approximately 1 million
You
abortions
fascist.
a year in this country. 1% of them are past 21 weeks. Of
90%, 90%,
call the GOP.
90% in the first trimester too. So yeah.
Oh no, 90% even in the first trimester, and then the other.
No, that's pretty
I have the numbers right here actually. 21 weeks or after represent 1% of all abortions. 96% occur at or before 15 weeks gestation. 3% occur from 16 to 20 weeks gestation.
There you go.
Sounds like we better get some Republican politicians involved in healthcare.
Let's also be clear. And that does, at 1 million, comes out to about 10,000 abortions after 21 weeks. They are largely out of those 10,000. Vast majority, fetal anomalies, a maternal health issue, or life endangerment, as well as barriers to care that people couldn't get abortions before then. The idea of, abortions as the baby's about to be born, these are all myths. These are all lies.
What do you mean, Sam? There's no baby guillotines?
The fact of the matter is, though, is that this is a problem for
Where the baby
Steven
guillotine?
Crowder. He doesn't
What do
like
you
it.
think
He
the
doesn't. He has a
sound
problem
the
with
baby
these.
guillotine makes is?
Ka-chunk? Shink? I don't know.
Wants to. She's supposed to be just pregnant.
Well, that's the
But
sweet release of
let's
death.
continue.
Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
After 22 weeks in this country every single year. Viable babies. Well, there's no doubt that is happening right now, and no one does that. People say, look, it's very rare. 10 to 20,000 is rare.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want. At this point, I don't give a shit.
Oh my
Are we up to
God, what a
1.4 million people
crybaby.
died from COVID?
Around that.
But everybody was overreacting. In fact, he's about to go tell everybody about how they overreacted during COVID.
Crowder
I'm
was saying it was
fucking
going to be
better
like the
than
flu.
you.
Viable babies. Well, there's no doubt that is happening right now, and no one does that. People say, look, it's very rare. 10 to 20,000 is rare.
Yes.
We have the highest corporate tax rate in the industrialized world.
How many people died from
we've
COVID?
been shut down.
And that was
Mhm.
like, what are these the same arguments you're making with COVID, buddy? Of why COVID doesn't matter? Pick a fucking morality lane, Like
It's a
if I believed that abortion was wrong because it killed a human life, I would also believe that you know,
COVID is bad 'cause it kills a
COVID was
human
bad
life.
because it killed human lives.
Well, I'm morally consistent. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I said notice how I said if I believed that it was a human life.
Businesses will never recover after COVID.
Pause it for 1 second.
We were
please.
lied to.
Pause it for 1 second. This is pretty easily Googleable. We do not have
Googleable?
the highest business. In fact, we have those charts.
Bro, mark
Let's put up a
that.
couple of charts.
Mark that. Googleable.
Maximum corporate.
Let's get that
In
again.
fact, we have those charts.
Yeah.
Let's put up a couple of charts.
Go back to Google.
Maximum corporate.
1,000 is rare.
Slow it down a
We have the
little.
highest corporate tax rate in the industrialized world. We've been shut down. Businesses will never recover after COVID.
Pause it for 1 second.
We were
please.
lied to.
Pause it for 1 second. This is pretty easily Googleable. We do not have the highest business.
It's gonna get so much use.
Yeah.
Let's put up a couple of charts. Maximum corporate income tax rate: Germany, Japan, Italy, Canada, France, United States. That's weird. So I mean, maybe Germany, Japan, Italy, and Canada and France are not considered the industrial world in his mind.
Yeah, Germany does not part of
But
the
let's check
Germany
it.
and Japan.
But maybe the point is as a fraction of GDP. Let's go. Let's look at the next one. As a function of GDP. Oh, Japan, Canada, United Kingdom, as a share of GDP, has higher corporate rates than we do. France, Germany, Italy, United States.
Once again, below the OECD average.
Yeah.
And Biden created
we're a free
15
country.
million jobs. I have many issues
Okay, I
with
really don't care about
what
this.
Biden has done. His
I mean, let's get like whatever. He's crying about abortion. Who cares? Let's get to some real news because there's so much stuff.
Okay, this is Nick from Ohio.
Nick from Ohio, home of JD Vance.
Yes, unfortunate. It was very
This
sad
phone
that my
call?
first
The
election
last phone call was pretty good. We'll give it 5 minutes.
I could vote in, I had to vote against JD Vance and he won. So still pretty disappointed about that to this day.
Well, you'll have a chance to vote against him again, and maybe he'll lose this time.
I really hope so. It'd really make me proud of my home state if we were to do away with him for good. I wanted to call about something that I think isn't really being talked about a lot when it comes to the Kamala Harris campaign that I think is really interesting. I think that obviously people have talked about how she has a really big chance to turn out youth voters here.
This dude is about to
especially
say
if
nobody's
she
talking
begins
about
to, make a
the viral memes around Kamala Harris.
Is that what you reckon it's going for?
It's got to be because if you think about where he's from in Ohio, it's got to be an isolation factor.
Surely.
turn to a significantly more support for the Palestinian people. But and I think I have faith that she'll do that in the coming months. At least that might be my naive hope. I don't know. But I think something that hasn't been really talked about is how her recent social media campaign has been really, at least from what I've been seeing, really motivating for a lot of people, younger people my age. I'm 20 years old, and
Sometimes
several
naive.
people that I have known who
Okay,
were
I'm
incredibly
done.
demotivated.
So, have you guys been seeing?
Oh my god, how many of these did you fucking send me?
What are you
With enough
talking about? I didn't
Democratic
send you
delegates
something
to be
about
the
the
party's
Haktua
nominee
girl.
for president, Kamala
Why would
Harris
I
is on
send
a
you something
glide
on
path
that?
to formally
You built
accept
the
the
list, bro.
nomination at the Democratic National Convention.
It was about
All eyes are now on Chicago, where the
Kamala
nominating event begins August 19th.
Sure.
To me, actually, like the process
There's a lot of
already
stuff
over.
about Kamala Harris.
Political science professor John Mark Hansen of the University of Chicago
You
said it
picked
is
it.
highly unlikely anyone but Harris will be the nominee.
You were like, I'm going to
Already
raw
over.
dog 4 Sam Cedar
Because
videos in a row
everybody
here.
who might have been a formidable challenger to her has now endorsed her. So it's hard to see that there's anyone who would really contest it, and hard to see that anyone would really want to wade into it. And
Terrible Mike.
just create all kinds of problems for the party.
A party brawl would be disaster for the
Wow.
Democrats.
History professor Alan Lichtman of American
This
University
guy
says not
certainly is
unifying
a,
behind a single candidate would likely result
you
in a
know,
loss in November.
you can tell
That would
that
create a
somebody actually
situation
attempted to
where there's an open
design a
seat.
character here. You know, it's not just a default character where you just pick the
Biden is not
haircut.
running,
You know,
and an internal party
And whenever you
Under
try to
those
design your own
conditions,
character, it
since
ends up coming out like
1900,
this.
the White
Whoa.
House Party
See how
has
high his
never, I repeat,
enunciation?
never
Like,
been
wow,
reelected.
he
In
fucking
effect,
straight up
that would
Joker laughs
recreate
when he says certain
exactly the
words.
same conditions under which Donald Trump was elected in the first place.
The timing is very tight.
Dr. Mina Bose, the executive dean for public policy at Hofstra University, says there simply isn't enough time for Democrats to entertain another option.
Vice President Harris, I think, has having served in office, having run a presidential campaign before, is well positioned to pivot and to mount in this limited time. It's really probably the Democrat with the only Democrat with the visibility to mount a strong campaign in this time, less than 4 months before Election Day.
The ball is rolling.
Reuters White House correspondent Jeff Mason says delegates could still technically
This is so
shift their
written
support to another
for
candidate.
fucking audio, you know?
Yeah.
Like this, like it's like all the sound bites where you like it's so dry. Like this is so dry. Like this is like something that I would assign a student to, like give them the footage to then assemble a script, you know, to teach them standard editing. Like where like it's really good to do what they're doing, where they let the person talk, then intro them, and as they're introing them, they put them under it where they're like, but you can't hear what they're saying, and they're saying this person says blah 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 blah, and then you fucking cut to the sound bite, but no more than like 5 seconds.
Yes, yeah, basic audio package shit, yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody else is stepping up.
That doesn't mean she wouldn't probably welcome a challenger. I think that they are sensitive to looking like it's in a process of anointing rather than a process of earning people's support. And she used the term
It will be a
statement.
hard point to get past because they will frame it that way.
What?
That it's more of an anointing than anything else.
I mean, I don't know. I guess you could like see the framing that like to try and push that it was undemocratic or something.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I don't think that's a smart move. Like the Republicans really destroyed that attack vector. So that's going to be hard. They already have been doing that, but it hasn't been. Nothing's working. JD Vance is destroying any good faith they can spread.
Yes,
and the thing is that I think the average American thinks that, oh, if the Joe Biden like stepped down or he died, Kamala Harris would be president anyway, right? So I think the average person still sees it like, because normally you don't have a primary on if you're an incumbent, right?
Yeah.
So I think the average American is like, well, you don't have a primary
Unaware
if you're
of
the
it.
incumbent, right? They're going to be like, oh, well, that's how it works. The vice president steps in. They're not going to remember the riots in the 60s where 3 candidates were running at the DNC and the committee was like split on 3 of them and it caused riots and stuff, right? So that's really what this is like this piece is missing to flesh something out, is to say like back then, when there was competition, this caused problems. You know, that would be probably a good flavor to throw into this piece. That's just not going to happen this time, though. And that's what this guy's basically been saying.
After President Biden stepped aside.
It is my intention to go out and earn this nomination.
There aren't challengers coming forward to go against Kamala Harris,
And that's
in part because
that's what all she needs to say, too. It's my intention to earn this nomination. That's exactly what you say.
One day after dropping out of the presidential race, we're hearing from President Biden, not seeing him, but hearing from him.
He is still recovering from COVID-19, but he made a call to campaign staffers at an event this evening. Vice President Kamala Harris made her campaign official today as she continues to gather support from top Democrats.
Also, I saw people online being like, why is Kamala Harris being briefed? Is Joe Biden gone? Is he not president? He's sick. He's incumbent. He can't do shit. Kamala Harris is there for this reason. She does his job while he can't. Huh? That's why, you silly goose.
That's why one of the pilots naps while the other one flies the plane.
It's funny how that works, isn't it?
Or eats while the other one flies the plane.
Take over the ticket. A
Talking about eating.
fundraising record of $81 million was set today after the announcement that the president was leaving the race. Fox 4's David Sintendry.
Man, they hated him.
David.
Well, the president, who is still recovering from COVID, called into an event for campaign staffers who are now shifting their focus toward electing Vice President Kamala Harris for president. During a campaign event for Vice President Kamala Harris Monday afternoon, a phone call from President Biden.
If I didn't have COVID, I'd be sitting there with you, standing there with you.
It's the first time we've heard from President Biden in several days since he canceled a campaign event last week and isolated at his home in Delaware after testing positive for COVID.
I know yesterday's news is surprising and,
Okay, there we
it's
go. There's a
hard
little
for you
more.
to hear, but it was the right thing to do.
The vice president swiftly picked up the support from top Democrats, including an endorsement Monday from former
Oh my
Speaker
God.
Nancy Pelosi.
This is like
SMU
why I
political
can't do
science
corporate
professor
news
Matthew
anymore.
Wilson says the vice president is the most convenient choice for Democrats.
There's just not a lot of time for the Democrats to cobble together some sort of other selection
Both
process.
these
The
last two
money
stories have
that
been
was
so
raised for the
formulaic.
Biden-Harris ticket can be spent pretty much seamlessly as long as Kamala
it's like a
Harris remains
Marvel
on the
movie
ticket.
at
If there's
this
some
point
other
for me,
candidate,
you
then it
know,
gets a
like,
lot more
I'm just
complicated.
so
But she will
fucking
have to
sick of the
defend the
formula.
Biden administration's record since she's still part of it. That includes ongoing issues at the southern border and the role she played, something Governor Greg Abbott pounced on
And like
during
this
an
is
interview with
clearly
Fox News
somebody's
Channel.
working
She's
remotely
a failure.
too, because
She
they're
had
not
one
in a
job,
fucking sound
and that
booth
is
at
to
a fucking
secure
news
the border. She
studio
was
on
the
both
border
stories.
czar, and she gets a grade of F- for her job on that border
That's
because
not, you
we've had
can't.
the largest number of
Actually,
illegal border
dumbass,
crossings ever.
You get a grade of F because that's the lowest it goes, idiot.
Like, this is literally what I'm trained to do, and I do not want to do this.
Oh,
Like,
the
this
template,
is
the
torture.
template package stuff?
Yeah, just
Oh
like
my
this
God.
is classical journalism. This is what I'm like trained to do. This is what I went through school to do. This is awful. I wanted to do documentary filmmaking so I could actually do journalism, and they said that I couldn't do it because I needed to do a prerequisite class that they wouldn't let me do because I was doing a journalism degree, not a film degree. Fucking retarded. Like, you would think that journalism degrees would work with film departments and arts and media to...
That's not how college works. They want you to. That's
But that's
the
fucking
profit
dumb.
incentive. Yeah.
I'm paying dumb amounts of money to get a stupid piece of paper that I'm never gonna fucking use.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I can't customize my fucking degree? Fuck you, Deacon.
In the history of the country.
And with Vice President Harris being nearly 20 years younger than Donald
That's why
Trump,
my degree isn't
age
in
will no longer be a
journalism.
liability for the
Nor
Democratic
do I have
ticket.
a
The more
degree.
substantive exchange is going to be on policy questions.
Yeah.
It's going to be on immigration policy, economic policy, crime, etc.
Meanwhile,
Building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
the vice president is already laying the
Oh,
groundwork
so
for her
exactly
campaign.
the same
So
as
in
Biden.
the next
That's the
106
thing, is
days,
like Biden tried
work to
to
do.
like be
We
like,
have doors to knock on.
if they can't,
We have
run,
people to
if I
talk
can't
to.
run on my
We have
age
phone
and
calls to
personality,
make,
I'll run on
and we
my
have an
record,
election
right?
to win.
And like
An
literally,
Associated
like
Press survey
Biden
says there
might
appears to be enough delegates for the vice president to win the
most
Democratic
successful
nomination.
modern
This evening, the
president,
Texas
and he only
Democratic Party
had
announced
one
the
term.
majority of its delegates support the vice
Like, to
president.
say that
a
he
virtual
wouldn't
roll
do
call where
good in the
delegates can
next term
choose a
is
presidential
crazy,
nominee
but
before they
he's
meet next
obviously
month for
not
the
electable.
It's
Doesn't mean he
politically
can't do the
ignorant.
job.
It's politically ignorant to claim that he wouldn't be the correct choice. That's all it is. But at the same time, not like, you know, fuck that guy. At the same time, like it's like, if we're really like, if we're talking not opinions, the options that we have, I don't give a fuck about RFK. I don't give a shit about all the third parties. Only two people are in this race, right?
I still think Biden would be better than Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris is just the most electable person.
She's
in the race.
She's more electable, but out of all of it, because I don't think they're not going to dismiss Biden's agenda. They'll just Kamalify it.
They don't.
You know what
They
I mean?
don't like Biden's continuing Trump agendas. They don't dismiss previous presidents' agendas.
No, I
They
know.
continue
But I'm
them.
saying like that Biden's agenda, period,
Yeah,
coming
like
in
she's
2020.
going to continue the bipartisan infrastructure act and putting money into it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I'd
and
like
then
to
she'll
see...
she'll add some things and change some policies. Like, I think she might change her Israel policies, maybe, hopefully, doubt it, but maybe. There will hopefully be some crime reform shit, but it doesn't look likely. Apparently, they released a counter to Project 2025, which is just as bad. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Look at how well she walks down those stairs. Assad! Assad's right there! Sorry, I face blindness.
Why is nothing happening?
Huh?
Oh, it's just her arriving. Okay.
This
my
morning,
bad.
notable pollster Nate Silver predicting that Trump will beat Kamala Harris despite her momentum. One of the key states in the race, Pennsylvania, where Trump will hold a rally today. It is his first rally in the state since the assassination attempt, as his campaign hits Kamala Harris hard on her border record.
This is America's border czar, and she's failed us. Under
Oh,
Harris,
no,
over
she's
10 million
dancing.
illegally here. 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl.
So what message does President Trump hope to send today? Let's ask Trump 2024 Deputy Communications
Let's ask
Director,
another
Caroline
white
Sunshine
lady
from
with
the
blonde
Sunshine
hair.
State. Hello, Caroline. Good to see you.
Hello, we're Fox News.
Great to see you. Thank you. Tell us about his message and your reaction when you look at these polls. Nate Silver says in the Electoral College, Trump will win 61.3%. But some of these other polls, they're tied in these states. Pennsylvania, Michigan. It just baffles me when you look at her record. She is so progressive. How in the world can they be tied?
Uh-huh.
Well, she is dangerously liberal, and she has a liberal mainstream media, the same
Yes,
liberal mainstream
let's
media
try
that
to
told the American people
out-radical
for years
Donald
that Joe
Trump.
Biden was
That's
fine.
totally
He started his
gonna
attack,
work.
nothing to worry about. That same liberal
Saying
mainstream media
she's
now trying to
actually the
rewrite
radical one.
Kamala Harris's record. But as we see, the more voters find out about her, the more those poll numbers
That will
continue
sure
to
help
sink.
moderates,
President Trump
guys.
is a great American warrior. This is the man who took a bullet for democracy. This is the man who is going to save democracy. And he's headed back
Actually,
to
the air
Pennsylvania
hurt him,
today, one
in
of those
my
states where he
opinion.
is beating Kamala Harris in the polls. He's going back there carrying the memory of Corey Comparator with him.
The air
And
hurt
he's
his
going to talk
face.
about how we're going to make this country great again. Because the thing about Kamala Harris is her policies read like a wish list for Greta Thunberg, MS-13 criminals, thugs, gang members. She wants to defund ICE,
Whoa,
defund
whoa,
the
whoa,
police,
whoa.
ban
Does that
fracking
mean
once and
Greta
for all,
Thunberg
ban our
agrees
assault
with,
weapons.
like-
We can't have any of that. So President Trump is going to talk about making America great again,
What did
securing
she
our
say
border, bringing
besides
back economics, and
MS-13? What was the
What
other
a
one?
psycho.
she wants to defund ICE, defund the police, ban fracking once and for all, ban our assault weapons. We can't have any of that. So President Trump is going to
Did this bitch just say assault weapons?
No. But what did she say? Well, she said MS-13, and what was after Greta?
about her, the more those poll numbers continue to sink. President Trump is a great American warrior. This is the man who took a bullet for democracy.
It was sharp air.
Yeah, the air
This
hurt
is the
his
man who
face.
is going to save.
Like, yeah. It's like when you know how when like you're standing on the road and a truck drives past and almost knocks you off your feet. It's that, but air from a bullet, spicy air.
Democracy, and he's headed back to.
You know how you can tell it was more than likely air?
Because his ear isn't hanging off his head.
Well, that's part. Well, like even if it was like a brass graze, there would be more of a wound there too. But we have the photograph of the fucking wave. We can see the pressure wave, right? It's not the bullet, it's the pressure wave, and it's perfectly straight.
Mm-hmm.
A 223, if it encountered any type of resistance other than air, it would start if there's some sort of tumble there.
Yes.
It would still be mostly straight, but you would see some type of effect.
Yeah, it would be some like the vapor trail would either not be there or it would be thicker. I think.
Pennsylvania today, one of those states where he
If I recall correctly.
is beating Kamala Harris in the
quote
polls.
me.
He's going back there carrying the memory of Corey Comparator with him, and he's going to talk about how we're going to make this
Is that the dead man's helmet that he kissed? Weird.
Yeah.
Why is Trump so weird?
country great again. Because the thing about Kamala Harris is her policies read like a wish list for Greta Thunberg, MS-13 criminals, thugs, gang members. She wants to defund ICE, defund the police, ban fracking once and for all, ban our assault weapons. We can't have any of that. So President Trump is going to talk about making America great again, securing our border, bringing back Maganomics, and of course, drill baby drill.
So Caroline, if you look at the impact on American industries under Biden and under Harris, look at this.
I love how even like the Trump policies, they can't actually say policies. They just have to say things that Trump says as catchphrases.
To be electric by
what
2030.
Is drill, baby,
they released
drill,
a string of
you know?
regulations.
And he also says the Russia.
They
They literally repeat that.
Yeah,
Like-
they do. We could probably name more Trump policies than Trump supporters could.
Than Trump can.
Because didn't we get a new policy from him the other day?
Yeah, it was the experimental drug trials.
Yes. So now we've got experimental drug trials. Very good.
Killing Soleimani.
First Step Act, and what was the third one?
Killing Soleimani, and then also
Killing
bombing
Soleimani.
Assad after using sarin.
Yes. Okay, so he's got 4 things. There you go. Four good Trump things. The rest is bad.
for fossil fuel power plants. This hurts American industries. How will Donald Trump connect with the working class voter?
Absolutely. Well, you can add all of that you just said, Ainsley, to the list of the failures of the Harris-Biden administration.
Find me a Trump person that can say one thing Biden did good. But you can't, because
I
they're
also
too
just
stupid.
I also just want to bring up that you know how people like yeah, I can't pay my bills. I'm voting for Trump because I can't pay my bills. This is because of wealth disparity. Trump is the literal fucking problem.
Yeah, it's like just raise the federal minimum wage as well.
Yeah, like Trump
which is not a policy being proposed by the Democrats. If they really wanted to benefit the middle class, that's what would be happening. But they're not.
But like, at the end of the day, Trump is the literal problem. The people he's putting in his cabinet are the problem. The people he surrounds himself with are the problem. So what are we really discussing here at the end of the day?
Also, if you hate open borders, guess who's actually been killing border bills?
The Democrats. I guess. But no, Trump as well. But it's like this, like, just look at who he surrounds himself with. They're all rich assholes. The same people he says he doesn't like. The same people he's using as a rallying cry to get you all behind him. So, wake the fuck up.
Trump, ever since he came down that escalator in 2015, has fought for the forgotten men and women of this country. He looked particularly at the region of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. This is the third largest natural oil.
Go away.
How are
Vice President
they not
Kamala
bored?
Harris is hitting the campaign trail in the battleground state of Georgia today, her first visit since gaining commitments for the necessary delegate votes to win the nomination.
Kamala Harris
plans
is
to visit several swing states in the coming weeks ahead of the Chicago Democratic Convention. Our Laura Barone Lopez joins us now on the ground in Atlanta. So, Laura, some 10,000 people, at least 10,000 people have registered for that rally tonight where you are. I know you've been talking to folks as they make their way into that stadium. What have they been telling you? How are they feeling?
Let's go when certain journalists
Well, people have been lined up out here, Jeff, since before 10 a.m. at this venue in Atlanta. And a lot of the voters are incredibly excited. For some of them, it's the first time that they've come to a big political rally. And I also sat down with 3 Black women voters earlier today to talk to them about the election cycle. And those voters, I asked them how they feel about all of the big changes that have occurred in this election just in the last week.
That mic
to President Biden dropping out
is impressive with how much it can cut out.
How would you describe how you felt about the election in one word?
I hate to say it, but I mean, I really felt this sense of doom.
They cut to her just to intro this little interview.
I felt scared. And how do you feel now?
Rejuvenated.
Hopeful.
Stand up to an interview.
And that mood matches what we've been hearing from voters here waiting to see Harris, which is that they feel much better now.
Isn't this so much better than the fucking news booth template, like just cutting to somebody like this? And she's actually somewhere. She's not just standing on the side of the road talking about something that happened
Is that
earlier.
for the voters with whom you spoke earlier?
She's actually there.
Well, it's an incredibly important issue, Jeff. And Vice President Harris has been the face of the White House's messaging on abortion since the fall of Roe v. Wade. Vice President herself.
He's basically screaming into that microphone.
All
the way up.
President or president sitting in that office that had ever visited an abortion clinic at
You
the
could
time.
heard her even get louder too, but the sound guy was on it.
And he said that she thinks that Harris will be a much better messenger on abortion rights than President Biden.
And if the president of the United States is a woman who is speaking for women's rights and women's reproductive rights, I think that will sway some people more than even if President Biden was saying the same thing.
They also don't have to do a live piece here.
President Harris saying the same thing will have a different impact.
And just make it look live.
Rachel, as well as the other Black women voters that I spoke to, said
Easier
that
to do.
abortion
She can do
is
multiple
still one of
takes.
their top issues and that they think that it's really salient for voters here in Georgia.
Well, VP Harris has been the likely Democratic nominee for a little more than a week now. How is her campaign strategy taking shape, Laura?
You see her turning the page.
Well, Vice President Harris, as well as former President Donald Trump, are
He
out
totally
with new
gave a
ad buys
signal to
today,
the prompter.
Jeff, trying to both define Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris's campaign launched a $50
Jenny Milk
million
taught you that
ad buy.
if you remember your
And that $50
Jenny Milk
million
videos.
ad buy is trying to
What
define
Lopez
the Vice
just did.
President, essentially looking back to her time as prosecutor,
Warren.
as Attorney General
What's
in
her-
California. And they also are
Middle
attempting
name
to
there?
attack
The
Donald
middle
Trump in
last
that
name?
ad that is going to be playing across battleground states, specifically going at him on his attacks on the Affordable Care Act, Jeff. And the Harris campaign essentially says that they believe that now they have more than one pathway to 270 electoral votes. And so that's ultimately they're focusing on states like Georgia, as well as the Sun Belt, much more than just the blue wall states.
Lastly, Laura, we're expecting the vice president to name her running mate in a matter of days. How is
That
the
cut
vetting
was
process
funny
shaping
because
up?
it was clearly like not the same
So
continuity. You
Vice
could
President
tell
Harris
time
was
had
asked
passed.
on her way here if she had picked her running mate yet, and she said not yet. But that decision is going to be coming very soon because by August 7th, Kamala
Looks
Harris
like
will
it looks
be
like she
likely
is.
named the Democratic
Also, it
nominee.
looks
And
like
so she
it's
has
gotten
to pick the vice
significantly
president
hot because
by
it looks like her
roughly
neck is
August 6th.
sweating.
And
The people
know if
that
it was like that
the
from
campaign
before,
tell me
but it
she's
could just
still
be
considering include Minnesota Governor Tim Walz,
light
Kentucky
reflection.
Governor Andy Beshear, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, as well as Arizona Senator
It's not going to
Mark
be Shapiro.
Kelly.
Hot
And
take.
that decision is
I
going to be
agree with
coming very soon, Jeff,
other
because
people
sources close to the
that it's not
campaign
going to
tell
be
me
Shapiro
that
now.
as early as next week, Harris is going to be out
I
on
don't
the
know who any
campaign
of these
trail
motherfuckers
with
are still.
whoever she picks as her running mate.
Laura Barone Lopez reporting tonight from a Kamala Harris rally in Atlanta, Georgia. Laura, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Joining us now is Stacey Washington, host of Stacey on the Right, Sirius XM Patriot Radio, and Anton Daniels, YouTuber and content creator. Anton, let's start with you.
Oh, they had to bring in the token minorities for this
with
one.
a Kamala supporter. Let's watch.
Would you vote for?
Yeah,
Why?
I'm gonna just be real honest with this. She's a black woman.
Is it only because she's a black woman?
Yeah.
Do you not see how that's a bad idea?
Elaborate.
We're in 3 proxy wars. She failed at the border. She has no policy, no record to stand on.
Okay, Anton, first of all, I think I forwarded that to 20 of my friends. That was such an awesome takedown. But tell us about that, because I saw some of the other participants like nervously drinking their Coke or whatever they were drinking. But tell us about your interactions with people who happen to be African-American who instinctively seem to go for Kamala because it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely. I think it's unfortunate because the majority of my interactions is me being looked at as the bad guy, because ultimately they think that I'm supposed to be on code, even though I know and they know that it's not in our best interest, in my family's best interest, in the country's best interest. And when we continue to play identity politics, the thing that they usually refer to is our previous history in electing people in office that ultimately.
Should we look up this guy's channel?
No.
Why not?
It's just it's just a fucking thing where
even
people
they will
like,
concede that they didn't have our best interest.
Like
at heart. And so when I'm interacting with these people, often at times it's very difficult for them to step outside of being on code in order to do the thing that's even in their best interest.
This is literally what it's come down to. This is all
Did
they
he
have.
say on code?
This is literally all they have left, though, is Kamala Harris being black or not black enough that, like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that's like
That's it.
that's
all I
it's
got.
that's all they got now.
Mm-hmm. I love that the title of this is "Black Voters Set the Record Straight."
But in reality, they know I'm telling the truth, and that's why it's so difficult for them to be able to convey and then debate what it is that I'm telling them, because they already know what the truth is. They're not unfamiliar with what it is that they experienced over the last 3.5 years. They're suffering. They don't have jobs. They have lower wages. They can't pay their bills. And so when they experience this, but it's very difficult for us as a community to then break away from the popular thing to do because they don't want to be a part of the Cool Kids Club anymore.
Well, Stacey, I have to say that seems to sum it up. It's reflexive, and it takes a lot of courage. You know that. Of course, Anton knows that. I clerk for Justice Thomas. I mean, they're still beating him up all these years later. So it's a tough place to be, but it's factually the right place to be. So, Stacey, how do you handle this? And by the way, Kamala Harris behind in Georgia in the swing state poll average, I think by 4 points, 5 points, 6 points. So she's speaking in Atlanta.
I'm the daughter of the
KKK.
KKK.
One white dude behind her. I see him. Stacey, thoughts on this?
You know, Laura, I think Anton hit the nail on the head. This is about policy, and no one, I don't care who you are, if you're a white woman or a black woman, it doesn't matter what your skin is. What matters is, how do these policies impact you? How
There's another one there.
The policy of open borders and giving jobs to foreigners instead of Americans
demonic and disrespectful.
Inflation,
What video is this? What video of his do you think the subject is when the title is demonic and disrespectful?
The Olympics.
Ding, ding, ding. We already know this guy's politics.
Save money. Can you take a vacation? Can you buy that home? Can you upgrade? Can you move out of an apartment into a house? These are very real impacts. Anton described them well. And I think when I find people that only want me to address my life as if I get up every morning and say, what am I going to do today because I'm black? They don't understand me. I'm a human being. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I'm just somebody's mom on the radio. I'm just somebody's mom on Laura Ingraham.
I'm gay. I am black. I am disabled.
You're just somebody's mom? Then why the fuck do I give a fuck what you have to say here? Shut the fuck up. How about that for an idea? Did you know that COVID-19 actually made the entire globe's economy inflate? You fucking moron. Did you know that it's not actually an American problem? And if you Ameri-brained morons actually fucking realize that America isn't the only place in the world, you would realize that this isn't a Biden problem and it's a world problem. Also,
I try to explain it to my mom, but she
Like,
still is in here complaining
four?
about how families can't afford groceries every week.
like four
I'm like,
four
I know they
fucking
can't.
wars. Like, what are we talking about? Just look at any fucking world news and realize that America isn't the only place that's suffering through this fucking shit, and stop acting like Donald Trump's gonna fix it. A 10% tariff is not going to help.
It's going to make the entire world
anything.
economy
It's
much
going
worse.
to make everything worse. Add in the same shit that's been going on in Singapore, right? Add on the shit that they want to do in America, and the entire economy is basically going to collapse. Like, you think it's bad now. Holy shit. If Donald Trump gets in and these fucking theocratic fascists get their way, you're all fucked. We're all fucked. Like, it's not even Donald Trump. It's the people behind him. It's everybody.
You know how, like, I already compared Dominionists to, like, Taliban, right?
It's my favorite comparison. It's
well,
been getting so many people recently.
That's also like part of the philosophy is basically take it back to when the Quran was written, right? Like society to regress to that point. How do you do that? A total economic collapse, right? These people also believe that. They believe that if they can collapse the economy, that they basically can come up and like design this world to be like all Christ-like and shit. And completely under their dominion. Like, that's what dominionism is.
Yeah. I mean, it's revolutionary communism. That's what it is.
I mean, it's one of the ideologies, but people seem to forget it exists.
Yep. I didn't even know it existed until the Singapore episode.
I mean, like Al-Qaeda, you know, like people.
Yeah, but like the specific name of it, like theocratic fascism, sure, but like the dominionist theology.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's like even to it's like I think it's like if we're gonna say it's the three main philosophies is liberalism, fascism, and communism. Like, I think theocracy is also there too, and it's like just as relevant in the world than like, and it's so slept on. And like people look at theocracy as being more fascistic, but like they all can lead to dictators, including liberalism. That's why Helldivers is so funny, because it's like what happens when liberalism reaches the dictator level. Like it's just social contract theory. The contract can be rewritten. That's why Ziaul-Haq did it in Pakistan.
Well, I mean,
it
all fits into that thing that you love to talk about, Leviathan theory, right?
Yeah. Well, that's just that's social
the
contract
church
theory.
Is Leviathan, right?
Well, the Leviathan is the social contract.
Sure.
That society is built on.
And what would the social contract would be? The church at that point.
Well, in that point, there would be no social contract. It wouldn't be liberalism, but they would be the contract that, like, the abiding laws would be the 10 Commandments. It wouldn't be much of a social contract. It would be like,
oh, right, because Leviathan theory is good. Yes. State for rights, sort of shit.
Thank you. But I'm sitting here listening to Anton. He makes sense.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
And what makes sense to me is what the policy is, you know?
Well, okay, these are facts, okay? And into the image making of Kamala, even the New York Times today, and forgive me for not having the direct quote, but the New York Times today had to write a piece about Kamala's biographical transformation. And there was a piece about how her father, who's of Jamaican descent, he was a Marxist economist at Stanford, socialist Marxist economist at Stanford. He's still alive. Very controversial, but you know, he's a tenured professor at Stanford University. That she never really talked much about him, that he's kind of a footnote in her biography, but then she leans into it, Anton, and President Trump spoke about this with me. She leans into it, I guess, for her political benefit.
Absolutely. And I think that identity politics is the play. When you don't have anything else to lean on, when you spent the majority of the time being absent, and then on top of that, you then advocated for being part of the alphabet community, which I call them, and then you failed at
the alphabet community.
The estimation of 10 to 15 million migrants into this country illegally. What else do you have to stand on? So then you start to lean on the thing that even black people, honestly, when I'm having these conversations, black people don't even consider her a part of the cool kids club, but they have to lean on it in order to have something to even be able to hold on to.
Let's listen to the king of the black people.
Listen, Trump is the best candidate. They want to say that I want to be.
That's Gaddafi.
Welcome to Hannity, and tonight an official segregated campaign event named White Dudes for Kamala Harris.
Yes.
It's raising eyebrows for all the wrong reasons. Coming up, our friend Jimmy Fallon will weigh in on this very unusual Zoom call with D-list Hollywood elite wannabe.
What Leviathan actually says, and that's why like people like alt history constantly talk about how it's all based on Leviathan theory, but that's only like liberalism is not social contract. It's like that's part of liberalism, but if it was pure liberalism, like, and it goes to the like doctrine of the Leviathan, it would be a one-party state that protects the people from themselves and outside threats.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's in an extremely strong state, which the United States is.
That's the trade-off. The trade-off for like.
But it also says that like the individuals should give up their own. Basically, like you give up your own freedom for the greater good, right? That's that's contradictory towards liberalism.
Like it literally says here, right? He believed people should give up some of their personal liberties for the greater good, protection and rule by a
see what I mean?
sovereign.
Like that's Helldivers, though.
No,
right?
It absolutely is. Super.
That's that's extreme liberalism. That's why liberalism is not a central ideology or right or left. Like. They're still doing Leviathan shit even in that. So they're more in like liberal theocrats than fascistic theocrats in many ways.
Yeah.
And they believe in biblical shit like Leviathan.
And a bunch of has-been politicians. Also, we'll bring you highlights from today's explosive Senate hearing on the most unbelievable security breakdown during the assassination attempt against President Trump. It is even worse than we originally thought. But first, we begin with an important message from the Harris campaign.
Well, everything we've thought about it was correct. So I'm going to say that we're correct there as well.
What?
And that it was pretty much about around the shooting, right? Everything we've said has been correct.
Oh, there's been a little bit of new stuff that came out. I think Groyper confirmed now.
Yeah, didn't we say that as well? Like real early.
Yeah, there's some great replacement stuff, but also like I don't think that like if it wasn't immediately visible, it's not necessarily a motive.
No, exactly.
It gives you into background of how the radicalization happened, but I don't think this was a great replacement type of tack.
No. I still think it's crime against society mass shooting more than anything else.
Yeah, literally nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares that Trump almost got assassinated. That's how actually unliked he is.
Yeah.
Like just because he has groupies follow him around.
Yeah, exactly. Just because the loud minority are very loud doesn't make that
but they're actually the silent majority.
Oh, of course. I have no idea. Somebody stupid.
No, it was somebody who was like a theocrat or something.
That every American disregards anything and everything, pretty much, Kamala Harris has ever said and done. And instead, they want you to focus on their candidates' sudden, miraculous election year conversions on massive major issues. She's a whole new person now, apparently. Amazing. What a transformation. In fact, today in Atlanta, Kamala, sported a brand new Southern accent. Very impressive. I lived in Georgia 4 years. Pretty impressive. Take a look.
The path to the White House
he said
runs right through
the
this
silent
state.
majority is the people who didn't protest the Vietnam War, who didn't join into counterculture, aka hippies,
and we're gonna do it again in 2024.
or participate in public discourse.
2024, y'all, not bad. Kamala appeared on stage with the notorious election denier Stacey Abrams herself, who might still think that she's a governor of Atlanta.
Nixon, along with many others, saw this group of middle Americans as being overshadowed in the media by a more vocal
recent crusade
minority
against fracking? You might recall. Take a look.
Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So, yes.
Complete ban. She said it on numerous occasions. On Friday, however, the Harris campaign told The Hill that their candidate doesn't actually mean what she said.
She didn't say complete ban. She just said she was in favor of a ban.
Now, here's my question to you.
I'm pretty sure this is something that states can do if they decide to do, Sean.
And what about that single-payer Medicare for all bill that she co-sponsored with Bernie Sanders? Remember, she vowed to get rid of private health insurance. This was only a couple of years ago. Take a look.
You support the Medicare for All bill, I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders.
I just want people to have health care.
I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care, and you don't have to go through the process of going through an insurance company, having them give you approval, going through the paperwork, all of the delay that may require. Who of us has not had that situation where you got to wait for approval and the doctor says, well,
correct
I don't know if your
answer is
insurance company is going to cover this?
they're going to be
Let's eliminate
phased
all of
out
that. Let's
because
move on.
people are going to choose the public
You
option.
don't need your private insurance. It's like, we have the post office.
That's
anyway, this
how
week,
she
Kamala
should be
Harris, her
selling it
campaign
there.
ad announced Kamala has experienced another sudden
Just
change
like
of
how
heart. No longer supports
everything
Medicare
has to
for
be
all,
sold as
or
like,
the
oh, we're doing the
she
slow
personally
transition to
co-sponsored.
EVs. It
Which
always
Kamala
has to be
easily-
sold like
apparently
that.
She's also experiencing a similar change of heart when it comes to strict gun control. Remember, not long ago, Kamala vowed pretty much to confiscate guns through a mandatory buyback program. Mandatory would mean confiscate, but they'll give you a few bucks for it. Take a look.
What would you do about the millions of specifically assault weapons that are already in circulation? What do you do about those?
Well, there are approximately 5 million, to your point, Greg. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program. It's got to be smart. We got to do it the right way.
Oh, once again, a campaign ad is walking back those comments and said Kamala no longer supports a mandatory gun buyback program.
Yeah, because she probably got told
Does
that they
anyone
don't
really
fucking
believe
work.
the new Kamala on
Ever.
this issue?
They
or
never
any of
work.
these issues? And
They
of
never
course-
have. They never will. Stop doing it. Actually, I take that back. Give people cash, and everybody should 3D print 80% lowers. Money.
Kamala Harris has also changed her position on the border. She, the single most politically
Look,
vulnerable
they're
issue
literally
she is facing. Take a
they're
look.
still doing
A lot of the signs that the
unburdened
rally
by
just
what has
held,
been,
people standing there
because that's like one of her catchphrases. Even like
saying,
they're
"Abolish
still doing
ICE."
the coconut tree thing, thinking that it's not just making her more personable and great.
Yeah. Is that a position that you agree with?
What
Listen,
a
I think there's
shitty,
no
what a
question that
fucking
we've got
dumb
to
place to
critically
do an
re-examine
interview
ICE
in front of
and
some
its role
sticks
and
on
the
the
way that it is
border.
being administered and the work it is doing, and we need to probably think about starting from scratch because there's a lot that is wrong with the way that it's
Yeah, I
conducting
guess
itself, and
that's
we need to deal
something.
with that.
I don't know who came up
She
with
wants to
that term.
abolish ICE, references to slavery, references to the KKK, but now she supports more funding for ICE and Border Patrol agents and security.
Wow.
Way too little, way too late. Wait, is that the
Oh,
same Kamala that
wow.
lied for
I
over 3
wonder
years
why
saying
it's
that
too
the
little, too
border
late,
is-
Sean.
It could have something to do with Trump killing the border bill.
Sure. Is that the same person? Take a look.
Would you call the border secure?
I think that there is no question that we have to do what the president and I asked Congress to do. Is the first request we make. Pass.
Bro, 2022, the border was like
system.
secure because
Border
of
is
Title
secure,
42.
But we also have a broken immigration system.
We're going to have 2 million people cross this border for the first time
She's
ever.
literally
You're
not
confident this border is
changing
secure?
her position, Sean. She's talking about how it's a broken system and like how Title 42 is going to expire and how they need a system for when it does expire. You guys caused this. You're literally doing the Assad thing. You're creating a problem and presenting yourself as the solution.
A secure border.
That's what that's the
and
luxury
that is
you
a
have of
priority
the
for any
tactics you can
nation,
do when you
including ours
actually
in our
believe in
administration.
nothing.
But there are still a lot of problems.
And everything is
that we are
actually
trying
a
to
lie
fix.
for your fucking deep
Now take a look
agenda.
at your screen. These are just a few of the thousands of victims from the Biden-Harris border disaster.
Like even
Look
deep
very
liberal
closely.
agenda.
These
Do we
names are
really
some of
believe
them,
they want to
not
ban all
many,
the guns
including a grandmother
as a deep liberal policy? Like
Are
what
they
is an
running
actual
names?
deep liberal policy that they're like trying to slip in?
Are they doing names of people who died? This is pathetic.
Allegedly
from
committed
Virginia
by
was killed in a
illegals since
fatal
2001.
attack on
Yeah,
Sunday.
this is their new thing.
Woman killed
Migrant
by
crime.
Yet another unvetted suspected Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the illegal immigrant. This one from El Salvador. Clearly, as border czar, Kamala Harris
It's
was
just
unable,
racism.
unwilling to address the root causes of illegal immigration.
just flat
She
out
lied for 3
racism.
years about it, or she didn't do anything to secure the border, certainly in any way. As a result, Americans continue to die every single day. Thousands from fentanyl poisoning. Others have been murdered by criminal illegal aliens who should not be in our country. That wouldn't be in our country if Donald Trump were president. Meanwhile, the risk of terror continues to grow. It is the biggest national security threat in our lifetime, a clear and present danger now to every American. And we
Whoa.
probably have parallels in the country.
Did he just say terrorism is the greatest threat?
Yeah, clear and present danger.
Sean, what terrorists do you think are they saying those threats are from? What terrorists? Like he's right. This is an act. This is true. They are saying this. Who do you think are the terrorists that they're warning are the biggest threat? That are the biggest threat? Because obviously we didn't have a threat level before 9/11. That's why 9/11 happened. There's terrorist attacks being done by a specific group constantly. And the only way you can say that another group is committing more terrorist attacks if you include deliberate arson as a form of terrorism. Then you get then you get left-wing groups though, because of fire bombings and shit.
Sure.
So if you say throwing Molotovs is terrorism, it's like a firebombing is a bombing, right? Then the left can be more violent and commit more terrorism, but only if you do that specific thing.
Okay, interesting.
Because there's like from left-wing acts of terrorism, like the odds that are their injury versus killing is like insane, you know? Like right wing is supposedly rarer but kills more. And for the United States, like FBI and stuff, they are considering like we're talking about like when we're talking about organized firebombing, we're talking about like Animal Liberation Front.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They're a terrorist group, like recognized
know.
by the United States, I believe, right? So when we're talking, that's the type of shit I'm talking about when I'm talking about the fire bombings, right?
Yeah.
That is not a risk for everyday Americans, even if it's recognized as terrorism by certain agencies inside the U.S.
Because of Joe and Kamala and their open borders policy. Kamala now has to admit what we have been reporting the last 4 years, and that it's all true. The border is, in fact, not secure. It's never been secure since they've been in office, but she doesn't seem to have any real plan to fix it. And this brings us to our next flip-flop.
Oh, my goodness.
Kamala's press secretary says her boss does not support defunding the police, at least not now. But here's Kamala Harris on June 10th, 2020, during the height of the summer of love. Take a look.
One of the conversations that has needed to happen for a long time, but is getting a sense of prominence now, that is such an important conversation, is we have to reimagine public safety in America. We have to redirect the resources. And Nick, you may know this. In many cities in America,
crazy.
over 1/3 of their city budget is placed.
Sean Hannity is selling me on Kamala Harris.
I know. It's funny. I got the same feeling.
So it's about reimagining how you create a
It's the whoa, base, has
a right, health, and safety. But understanding it's not going to be achieved by militarizing the police. My whole point is to say, look, it's like, frankly, it's ass backwards.
It is.
Because what it's been is about people confusing the concept and then putting money into budgets and requesting money to go into police budgets to create safety.
In 2020, at the height of the 574 riots in the summer of 2020, Kamala wanted Americans to reimagine their safety.
Why? Why were those riots happening? Was it the police? And something that they did? Was it maybe that? Well, was it, Sean?
Kamala Harris should go to Georgia and say stop Cop City, and she'll get the state to turn blue.
Yep, 100%.
With fewer police. And then she promoted that bail fund 4 days after they burned down that Minneapolis police precinct. And of course, that bail fund freed violent criminals, including many who had committed heinous crimes, including murder, while out on bail. A few years earlier, during her time as California's Attorney General, Kamala was also very pro-criminal. In fact, she made it a priority to fight for taxpayer-funded gender reassignment surgery for transgender prisoners. She was way ahead of her time. Take a look.
Using state tax dollars for prisoners, transgenders.
I used it in a way that was about
transgendering
pushing forward
prisoners.
the
That's
movement,
fucking
frankly, and the
awesome,
agenda.
Sean.
And so look at my record to know.
Not
when I was Attorney General,
California.
I learned
doing
that the
state
California
policy at
Department
a
of Corrections,
state
which was
level.
a client of mine,
Oh
that they were standing in the way
what happened to states' rights?
of surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. And there was a specific case. And when I learned about the case, I worked behind the scenes to not only make sure that that transgender woman got
so one
the
case
services she was deserving. So it wasn't only about that case. I made sure that they changed the policy in the state of California so that every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access to the medical care that they desired and need.
I remember Kamala was once proud of this radical record. Here she is bragging about her.
Was that about cutting dicks off specifically there? That was not medical care for prisoners, Sean.
her progressive record.
How will
as
they
an
learn
attorney.
their
Take a
lesson?
look.
You can talk to so-called progressive prosecutors around the nation, especially those who've been elected in the last
No such
decade, and they
thing.
will
I
tell you
was
that
about
at
to
one
say
time or
that as
another, they
well.
looked to what Kamala Harris was doing as a model of what could be done. In fact, the Obama Justice Department designated my work years and years and years ago as a model of innovation for reform in the criminal justice system.
Let's be very clear. Here's what Kamala is bragging about. As California's AG, she
What are
forced
we mad at?
Americans to pay for gender.
Still a cop.
I know, but like
No.
these policies need to change anyway.
This is true.
You're not going to change them by
Will
not
they
having,
change anyway?
You're not going to be able to change policies without people who work inside that system changing the policies.
True. Will it change whether she's there or not? That's the question.
Also, she was a politician in California.
Yeah, big deal.
So she ran on California things, but people have been pissing me off because the Europeans, they post this thing like showing that like this is where I see, and they put Kamala and Biden in the same category of like left of center.
Okay.
And Bernie Sanders is also on the graph, and I'm like, Bernie Sanders, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden are all completely different people. And this is the problem when you try to turn it into a fucking spectrum. Right? Like, you can spectrumize it all you want, but Biden is a liberal moderate.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mitt Romney is also a liberal moderate at this point. He wasn't always, but they're more closer in that category, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Kamala Harris is a progressive liberal, and Bernie Sanders is a democratic socialist. Self-identified. All these people are self-identified as these things. They've said it out, the words that came out of their mouths. Progressive attorney general. Okay, that's not a thing, but guess what?
That's what she claims she is.
I mean, she still is a progressive liberal.
Sure. And we can hold her to it now.
You know, it's not socialism, Sean.
Reassignment surgery for trans felons, and it gets worse. During Kamala's time as San Francisco's DA, she shielded a cop killer from facing the death penalty. Cops turned her back on her. The widow of the slain officer told CNN that, well, Kamala never even bothered to contact her before announcing the decision not to seek the death penalty. And meanwhile, the president of San Francisco's police officer union asked, quote, is she sorry that this kid died, or is it just a political opportunity? Is this just an opportunity for her to double down on the fact that she's not going to pursue the death penalty? Now, Kamala's time as a...
I'm so confused. Aren't you guys religious?
So as a prosecutor, she didn't pursue the death penalty.
And that is a negative, I guess. Cool.
And
Life
she didn't
matters,
discuss
right?
that she wasn't going to do it with anyone.
We're pro-life, guys. Unless it's an eye for an eye, then everybody dies.
He's a cop killer.
Morally flexible.
You know what that's from?
RoboCop, probably.
Book him. For what? He's a cop killer.
DA and AG was marred with many serious problems. For example, let's take a look at the case of George Gage, an elderly man convicted of sexual abuse. A judge found that Kamala's office withheld exculpatory material that might well prove Gage's innocence, but a new trial was never granted due to a technicality, as Kamala fought to keep Gage behind bars. George...
So now they're sticking up for sex criminals. Because
this is so confusing.
So this specific case, as a prosecutor, she did her job to when they did evidence, right? Where where they present and the judge clears or bans evidence, and she pushed to have exculpatory evidence not be put into the trial. And the judge agreed that this evidence was not relevant enough because it would probably be something that like built his character or something, right? Instead of like something that's actually proving he wasn't a criminal. And then an appeal process. He went through the appeal process and it wasn't granted. Like, what are you mad about now, Sean?
Gage is still in prison as we speak. A judge also ruled that Kamala's office failed to disclose the mishandling of evidence after a technician was caught tampering with cocaine in a crime lab. More than 600 drug
we got to
cases
look up
were
what that
tossed
guy
out
is
as a result
guilty
of that brilliance.
That they're defending.
There's a website here.
freegeorgegage.org. Okay.
.org.
I'm going to put George Gage, sex criminal.
Kamala, she doesn't want to talk about that now.
And they,
She probably
and they
also
showed
doesn't
him
want to talk
too.
about.
And it's like now she's locking up black men, I guess.
She always was.
About her beloved pastor. Oh, you're going to love this. We have a brand new Reverend Jeremiah Wright. His name, Reverend Dr. Amos Brown. Now, last year on the official vice presidential Instagram account, Kamala posted a glowing picture of the Reverend with the caption, quote, "Well, it's always an honor to spend time with my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos Brown of the Third Baptist Church of San Francisco. He remains a source of inspiration to me always." Now, this is the same pastor that told the San Francisco Chronicle, quote, "I know America. America's a racist country." And the very same pastor who blamed racist America for 9/11/01 only 6 days after we lost 2,977 of our fellow Americans. He said, quote, "Oh, America, what did you do? What did you do 2 weeks ago when I stood at the World Conference on Racism when you wouldn't show up?" His comments were so disgraceful, even Nancy Pelosi, of all people, who was in attendance, publicly rebuked the pastor.
I don't care.
And the sermon, and even reportedly apologized to the partner of a 9/11 victim who was in the audience.
Okay.
That partner told the Free Beacon that Brown's sermon represented
So,
quote, the second worst.
Not allegedly, he's guilty of touching his daughter when she was 9 years old.
Cool.
And basically everyone is saying, yeah, that girl lied a lot though, and that's like the evidence that was excluded, is that the girl was not reliable and the case was like shaky. It didn't have a lot of evidence, but that's also why a jury's there too.
Yeah.
So
okay, interesting.
First day of my life. Even Senator Dianne Feinstein left the event. The then Governor Gray Davis left the event. Kamala, she's embraced this pastor even more. In fact, she has echoed many of.
That'd be very funny if they're defending a kiddie fiddler.
Well, it's daddy-daughter, so they approve of it.
Of course. Yeah, dominionist things.
The Reverend's beliefs. For example, Brown sits on the California Reparations Task Force, and as of 2019,
sex is only for children.
Supported reparations. Take a look.
Should Black people get reparations?
I think there has to be some form of reparations, and we can discuss what that is. But look, we're looking at more than 200 years of slavery. We're looking at almost 100 years of Jim Crow. We're looking at legalized segregation and in fact, segregation on so many levels that exist today based on race. And there has not been any kind of intervention done.
Now, does Kamala still support
Do you
reparations?
hear the tone in her voice?
Person will come out any day now.
Sounded pretty genuine to me.
But not anymore. She's still proud of that radical record as a far left progressive.
Sounds
she's
pretty affected by that.
Yeah.
Normally, if you're that affected by that, you're more like a Jasmine Crockett type where you're actually doing defense instead of a prosecutor. But I guess you're changing the system from the inside.
Sure, because that always works.
I don't know. Still,
her pastor,
selling me on her.
25 years, who believes America is a racist country filled with bad people that deserve 9/11. Will anyone ask Kamala any of these questions?
Whoa.
Ask any tough
Where
questions?
did this
Or will she
deserved
continue to hide
9/11
behind
shit just come in from?
Act
Also,
like
we
a
can
coward,
hang on. We
and
can
when Kamala-
clip chip him just saying that America's a racist country and it deserved 9/11.
Beautiful. I'll mark it.
25 years who believes America is a racist country filled with bad people that deserve 9/11? Will anyone ask Kamala any of these questions? Will state-run media, the mob, ever ask any tough questions? Or will she continue to hide behind staff like a coward? And when Kamala became the presumptive nominee,
Trump's the brave one.
She, according to her own pastor that blamed America for 9/11, called him to pray for her. If that's not ignorant, blaming America.
Sir, do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the
Do we want
ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe.
Or just
okay, yeah, I think we'll just skip straight to this interview.
Just do the whole thing. I sent it to you in private chat.
Ah,
the link that's the whole interview.
I did just want to put this up and just get your. Do you understand this at all? This is, if you're listening, it's Kamala HQ's Twitter homepage, and the banner says Kamala HQ in a very particular font.
So can we just observe that she did the title wrong?
Yes, I saw that when I added it.
Font, sort of blurry sans serif undercase in brat font. NATO, what
she
do you
doesn't
know
do her own titles clearly.
Brat.
Yeah.
Look, I know that people like millennials and Gen Z are super excited about it. Like I had a union friend who like sent me the Brat album, and I put it on the car, and my kid was like, "This is not good." So,
okay,
so, your kid is Gen Z.
Yeah, but I was
this
like,
guy is not not the right energy to bring on for her show.
I completely agree.
I have a Gen Z kid who like listens to David Bowie.
Yeah. With taste.
Did I tell you? Like my kid turned to me out of the blue the other day.
I don't care.
Apropos of nothing, and said, "Dad,
next."
Is that Pan-Africanism is fundamentally antagonistic to Marxists, although
okay.
I really don't care anymore.
I almost did my second
quickly.
F slur of the show right there. I sent you the actual Trump interview, so
yes.
And then you can do the JD Vance stuff after this Trump interview, probably.
Yeah. So I'll just.
All right, welcome back, and
I'll open up that one.
Yeah, and then I can't wait for this. I've only seen about 3 seconds of it.
Outnumbered on Fox News, Harris Faulkner.
Oh, they got fucker on there.
NABJ. Mic's on? There we go. Good afternoon, NABJ, and welcome to a conversation with former President Donald Trump. This discussion continues a decades-long tradition during election years of inviting journalists to discuss the policies and their impact with the candidates who are running for president, and the impact of those policies, especially in Black communities. Former Presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Bill Clinton have attended the NABJ conventions either as presidents or as presidential candidates in past years. NABJ is currently in conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris's team to schedule a Q&A either in person or virtually in September. As we use opportunities like these, both to inform our reporting, but also to help voters understand the choices that they face in a consequential and historic election year. NABJ has partnered with PolitiFact to fact check this conversation in real time. You can access that feed on social media using the hashtag NABJFactCheck. Again, the hashtag is NABJFactCheck. We have a lot to get to, and we do not want to waste any time, so let's bring out the former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump.
Boom, 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 boom. Hopefully, nondescript copyright music that I do. Boom, 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 boom.
Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time.
Because Hamas is
a lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you today. You have this claim about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4
Nobody cheered. I wonder
who
why.
are American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. My question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner? First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest
my token
programs
black
ever
friend,
for
Senator Tim
black
Scott,
workers and
I
black
should have chosen
entrepreneurs.
for vice
I've done
president.
so
I'd
much,
be certainly
and,
looking
and
a
I
lot
say
better
this,
right now if I did.
Historically, black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that.
It wasn't an introduction, it was a question.
A step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense, and then you said you
Sir, this is an interview.
can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
I think
if
it's
you
a
can answer the
very
question on
nasty
your
question.
rhetoric and why you
I have
believe that
answered the
black voters
question.
should trust you with another
I
4
have been
years.
the best president for the black population
False.
since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act?
And for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the
then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question, a very direct question.
Define it for me if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a Black woman.
I
She went to a
respect either
historically Black
one.
college.
I respect
Wow.
either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the
What
way,
an
and then all of a
idiot.
sudden she made a turn, and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
a
somebody
Black
should look into that too
person?
when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
it's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I
Republicans
really
have
don't
said?
know. I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length, and we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that.
Well, you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we were divided along the lines of
yeah, many people think she's black and white. I love this. The crowd is the best part. Like, dude said she became Black multiple times. They booed him and he said it 2 more times. Like, maybe they'll get what I'm saying the 3rd time around.
This is so much worse than I thought it was going to be.
I told you, bro.
This is a beautiful train wreck.
Now it's going to go to Faulkner. What did he call her? Is that her name?
Bro.
What's her name?
Now, anytime I see someone being like, Trump loves black people, I'm just going to send them this. I'm like, this is how Donald Trump speaks to black people. He tells them that black people love him. It's fucking amazing.
Her name is Harris Faulkner. Okay, he just said
The
Harris.
fucking disrespect. Like, holy shit.
the race, along the lines of gender, and there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop.
That had to be bullshit, right? He had to know if they've been doing this for years. He had to know.
He literally forced to go to her. They controlled the interview to go, I want to talk to this person now. You're rude. He literally, that's how he would do press conferences too. I don't want to answer questions from you. You're fake news. That's how you do his press
He's
conferences.
a literal child. I don't know how anybody can look at this guy and be like, yeah, I'm going to vote for this fucking idiot.
Well, this was his chance to get in with the black people.
People from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room, I know, and
I've never seen someone respond to this question with, what jobs are those? I really hope that's the response to this. What jobs would those be?
Well, it's not, because Faulkner has control now.
No, I know. But like if somebody got that question and their response was, what jobs are black jobs? I think he would stumble.
Well, also the audience is
fall over
journalists.
himself.
They're not supposed to get all rowdy and clappy. You know, this is.
I have great respect.
So
Mm.
it's going to be a tough audience regardless, because they're all journalists.
Yeah.
a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people.
They're not laughing at what he said. They're laughing at him.
A lot of the journalists in this room are black.
Isn't this the National Association for Black Journalists?
And you definitely have a really, really large dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
Weird. Immediately talk about their penises like
Isn't that what NABJ stands for?
To be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job. And they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in and they're coming in. They're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people,
you can't get him. You can't get him. He pivots too hard. He pivots too hard and goes immediately back into some bullshit.
So fucking
a black
hard.
job is anyone with a job. Okay,
and then
so
moves the fuck
everything is a black job.
I'm fucking losing it.
Is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even
There's never been a border czar.
Not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries.
He pointed back to Harris to try and bring it back to Harris. So he was like, as we discussed, pointing to Harris, these people are deranged. They're Hannibal Lecter.
They're prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their.
No. He might believe that though, right? He like if you're white, you own a business. You're not a worker.
Oh my god.
like that. It might be what he's saying.
They're bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President, I want to get into how you address some of the issues with black communities. And I think that we live in communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same. It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts. And this
Wait,
is
what do you mean you're not a monolith?
It's weird.
I'm confused. What do you mean? Black people aren't a monolith?
It's so weird seeing him in a sit-down interview. And like a panel interview like this as well is very strange.
They're also not taking black jobs. The jobs that these people are getting are jobs that would be illegal for an American to work.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, what he says, if he means black jobs as in a replacement for a slave system that this country's economy is built on, because it is modern slavery.
And he's got a point.
It is modern slavery. It is recognized as modern slavery, our immigrant work system.
Yeah. But what I think...
It's not far off from Qatar.
What I think he's talking about is like house servant sort of thing. because he's rich, right? Always been rich.
I think he's
always
just
had
saying.
house
I don't think he's
servants.
talking about anything really. He's just
No,
saying
like
things.
that's what I think he's
I don't think he would allow black house servants. Like there's that has to be racist.
This country right now. The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit MMI, as I said, is saying now that they've seen surges that they haven't seen since we were in a pandemic of people in financial trouble. Much of that falls on the shoulders of single moms, single black moms, when you look statistically. Yeah. How do you turn it around? What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
Well, we're going to cut
first of all,
food stamps.
it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment, because I guess, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster.
They're gaining
it breaks
wealth.
Every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't.
Black people never had an American dream, Trump.
Yeah, that's a white thing.
It's literally a white family with a white picket fence, bro.
Yeah, in white suburbs, in white states. Yeah. Funny. The propaganda, the romanticized nationalism and shit.
The selling of cars to people.
Can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost of building, because of inflation.
Good thing that Biden has done housing policy.
Yeah. Yeah. And banning corporations from owning property is a good start too.
Well, if he was smart here, what he would say is he would tie it to the China land buying stuff and do another race bait thing with that. I think that's much smarter than just saying that there's problems in the country.
Yeah, I agree.
I can identify problems.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Do the thing, yeah.
Congratulations. I can do word searches too, buddy. It's like
inflation.
This is a crossword puzzle. Okay, but you have to solve the puzzle. It's that's the difference between a crossword and a word search, Trump. The word search, it gives you the words before you start looking for them. There has to be a solution.
And it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or
So what do
more
you do?
than any.
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation.
Drill,
this
baby,
was all
drill.
started with a bad energy policy
by
Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight. A prize fighter's in a fight.
This is why he can't replace
let's bring in another
Vance
fighter.
with this rhetoric. It's not going to, it's that he's locked in with JD Vance. So everyone's saying that he's able to dump him. He can't. Actually, you know what? He can. It's Donald Trump. At this point, I don't know what he can't do.
So our whole campaign was steered toward him. And now we have to steer it to it. But ultimately, it's the same because
I'm
they have
pretty
bad
sure
policy.
that was their
they
whole
have policies
plan,
of
though.
open.
I'm pretty sure that was the Democrats' whole plan, was to fuck you over financially, just as a last fuck you. All of that merch, all of that targeted advertising.
Well, they needed to get all those stores closed before Spirit Halloween.
Open borders. Unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient
as
heating.
You say.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely
Did you
destroying
see
our
the
country.
point?
But the inflation is the thing that's hurting
That's his.
the black worker, the black
Silence,
population,
woman. I'll
and
get to that.
every other population.
I
within
thought it
our
to be
country.
first. You
Inflation
don't know where
is
my
the
mind
worst
is
it's been,
going.
I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. whatever it may be. They don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
President, can I ask you another question?
Yes,
That is also
and that's
impacting
another
Black
thing.
And that's very
That's
clear.
another thing is that they're dumb. They're dumb.
I'm sorry?
The
It's very clear.
rhetoric.
I hear you.
If
Okay,
you were
so
if
Sadia
you were a
Massey,
conservative, right? So like that's the thing is that they're so stupid. They're so optically stupid because they're like Reddit brained at this point because they're only seeing like the whole vocal minority thing, right? They think that this is like, oh, these people are normies, right? So what you should do is you should go more to a libertarian policy for all the economics instead of just saying these are bad economics that exist. Instead, you should lean libertarian because libertarian economists are like most of the economists out there in America are going to be libertarian.
Yeah.
In philosophy, right? So what you say is that he's doing all this experimental technology, you know? It'd be like, so you say like stuff with hydrogen, we don't even know if it works, you know? And then he's like, but we've just had this breakthrough in fusion. You know, where's the nuclear plants, right? We have this something that's, you know, it's use the term battle tested, right? It's battle tested. And just because of things like, you know, like just like things like Chernobyl, where it was built by commies, you know, just like start selling nuclear, right? And then being like, anyone who says nuclear is bad is an uninformed lib dumbass. Right, and you can weaponize the whole energy rift against them. Like you should not be going to oil here. You should be attacking green policy because green policy is a natural solution to the oil crisis that exists. It's not more drilling. Also, stop drilling. It's too damn hot outside. Those windmills will keep them cool.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sadia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed Black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy
she was armed with water?
charged with murder.
Yeah.
You've said police would
First
get immunity
degree
from
murder, get it
prosecution
right.
if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me.
You literally said that he would. You literally said the specific guy.
Well, police.
It didn't.
Did he?
Yes.
When? What?
He said specifically this guy would have immunity before this. I'm almost positive. Let her say it. See if she prints
Police
it out.
unions are not backing this person either. But again, why would?
Are they going to be charging the officer? I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example,
we need people to
a few weeks
protect
ago,
ourselves.
July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
What would be funny, and I don't think they would do this, but
Violence in Iraq, you don't say.
But say, why should we rely on the police when they continue to kill us and the Second Amendment exists?
Yeah, if she had a gun, she could have taken care of that prowler herself. But she wasn't a violent person.
No. So why, what if they did ask that question? Now, that would be interesting. To ask Trump the question of why should we rely
I don't think
on the
any
state?
question being asked at Trump would be that interesting. You know what
No.
I'm saying? He's going to
Because he doesn't actually answer
He
it?
can't actually answer anything. He just talks about things. He's literally like his ideas being formed, I think, are as bad as Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin is actually better because at least he has libertarian like values about some things instead of just like this guy is like a sponge man. You know, like he does absorb liquids, but
That we need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't
You're
like
not
it
going to drink those liquids.
Can you get a little more
after you
specific back
squeeze
to the
them out of
immunity
that
question?
sponge.
Who would make those
Well, right now, for the
distinctions?
most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments.
Oh, so
But
you
I'm
do
saying
nothing?
if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and
murdering somebody while on
Bro,
duty
if they
when they're unarmed is
uh,
not an accident.
We already have qualified immunity. If they could prove it was a mistake, they wouldn't be going. Like a trial wouldn't even happen. Like the fucking state prosecutor has to bring the charges.
Yeah.
making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine
You
an
go
innocent
after
mistake?
somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And, you know, they have the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing because sometimes you have less than a second to make a, you know, life and death decision.
If you weren't there, you wouldn't die. Just saying.
And sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. You know, I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the presidential.
That's not what winning is. You would win if you took the case to court. That's not what winning is. Dismissal is not a win. It's like saying that, like, the families won the lawsuit against Blackwater because they settled out of court.
Yeah.
Biden wasn't because he wasn't president at the time, and he had 50 years worth of documents. And
it's
they
crazy because
ruled
the
that he was
flags
incompetent.
behind him literally look like one giant flag. They're
Therefore,
like
he shouldn't
almost
stand
perfectly
trial.
lined
And I said,
up.
isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial, and yet he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
but they released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory, and therefore we're not going to prosecute him.
The question is,
I won the case, and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
We covered you extensively, sir. I'd
Slappadopoulos.
love to move over on to
I didn't
different
notice you
topics
do
now.
any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an
guy's
attack
so
on a political
shit.
opponent. I have another one where
Sir,
I
if
have
you
a
don't mind, I'd
hostile
love to.
judge.
We have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different
No,
topics.
excuse
if
me,
we
you're the
can.
one that held me up at 35 minutes, just so you understand.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir, I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat babies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate, and do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family oriented and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families.
He did say that,
and I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right person.
But he's not just talking about families here. He also says that people that don't have children should get less votes than
That's
those
all right.
that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your
And I
campaign
think I'm
position?
speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family, but I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family. And the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases.
Oh my God.
He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that
the question
he thinks
was,
the family
did you know he had these views?
experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family oriented. But that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one last point, and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children.
Oh my
I just
God.
want to be clear.
Somebody finally fucking brought this shit up.
Here, is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I've ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now, you have illegal aliens coming into our country, many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally, and they're taking the vote away from all of the people in this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see They want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally,
People
and they're
who are only
taking the
American
vote away
citizens
from
are
all
allowed
of the
to vote,
people in
sir.
this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening, if I'm not elected, you're going to see it happening. If I am, you're not going to have any problem.
Okay, let's talk about
If you can
voter
see it
suppression
happening
in the black
a long
community.
time, you're
I hope they transition to it. My fucking ears are blocked. Fuck me.
going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Mr. President, can we stay with just kind of the state of the race right now? Because I felt
Okay,
like
so
that.
you're telling me that journalists are going to lose their job to
was
people
right
who
in there
can't
with that.
speak English?
So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him. Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
Why
did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time hearing too.
I
I
chose
know
him
everybody
because-
out there can, but it's
I'll
hard
tell
to
you
hear.
why. I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work and the working man and woman, and especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly.
The white one.
Because you have many of them in this room. But you have many of those people, they were treated very unfairly. They worked very hard and they were treated unfairly. He wrote the book that became a bestseller. The movie became a smash hit.
No,
it didn't.
He's a very smart guy without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well.
Yeah, they had
He got into Yale Law School.
Fact check. No, it didn't.
I mean, you take a look at, his career has been an amazing career. He started off at a level with a difficult family situation, very difficult with the mother and the father and everything else. He ends up going to Yale Law School and was one of the top students, became the head of the law journal. I mean, that's an amazing thing. He's a 4-year, he was in the military with great distinction for 4 years, got out, went into business, became successful in business, very successful in business, actually, did public offerings and other things. And I have to believe in that. I mean, he's somebody that was born.
Everyone's
in a
all
rough
about
situation. Most
J.D.
of the people
Vance
know that situation because it was very well documented in his book.
But nobody's talking
and I have
about
a lot of
how
respect
he
for
eats
somebody
crayons.
that can get into Yale and become one of the best students in Yale.
Huh?
That meets a.
What's a crayon?
A crown, maybe, or a crayon. You might pronounce it where you're from.
Say it correctly.
How do you say them?
I pronounce it with all the letters.
Well, no. We literally will spell them differently depending on the region.
Yeah, you're saying it like it's spelled Craon.
Okay, so how do you say it?
Crayon.
Crayon.
Yes. Pronouncing it like the word says.
That's what I literally was like, maybe crayon, how you said it. So.
Yeah, you did.
But my first grade teacher would call them crowns.
What?
They're still saying that, right? But it's how
It's
the fucking
accent.
it's how the accent hits that it sounds like crown that you weigh on your head, but
That's
it's
funny.
they are saying like crayon.
Yeah,
but they'll still say get your crowns out. And I was like, what the fuck is she calling them? They're crayons. C-R-A-N, crayon.
Young woman at Yale who was also outstanding, and they get married, they have a beautiful family, but he had a
let me tell you what Marines call him.
An amazing life. He then goes to Ohio, lives in Ohio, and he had my endorsement. That helped. But he wins the Senate. He becomes a United States Senator. So he's a United States Senator. So Harris, like I respect you for your success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot. We've been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
Yeah.
And 2 days after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know
so
it is really hard for me to
it's
understand.
just I can understand you perfectly.
Because she's closer.
I can understand you.
I'm happy to hear that.
But I can't understand Harris.
I have a few more questions.
Because of the distance, and the mics are really in lousy shape. But I cannot understand.
She's trying so hard not to throw that fucking clipboard at his head.
But a can of soup, you can get some force behind that.
What you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke.
Okay, this is great.
you
See, he
said
just
some
tightened
words
that
were
water and
pathetic.
put it back.
Because I asked you
I
who you
saw
wanted
that.
to choose for
She had
vice
already
president.
drank out of it.
And you said normally
so he
it
picked
really
it up
wouldn't
thinking
matter
it was
what they
his,
would, you choose
realized that
somebody
it
that
was
you
already
think has a
open
future,
and
that
put
sort
it
of thing.
back,
But
realizing
you
it
said
wasn't
these
his.
words.
He doesn't know that
3.5
there's
hours
water
before
next to him on the
an
other
attempted
side.
assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris, and that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
I mean, you got to watch to
Does he
see if anyone
Ready on
else
day
touches
one,
that water.
if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him. and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any.
This is the most defensive I've ever seen him.
How's that ear looking?
Doesn't look shot.
It's because it was cut by air.
The impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential
said that they
pick.
didn't use wound closures on it. That means that no tissue was removed.
Oh, epic.
Right, and it couldn't have been that deep. It is cartilage, so.
It would have.
I imagine it's the equivalent of getting hit in the ear with a big old stick, but like it's a long stick that's really thin. You know what I'm saying?
Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons than what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way. And I think
his
JD
answer
is, I
to
think that
JD
all of them
Vance
would have
being
been.
shitty is,
But-
he
but
doesn't actually
you're not
matter.
voting
Don't look
that
at
way.
him.
You're voting
I
for the
can't
president. You're
replace
voting for
him.
me. If you
Pretend
like me, I'm going to win. If you
He's
don't
not
like me,
even
I'm
there.
not going to win.
JD Vance, who's that guy? I've never heard of
JD
him.
Vance?
I'm going to get my JD Vance
Sure.
question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think? Well, I mean, my
But
point
at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is, do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what JD Vance is saying?
I don't think. Look, I think that the Democrat Party
we just
is
want to
really
watch
the one
you
that has the
masturbate,
problem. I think
okay?
they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing
And
the
but I think
they're
it's
allowing
while
the death of
you're
a baby
flicking
after
the
the baby
bean,
is
I
born.
will sit there
Based
and
on
say,
Sir, that's
governor
illegal
of
in every
Virginia.
state in the
Based on the governor of Virginia, they're allowing the
Every
death
state
of
in
the
the country
baby
is illegal.
after it's born. They're
It's a
allowing
crime.
abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well, Democrats have denied.
I think they're right. And I think the Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it.
No, you
Democrats,
didn't.
Republicans,
You made it an
liberals,
issue again
conservatives,
when it
everybody
was a
wanted
non-issue.
abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it. Everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose
Excuse me.
Roe v. Wade being
They
overturned.
don't
Multiple
know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most
You hear
Republicans
how
do
he
also.
was
But
like
if you take a
hesitant
look,
to say
right,
the R word there. Hitting a little
I
too
thought he
close to
just
home,
stumbled.
Donald.
Being
they
overturned.
don't
Multiple
know
polls have showed
about
that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do.
Unless he forgot what they were and it was a little like recollection error, then yes. Yeah, very strange.
I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a
We
look,
can't see
right
the
now, they're
water,
doing-
though.
It's an amazing thing. Out of the federal government,
hasn't
it's
moved
in
from
states, and
spot.
people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is let's call it a
I
more
would have said
liberal version.
Ohio.
Has been approved.
That's it.
Kansas, the same
Just
thing. A little
Ohio.
bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting. And it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and
No,
it's
it didn't.
giving it to the people to vote on. And they're voting.
And it's tearing the country
many
apart
states
now.
have
That's
already
me. I
voted.
did
Others
that.
are in the process of voting. And it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart. I happen to
Follow
believe in
your
the 3
heart. That's what
exceptions. Most people
Michelangelo
believe
said.
in the 3 exceptions.
Yeah, and then
Most
he breaks into
Republicans
the song.
believe in the
Follow your
exceptions.
heart.
But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position. And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president.
You
at
old.
82,
No.
which is older than Biden is right now.
But not
Would you-
mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's a question.
He shot. But most people,
Would you consider?
most
What about
people,
shot?
I know many people
certainly
in their
would.
80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
Name one.
But here's the question: would you consider
one.
stepping down if you felt that your
That's the
health was
response.
declining?
Name one.
Or would
Oh,
you?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And who would?
I think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated
Oh my
me,
goodness.
and I'm fine with it because she was very rude.
I'm not mad. Let him know that I'm not
That wasn't a
mad.
question. She
Sorry,
didn't
you
ask
can
me a
answer the
question.
question.
She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeat your
so
statement.
mad.
You said you would. You would.
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If I
to step
thought that
down.
I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go
Like
a step
this
further.
woman,
I
she
want
shouldn't be allowed to
anybody
speak.
running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them.
Well,
I took 2 of them. But let me ask you, I would like to have people running for president. And I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last, I would like to have people running for president. And I took the cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them. I took 2 of them. But let me ask you, I would like to have people running for president. And I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in.
It's unconstitutional to cognitive test somebody?
To force them to do it for a job, I guess.
I mean, sure, for the president, I think fuck your rights.
Yeah, I guess it's a HIPAA violation or something. You can't because then they would have to
is that like a protection?
Like he's choosing to disclose that he aced those things.
Right. So it's a disclosure issue. Yes. Okay.
We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. What he has done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President,
I would love to
and
do
make it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to...
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
The bar is incredibly hard. Most people fail on the first try.
To be clear, you don't think
How do you intend...
She didn't pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it.
She did pass it.
There's a man over here. I think he must work.
Mr. President, I would love to ask you
Oh
about...
my
She was a
God.
prosecutor, bro.
You called
She
yourself
passed
a
the bar.
candidate of law and order.
No.
When time
Also, California, notoriously the hardest bar exam. California and New York are.
And I don't know what happened.
Because
Maybe
we
she
have
passed
more
it.
laws. Because we're
Listen
libs.
to what he says.
She would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it.
She did pass it.
There's a
She
man
did-
over
she
here. I
did in
think
fact
he
pass
must
it.
work.
Mr. President, I would love to ask you about January 6th. You called yourself
They're just gonna overlook that.
Because the guy was saying she passed the bar, probably.
candidate of law and order. When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said,
That's not
yes,
your water.
absolutely. You called them patriots. 140 police officers
That's not
were killed
yours.
that day. Their injuries
I'm pretty
included
sure
broken
she had
bones,
already
at least
drank
one
out
officer
of it
lost an
too
eye.
earlier.
One had 2.
All right, I'm going to check. I'll get the video up on another tab. I'm going to check.
I wish she was just like, that's my
cracked
water,
ribs,
as he touched
2
it to
smashed
his
spinal
mouth.
discs, another had a
That would
stroke.
have been so funny.
Were the people who
That
assaulted
would've-
those
He's a
104
massive germaphobe, isn't he?
Yeah.
Mm.
officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots who deserve pardons?
Well, let me bring it back to modern day. Like about 5 days ago, we had an attack on the Capitol, a horrible attack on the Capitol. You saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells, lions, all these
Okay.
magnificent limestone and granite.
But what
with
your
red
people did, wasn't it an
paint,
attack
red
on the
spray
Capitol?
paint that will never actually come off, especially in the
It's already
limestone. It will
off.
never, I'm a builder, I know about this stuff. It'll never, you'll see it in 100
I'm a
years
builder,
from
I know
now.
about this
They
stuff. Already
viciously
cleaned up.
attacked our government. They fought with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed
But sir, my
that
question
city?
is on
What's
those.
going to happen to
My
the
question
people
is
that
on
tried
those
to burn
rioters
down-
who assaulted
Excuse me.
officers.
You have to
Would
ask,
you pardon
what's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent,
those-
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just under. Well, they were convicted by a very tough system. They were. How come the people that tried to burn down Minneapolis? How come
No,
the people that
I
took
don't
over
think she
a
did.
large percentage of Seattle?
What?
How come nothing happened to
I don't
them?
think she touched
How come the
But
people?
sir, we're
that,
talking about
how
people
come
that
the
were
people-
seen
no,
beating
We're
officers
talking
with
about federal
flagpoles,
buildings.
dragging them down the stairs. They're on
They
video.
try-
Have you seen that
Really?
video,
Oh,
sir?
really? Well, they
you would
shot-
pardon those. You would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face
They're
who was
shushing people in the crowd.
protesting. They shot her in the vet. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle. Nobody died, but people died in
140
Minneapolis.
officers
You know,
were
people died in
assaulted that
Minneapolis,
day.
and nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens.
What are they talking about?
I don't know.
140 cops? What?
To those people, but you went after the J6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police, as you know, but what about the police that are ushering everybody into the Capitol? Go in. What about that? Look, nothing is perfect in life. You have people from Minneapolis, you have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C., they were having fistfights and fighting with the police. They were spraying and destroying, they were desecrating our monuments in Washington, D.C. 5 days ago, and nothing happened to them. And you can't have two systems of justice. That's why they went after me as a political opponent, because they felt they couldn't win without doing that. And we're going to win our cases, and we're going to be vindicated. But I have to spend a lot of time on that and money. That's what they want. After the election, they won't care. Although in my case, I think they probably will, because the hatred is pretty deep. But I'll tell you, they went after me as a political opponent. That's
for it and picks it up. It's so funny.
Yeah, he reaches so far over to get it. It's so weird.
never happened in our country before, and it sets a terrible, terrible precedent.
What do you do on day one if you win? What's your first thing?
What do? I close the border. And I do two things, because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the border. We don't want people coming. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. They have to come in legally. I want people to come into our country, but they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say, what do I do?
They have to be white.
And I drill, baby, drill. I bring energy way down. I bring interest rates down. I bring inflation way down, so people can buy bacon again, so people can buy a ham sandwich again, so that people can go to a restaurant.
What do black
afford
people eat? Pork, right? Bacon and ham sandwich.
Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%, right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you. I like you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car. You know, Elon Musk endorsed me, and he's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy.
And I'm going to destroy him.
Against everybody having an electric car, okay? I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline-propelled car. But, you know, we have more liquid gold, gasoline, oil, under our feet than any other country. More than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than any other country. I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs, and I also have to stop the invasion. And remember, they're taking your jobs. These people coming in are taking your jobs.
They took our jobs. I think we have to leave it there by the Trump team. All right. So leave it. That is the last word. Thank you so much, Mr. Trump, for coming today and joining us.
Well, thank you very much.
They've been telling us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That was a disaster. That was a fucking train wreck. Good Lord.
Definitely harder opening than it did like throughout the rest. All right, you only want to go to the meme section. I'd have to see the markers though, and you're covering them though.
We are going to talk and the death.
It's marked.
And we just have to say, after years and years of constantly calling conservatives a bunch of weird little freaks on our show, it feels pretty damn good to have this picked up by the mainstream members of the party and to see it deployed so effectively.
Once again, ahead of the curve.
You're welcome. Yeah, you don't really have to do much because Republicans are already very angry at being called weird, which is obviously very telling. Why are you so upset? And why not simply ignore this?
And when you call them weird, they start getting weirder.
Yeah.
Listen,
it's pretty satisfying watching Republicans.
I'll tell you right now,
and make things worse.
Not with the Dominicans. they roasted a whole LeSean out there, bro.
For themselves over just the past week or so, from even acknowledging the JD Vance having sex with a couch rumor.
Now, I would call her up here to come and speak, but then I think I'd have to sleep on the couch tonight. So,
to the fact that they could have just ignored everyone calling them weird for a couple days, causing them to become less and less effective. But they are a bunch of weird little freaks, and when someone finally starts calling them that, it is impossible for them to not respond, because you can tell it's eating them up inside.
They couldn't sit idly by. They saw that and they're like, I have to respond.
So yeah, finally, conservatives, they started responding to those claims that they are weird little freaks who want to control people's bodies, tell people what to do with their lives, what to read or eat, or what to enjoy, and constantly putting their noses in other people's personal lives.
It's weird. Stop doing it.
I saw a great term today, the Nerd Reich.
That is pretty damn good.
God.
That's a subset of the weirdness of the Republicans. Though. That's just one little aspect of them. But JD Vance is the Führer of the Nerd Reich. Anyway, before we get into the responses that we saw, we have two wonderful clips to show you. One is an attack ad put out by a Democratic super PAC that demonstrates how weird conservatives are. through creepy men who become increasingly covered in sweat as the ad plays out. This is Tim and Eric has somehow, it's just seeped into the public, the culture through osmosis enough that there are very clear Tim and Eric parallels in this big American political ad.
Yeah, here you go.
Your genitals are reserved.
What?
I go potty.
Okay.
For procreation.
If you freeze 12 eggs, you should be required to have 12 babies, or else you're a serial killer. And I'm definitely
Sex is only for children.
My son monitors my porn usage to make sure I'm not self-pleasuring.
Just like Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. That's true. You can look it up.
Don't you think that's normal?
Yeah, I do.
It's normal for your son to do that.
You should have a family member monitor your porn use too.
Because pleasuring yourself is very, very naughty.
Brilliantly executed.
I think they should have made him even wetter.
And we hope that it actually makes it onto the airwaves because, like we said, this name calling, childish as it is, it's having a profound effect on conservatives who are getting very upset about it, but haven't yet figured out a way to respond without drawing even more attention to their completely bizarre, destructive behavior and policy position.
It's a great ad because obviously they're mad at it, but like every single line of dialogue in that ad is pulled from the headlines, if you will, in Law and Order speak. This is what Republicans actually believe.
Yeah.
And so
it's so libby though. It's just it's such lib shit. Ugh. But I guess if that's what you're looking for, that's what you're looking for. I mean, the ad is that. Like, yeah, so political ads, sure. Political ads, it's great. But it's still political ad. Ugh. They're all the same.
It's like the warning they put on the South Park episode of Scientology.
Yeah.
Lord Senior.
God, you should see the fucking United Australia Party ads. Good Lord. They're fucking awful.
This is what Scientologists actually believe.
I mean, this is literally, it's this you.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, no. And they're like, well, what do you disagree with? Well, no, everything they said was correct.
The way I'm being portrayed.
I am not sweaty and gross. I am actually cool and handsome.
But here's an example of inadvertently drawing attention to the attacks while doing nothing to refute them from Fox News, who decided to run a supercut of them calling conservatives weirdos.
Well, it's just plain weird.
It is weird.
I mean, that's the box you put that in, right?
It's not just a weird style that he brings. It's that this leads to weird policies.
That is weird behavior.
True.
More extreme, more weird, more erratic.
I didn't know that this was like a thing.
The 32 ounces of weird.
This is funny. It's true though. They are weird. Conservatives are fucking weird.
It's weird. It is weird. JD Vance,
Big Gretch.
Vance is pretty weird.
They're doing this to say, oh, they got the memo. As if Republicans aren't like significantly worse when it comes to like getting the memo on a new talking point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the memo, right? Hold on. The memo. Yeah, the memo, huh? Is that like this memo? This memo? What about this memo? Was that a memo that went out to all the Trump supporters to wear the fake little patch for his little not actually an injury? Yeah, that kind of memo. Fucking goobers.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, I mean, there's literally the Bill O'Reilly show back when that was the top dog. They had a section at the beginning of the show literally called the Talking Points Memo.
Yeah, and you could set your clock to watching Hannity and then listening to Trump regurgitate all those talking points though, and then as well, and then all of his people picking up on that. It's just,
and we should be weird. This, I mean, we've been calling him weird for years. But it started with Tim Walz of Minnesota, and he made those comments, and people were like, you know what, he's right.
Yeah,
they are weird. We should bring that up more instead of doing whatever the fuck Biden was doing, like saying, no one else has been better for NATO.
Oh, I didn't realize it's still muted. What Tim Walz actually said is kind of funny because it's not really starting with him because people have been calling them weird for a while. So basically it's like a feeding children at school program, right? Like a school lunch program, right? And so they're like, how do we know they qualify it? Just like how do you know they won't use this money for drugs, the welfare money on drugs, right? And they want to like drug test people for welfare, that type of weird policy, right? So he says, we don't means test children, we just feed them. It's weird to means test children instead of just feed them.
Yeah, it is weird. It's very weird.
And so it wasn't even the same type of like, he wasn't even like, it's the type of, the way he's using weird is completely different.
Yeah, it wasn't even the sarcastic weird. It was like, it's actually fucking weird that you would want to means test children.
Well, he just meant that it's like inefficient and shit. Like there's no reason for it then instead of just doing the policy.
Yeah.
Not that you like to patrol people's genitals type of weird. You know?
Yeah.
Fox is just putting together this supercut.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's
doing our job for us.
And as you can imagine, this is an example
Yeah,
of
thanks
how
to
they've
you
been
guys for
responding so
doing
far
our
by
job.
claiming that Democrats
Well,
have resorted to
Fox, we were
schoolyard
using
name
parody
calling.
already did it for us too. Fox is now they're so out of place that they're making it better for everyone. Like they're like I've never seen them so like out of like because they calibrate and focus in and laser focus on one thing for a year. Like
so long.
Just have tan suit. They really couldn't find anything else to criticize Obama on.
As if that isn't something that the Republican Party has been doing since, I don't know, as far back as I can remember.
Yeah, everyone calling you weird. Like, yeah, I guess that is a little childish. You know what's even more childish? Calling everyone you don't like a pedophile.
So the Democrat mantra used to be, when they go low, we go high.
Nope, sorry, Michelle, get out. Bye-bye.
This is a battle, and sometimes you do have to sink to their level, especially when it's so goddamn effective.
Yeah, that was a historic, like, miscalculation. No. When someone's pulling you into the mud, you're getting in the mud.
Yeah.
And so you better learn how to sling that mud.
Yeah.
You're not going high. You're in the mud. So take Vivek Ramaswamy, for instance.
You can just like,
it's a total
this is so good.
You know what's funny though? Like all of these people just like it's online, just like
bro.
Block
the
them.
response that shut Vivek down is my favorite part of all of this.
Turn the phone off. Yeah, if Vivek's gonna cry about being cyberbullied, just turn the phone off.
Oh my god, it's so good though. Just wait.
Rich in a way closer to Martin Shkreli's path than anything resembling an actual business built from the ground up. He bought a failed Alzheimer's drug, hyped the shit out of it, then sold a massive stake in his medical company just before the drug failed yet another clinical trial. Tanking the stock, which also had ripple effects on average Americans' pensions funds. He also, earlier this year, bought a significant portion of BuzzFeed.
Is that really what it
was?
was?
To turn into a more conservative-leaning outlet, suggesting that they hire people like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and Bill Maher as contributors. Oh, that last one, he admitted. He's anti-abortion, calls LGBTQ folks members of a cult, and wants the voting age moved up to 25.
Totally normal, right? Not weird at all.
So yeah, weird guy. Let's see how he responded to being labeled weird. This whole "they're weird" argument from the Democrats is dumb and juvenile. This is a presidential election, not a high school prom queen contest. It's also a tad ironic coming from the party that preaches diversity and inclusion. Win on policy.
Aren't you the DEI hire of the Republicans?
So this argument was immediately destroyed when Derek Guy, the men's workwear guy, simply posted a photo of Vivek Ramaswamy and added big ass shoes. With a second image being close up of his shoes. And yeah, those look like clown
must be shopping in the same place Rudy gets his shoes.
Also, it's at least a little bit funny that his response to being called weird is to say that it's ironic for the Dems to preach diversity and inclusion while not including him, a weirdo, in all the fun they're having.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. So you agree that?
Then there is arguably
that is the best response.
Or these fucking libs are cooking.
It's just like it's literally like a men's fashion guy too who said it. That's what's even better.
Awesome.
The funniest post from Tim Pool, who decided to double down on the weird accusations.
Oh my God!
By posting an image of an armor-wearing Trump hugging a gigantic rabbit in front of a cathedral and adding the following quote: "You'll never know want or loneliness again," Trump said. "The world was cruel to you, but you have Trump now." And
just cut away to that picture of all the girls. At the party, like,
who's the
rabbit?
rabbit?
What is this guy talking about?
Yeah.
When people respond,
I know this is
hey, this is pretty weird.
He generated, but what is the point of the rabbit?
That's so weird.
Who's the rabbit?
Basically countered with, "Oh yeah, I'm weird, and I'm gonna be even more weird."
Keep Tim Pool weird.
Yeah,
that's another. I've seen the people being like, "Oh, liberals also always used to be about like, oh, keep Portland weird, keep Austin weird."
Why is Trump
and it was pointed out.
I
I didn't know this actually, but like,
why is Trump trying to fuck that bunny?
Much like how "Don't mess with Texas" was originally an environmentalist slogan from like the local government. Keep Austin, Portland, Seattle weird. That's like the local chamber of commerce.
Yeah.
It's like business owners.
It definitely is. But it was also pointed out that like when people are saying that, they're saying they want like the quirky grilled cheese place on the corner.
Yeah.
Not that you want to be reaching into people's bedrooms or medicine cabinets and altering their lives through medical procedures or the lack thereof. Yeah.
There's a lot of different types of weird. Some of them good, some of them less good.
Mm-hmm.
There was also this tweet from prominent user Evan Loves Wharf, who posted a hypothetical but realistic situation. Conservatives, I'm weird. How about I show you 2,500 anti-trans memes I saved on my phone? Still think I'm weird?
Yes, I do.
And here's just one example that people pointed to in the hours that followed. After being called weird by another user, a guy named Smirktavius responded, "Are you fucking kidding me? I've got about 100 videos of leftist slur for trans people in their car crying because someone misgendered them." So you admit it.
Yeah, almost the exact same quote.
Yeah, as others quickly pointed out, it's kind of weird to have hundreds of videos of people you don't know crying on your phone. That's pretty weird, man. Deranged even. See, this isn't normal at all. Holy shit, you're a freak.
Matt Gates. Yep, Matt Gates wrote, the party of gender blockers and drag shows for kids is calling us weird. Okay. Yeah, buddy.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
All of the accusations once again, including from members of your own party, but here's an image of you from the RNC earlier in this month.
Objectively strange.
Yeah, weird looking guy.
Yeah. JD Vance, of all people, decided to draw even more attention to the fact that everyone is calling him specifically, but also his party, weird, by posting a video of Kamala Harris where she simply states her pronouns and adding, JD Vance is weird. Listen, but having worked in the online content mines for more than a decade now, we can assure you that a very tiny percentage of your audience actually watched the video you uploaded. A fraction of that percentage watched it with the audio on in order to understand your joke. Meanwhile, the majority of people scrolling by simply saw JD Vance posting the phrase, JD Vance is weird. Probably thought to themselves, I mean, I agree, but that's
weird.
That itself, also weird. Weird that he would post that. So he admits it.
Well, that's one half of the presidential ticket acknowledging the message. But here's a statement to Newsweek from Trump campaign representative Stephen Chung that really shows off how much this is bothering them. Kamala Harris and Democrats are actually projecting their weird and creepy vibes. The fact remains.
It's so funny how simple it had to be to get them to basically crumble.
But that's the thing is that Biden couldn't do any of this.
No.
That's why the torch needed to be passed. We've been saying like the young people, empowering the young people, right? Kamala Harris is young enough to at least understand things. You know? Like Kamala Harris probably is aware of what Skibbity Toilet is. Biden, you've tried to describe that to him. Go ahead. That's like describing it to a caveman at that point.
That's fair. I think. Do you remember when I told you about my friend's dad who kicked me out because I just kept telling him where he got his information from, and I was right every time. And I ended up just being like, "Why are you licking Trump's boots? Like, what is going on here?" He's probably seething because I'm like, Trump's not gonna win, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we'll see." I'm like, "Yeah, we'll see." But like these, like it's. I really hope this is enough. Is more my point here. Like this is great.
Failed and dangerously liberal, and no amount of gaslighting from her.
These like the dangerously liberal thing is something that I've been seeing more and more.
Oh yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Out radicalizing Trump is like.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a strategy, but it's not a game winner.
No.
And the only other thing they have is calling her a slut or a diversity hire.
Mm-hmm. And that's easily taken down as well. They've got nothing.
Will erase her despicable record. We're going to beat the brakes off them, and there is nothing they can do about it. Sounds like someone's scared.
Scared and mad.
Yeah.
You mad. Saddest of all, though, had to be poor little Marco Rubio, who not only lost his chance to become the vice presidential nominee, but is on record stating that he's not just weird now, he was also being called weird back in high school, for your information.
Yeah.
So he's actually already got the perfect response. Here's what he said to HuffPost reporter Igor Bobik earlier this week. Rubio says Democrats are weirder. They called us weird, so I'll call them weirder. That's what I used to do back in high school. Oh, no. Marco.
I know what you are, but what am I? Ha! Checkmate, libs.
Yeah. And just to put a pin in this whole thing.
I was going to say, there's no way this is a no you argument, but it literally was.
I told you, man. Like, is this not like one of the funniest news days we've had? Like, this is like a Friday day already.
For the moment. Here's Fox News asking JD Vance if being called weird bothers him.
Calling you weird. Does that hurt your feelings? How do you feel about that?
No, not at all. It doesn't hurt my feelings.
And yes, this clip was posted by the official Kamala Harris campaign, along with a variation on a classic drill tweet. He's not mad, guys. Don't put in the newspaper that he got mad. I have to believe that the second she got the nomination, she not only fired everyone on Biden's
shut up, Brand
social team, but had them like exiled to an island somewhere. Like they're posting so much better than they were before. They can't be the same people.
I honestly think that just the bumpers were taken off. I think it was there's
cool.
Probably some new people, but I think
because Biden was like, constantly going,
finally,
we're running on policy insanity. We're running on policy insanity.
Now memes, let the memes run wild.
I'm the guy that made NATO do the opening and taking 2 people. Don't forget that. I'm the guy who did that. I'm the guy who did that. Now let me introduce
A little bit of fun
you
and
the
do what we
guy
know.
who's gonna win everything. Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin
Was right in order to market this campaign, and something we previously weren't able to do because of the 81-year-old.
I mean, they tried to have
man.
fun. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to picture these posts coming from the same people who, like 2 weeks ago, were like, "Official Joe Biden, I'm sick."
Yeah.
Keep
sick
us
and
out
tired
of
of
weird
Elon
hobbies.
Musk trying to win the White House with his billions.
Yeah, it is noticeably different. And
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Like I said,
I feel like everyone is
they
just trying to not
summarized
address the
most
elephant
of
in the room.
memes there.
Yeah.
He really is an incredibly vulnerable pick, huh?
He's gonna show the ads that we can jump over that.
That's
part,
kind of the conservative line, but I think there's a difference between
you
old
get the
style
Trey
kind of
Gowdy
like
thing?
chivalrous misogyny, where the
body.
Trey Gowdy.
I don't know what that is.
traditional reaction.
Change my mind. I don't give a shit about Vosh.
To put it in women-hating terms, you'll understand. You're being hysterical.
Chelsea Handler has some choice words for J.D. Vance over his childless cat lady comments. Last week, comments that Donald Trump's vice presidential running mate made in 2021 resurfaced online, where he was seen saying that the U.S. was being run by, quote, a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
It's such a 2016 comment.
Yeah, he said it. He literally said it in like 2016, though.
Oh, seriously?
The issue is that he defended it.
Oh, fucking
on
hell.
what's her? I want to say Laura Loomer, but it's obviously not her. It's the one lady, like Michelle something, but she is like a Fox News disgrace who's blonde, and she has her own podcast type thing where she does long form interviews.
Okay.
Handler
Sarah
chose to respond to those
Huckabee
comments
Sanders,
via
not her either.
Instagram.
Listen up, you wingnut elegy. This country is still controlled by men in systems that were set up by men that are carefully crafted to continue to benefit men.
She went on to note that there is no correlation between being childless and the presidency, saying, for example, our very first United States president, Mr. George Washington, didn't have children. In fact, he had 2 stepchildren. She added, to your point about Kamala not being fit because she's not a mother, I'd like to remind you that no president in the history of the United States has ever been a...
I don't know. She's pretty fit.
No president has ever been a mother.
That's actually a really good point.
Mother.
Maybe if she had 5 kids with 3 different men and a scandalous affair with a porn star and was convicted felon, that would be more palatable to Republican men.
Handler went on to refer to Vance as a, quote, diet Mountain Dew drinking, couch humping, dolphin porn aficionado, and said, all of us childless...
It's... Look, you're a comedian and you got out
little too
by...
we get it. You got it.
Yeah.
We get it. A little too much. I would have thrown a curveball in there with
some lessons from what's her face?
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine. Take some lessons from Jasmine.
Which she also has an interview too, but it's more of like Harris is the bad bitch type interview with MSNBC she just did.
Yeah.
Cat and dog ladies are going to go from childless and crushing it to childless and crushing you.
Anyway, I sent the Trey
Handler
Gowdy
is not
thing.
the only
It's
Hollywood
about
figure
this,
to offer a response.
the cat lady stuff.
Last 2 weeks.
You just skip to Trey Gowdy. Fuck Sam Cedars commentary here. Just
manner. This is how he sets up how he's about to speak to JD. I mean, that's what just is astonishing. But yeah.
I've watched that interview many times, and you should too, in full, and draw your own conclusions. When that interview surfaced, 2 things leapt to my mind. Those of us who talk for a living make mistakes. We say things that in hindsight...
Pause it for a second. He's referring to an interview which we played where...
desperately trying to get home to South America. I was trying to get home to South Carolina. We spent the whole day together, finally making it to Charlotte, and then somehow we got them on a flight to Houston. They were headed to visit family in South America before returning to their new home called America. And when we parted ways, they said they'd like to pray for me as their way of saying thanks for the day spent together. And I assured them it's too late to help me. But I do have a friend who's expecting, and she got some tough news about her unborn child. Would they please pray for her instead? And they did, and they still do to this day. They're Catholic nuns, childless, dedicated to God, love this country, living lives of service to others. And it's not just Catholic nuns. Some of the finest people I know don't have children. teachers and guidance counselors and lawyers and doctors, and they love other people's children enough to teach and guide and protect and minister to them. Some people choose not to have children.
Why would they do this?
Others desperately want them, but they can't. In a moment, we'll speak with Senator J.D. Vance.
What? There you go. That's the way he intros an interview. This is not just an editorial where he's not going to he is setting up.
Unfortunately, don't get expectations up. He immediately rolls over because he's like Christians forgive type person.
Fuck's sake.
But isn't that fucking great?
That's awesome.
He really pissed everyone off with this comment.
With the intro?
No, just him saying that the country's run by childless cat ladies. This whole thing about how he's weirdly family oriented, right?
So nuns and priests aside,
keep in mind they want to already ban
in
vitro stuff, right? He's part of that group. So he only values people who have children and is against in vitro fertilization.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably
they're trying
Protestant.
to make a class of people that's like higher.
Weird.
We're more worthy.
Yeah, we're
because
real.
God gave us the gift of having children.
Yeah,
type
weird.
Shit.
Weird.
Who very much love this country and are invested in its future, but they also happen to be childless.
Oh, of course I believe that, Trey. And if you look at the full context of what I said, it's very clear the Democrats have tried to take this thing out of context and blow it out of proportion, which is what they always do, Trey, because they don't have an agenda to run on themselves.
He's soft speaking.
And if you look at what the American people are most concerned about, Trey, it's not an out of context quip that I made 3 years ago. It's the fact that Kamala Harris,
This is Ron DeSantis shit, the soft speaking. They're taking me out of context. I was misquoted. Yeah. At least he can keep his hands down.
Borders are opened the American southern border.
The
fact that the Democratic Party has become explicitly anti-family in some of their policies. In fact, you just heard Kamala Harris in a surface clip recently talk about how it was a bad idea to have kids because of climate change anxiety. So really what I'm trying to get at here, Trey, is that it's important for us to be pro-family as a country. Of course, for a whole host of reasons, it's not going to work out for some people. We should pray for those people and, of course, have sympathy for them. I still think that means we should be pro-family, generally speaking, as a party. And I think that our country has become particularly hard for parents, especially under the policies of Kamala Harris.
I mean,
because religion is weird, bro.
Fucking weird.
Yeah, religion.
Some of the contenders to be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mates stumping hard for her campaign right now, and they're out and about doing their thing. New reporting from NBC News says that Vice President Harris and her yet-to-be-named running mate will hit the campaign trail next week on a battleground state tour, the latest indication that her VP selection process is nearing its end. In the past week, they have helped the campaign expand its footprint a little bit, hosting events across the country and sharpening the message around her candidacy, like Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro with his message of freedom, which was also the message of Harris had, as well
what a
as
message, freedom.
Walt, and his message of just how weird Donald Trump is, really, and J.D. Vance and their MAGA allies, how that all plays out. It's a message that many Democrats have taken and run with. So let's get into that a little bit with our panel, Tim, Cornell, and Donnie. So, Tim, why do you think the weird framing message seems to have caught on? Is it because
bunch of libs
out there already think these folks are weird?
I think it's bottom up. I've been saying that they should do this for a while. It really worked. If you look back to the Arizona
It's
Senate,
actually my idea.
Well, he was another VP contender you didn't mention against Blake Masters, who is really in the mold of J.D. Vance in a lot of ways, just both from a policy standpoint, he's one of these nationalist MAGA guys, but also is a pretty weird dude. That was something that showed up in that race a bunch, just this idea that Blake Masters felt very creepy, and it turned off voters, and he ended up doing worse than Kerry Lake in that election for a sense of how poorly he did. So I think that there's a model for this working. I think that voters think about it. And in J.D. Vance's case, there's something about Trump. We all agree Trump's weird, and he puts on all the makeup, and he sprays his hair, and like this whole thing is weird, but it's kind of in this performance performer way, reality TV show host way. JD Vance's weirdness is in a much creepier way, in like a I care deeply about when women should bear their children type of way. And like that sort of creepy authoritarian weirdness, I think, is really kind of splashing over onto Trump and making that hit a lot more potent than if it was just about Trump and the electrocuted sharks or whatever.
Donnie, how does the brand thing stick? The weird branding thing stick the way it's sticking. It is amazing how that has bubbled up and really is kind of framing this campaign in a way I don't think people thought it would.
I want to piggyback on Tim because I think he brings up a great point. Everything about Trump, his hair, the things he says, was kind of baked in. And it was kind of, I don't want to say part of his charm because I hate to use the word charm with him, but part of his weird appeal. I'm using that word weird. Vance took it to a different place. That cat lady comment is something that sticks. That's a weird, twisted, cruel thought. That he's not going to get past that. When you go after women who have either chosen not to have children or can't have children and say they're not part of us, you're over there. That goes into the cruel and weird and like, where do you even come up with that? Like, it's just the thinking is so twisted. And I think the weird is a great word. I like it because it covers a lot of sins.
It does, doesn't it?
It really does. And so I know Tim Walz has been hitting it a lot. I mean, you can show a mashup of showing 80 people saying weird. I don't think it's anything that's calculated. I think it just kind of comes out of people's mouths. Yeah, and that's what makes it effective.
It really is an organic aspect. And I think that's one of the things, Cornell, about this campaign that is so rich is the organic nature of it and how this plays out, particularly now that you're moving into this space where she's going to make a vice presidential pick. They're going to be out campaigning together next week. I mean, I can ask the obvious question, who that will be. Who do you think that will be with her? But I also want to tag along to the point that Tim and Donnie are making, how that candidate can further that narrative, whether it's the weird aspect of the Trump-Vance campaign, how the voters are responding at this moment. It has a really interesting organic feel to it.
It does. And, the best things, and I'm, look, some of my best friends are consultants and I'm a consultant, but the best things about campaigns usually don't come from the consultants. Right? It usually comes from.
I've been trying to tell campaigns that for years, by the way, Cornell. Just
consultants make too much money. They don't want to hear too much money.
Right. We should back on consultants. But it's from the young people, same thing as brat and it's weird and all this other thing. So it's really organic. And it's something that the young people sticks to these young people who look. We've gotten all we're going to get out of Donald Trump as Darth Vader, right? We painted Donald Trump as Darth Vader, as dark, gloom and doom and evil for the last couple of years, and that has given us a certain percentage of the vote. But the weird thing, I think, opens up a whole different conversation with the younger voters who don't see him as Darth Vader. Look, I will lean to Donnie on this because I think the Clinton Gore team was one that I thought was sort of a signaling something different, a youthfulness. It was signaling a value and a move forward. I hate this idea that they're doing all this electoral politicking about which state puts in play. I'd much rather them think thematically about what it is they want to sort of put forward.
MSNBC is shit.
I know, right?
Uh-huh.
This fucking
even worse.
I just sent the meme to you. This fucking meme Pega sent me is so fucking funny. But I forwarded it to you. I probably sent it to you as well. But it'll
Do you
be
remember
in
this fucking idiot?
Yes. So in your Instagram DMs, pull it up real quick because it's so funny. It's probably the funniest meme I've seen about the Hamas guy dying. And it's a classic one too. These guys make me want to get a lobotomy.
He's gone.
Huh?
He's gone.
What is gone?
I can't see it.
The meme?
I can't bring it up. It is on a private channel.
That's weird. Hang on. I'll take a screen cap for you.
Just screen share it.
I can't. It's on my phone. My Instagram isn't. I don't hook up my social media to my computer when I'm like working and shit. Instagram's like a whole other like thing away. It's already on my phone, so. Is that fucking great?
That is very funny.
Okay, let's start with U.S. politics for Colorado Governor Jared Polis. Be called up to be Kamala's vice president. Now, he answered with the most self-aware response I've ever heard from a politician.
Obviously, if somebody asks, I take a serious look at it, but my phone hasn't rung yet. Look, if they do the polling and it turns out that they need a 49-year-old balding gay Jew from Boulder, Colorado, they got my number.
Wow. Look, I've never seen balding gay Jew on a Seek.com ad, but fingers crossed, my man. Meanwhile, the Republican VP candidate, J.D. Vance, has hit the stage and tried to win over a crowd with some of his very hot takes.
It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday.
Okay.
And one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too. But
and one today.
It's good.
I wonder if they'll pick up on this like we did.
Okay. It's good.
Oh.
I love you guys.
There were bullets at Trump's rally and now bombs at JD's. To global animal news now.
They said that was a decent joke.
And I think it's pretty clear they're not vets.
Did you hear his joke?
Is that seriously all?
It was a good joke, bro. Go back. Listen to that joke. It was a good joke.
I'm just perplexed.
Oh.
I love you guys.
There were bullets at Trump's rally and now bombs at JD's. To global animal news now. A Texas family found a baby bird.
I thought he said bombs.
That's it. Like, they actually had a good joke on this show for once.
That's actually very disappointing that that's all it was. I was hoping to get more cringe lib shit, but
now back to the US and Donald Trump's campaign.
Instead, now we have Sky News.
And has hit that bump with J.D. Vance under fire for his comment about leftist policymakers and childless women. It was made back in 2021. Here it is again.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country.
Oh my God, 2021 is when he's.
Bro, when Tucker doesn't laugh when you say childless cat ladies in this context, read the room.
Miserable too.
But he is on Fox there as well, and his whole Fox persona was angry, weird-looking dude, just dead-faced looking at the camera.
But I mean, that was clearly supposed to be like a joke, though.
Sure,
like to mock them. You know, it's like a bullying thing.
It's more.
And Tucker
I don't
loves bullying people.
Now he does because that's his own brand thing, right? I think now he would laugh, but like on Fox News, it was a different brand.
Crichton in
He's still
DC. How damaging
He's always
this
a
has
bully.
been for
That's
Trump.
Tucker.
Yeah, but it was never like joking bullying. It was always like dead serious.
But I still think he would laugh at that. If today he wouldn't either.
You reckon?
No, I just think that it's like he's so off base that even Tucker's like, "What are you talking?"
Well, certainly for the first week, I think it's been very damaging. I mean, it's he's had to explain himself, and as they say in politics, if you're explaining, you're losing. And there's been a lot of explaining this week. So look, it's not been a great week.
That's not true because Trump only explains while not explaining anything, and he wins. So
all the time.
From the ticket, which I think is unlikely, but the mere fact that so many anonymous sources have been saying so from
not
Republican
anonymous
sides
sources
is not great. I think it's still too early to say.
You think if people are like, "How's the year?" and he's like, "It's actually, I'm faking it."
The presumptive
I put this bandage on myself to make it to dress it up for the chemistry and the drama.
There's been so much happening in US news, as you know. So look, let's just wait and see. But look, it's certainly
bold choice to go with the bookshelf and then not and have a completely empty shelf, and then use the only shelf with books.
Some hot-headed words or something in an interview because he said something very similar very soon afterwards in a speech.
Kamala Harris. Mayor Pete Buttigieg.
If I put up like maybe you like literally like print out pictures of books,
AOC,
right?
Yeah,
and then like just kind of like tape them in there. Like a picture of books, like you kind of fold them, right? So it's kind of like a 3D image. You fold the top and bottom and take a glue stick to the top and you stick it to the top and the bottom. So it's like a staple shape, right?
Yeah.
And that will give it like, and then you like also bend it a little, you fold each one on the crease individually, like an accordion fold, and then you get it out and you space it out. It'll give more depth there. Did I mention my background's in film?
All these people They're different. They come from different walks of life, different parts of the country. What is the one thing that unites every single one of them? Not a single one of them has any children.
Gay.
It's something else to build a political movement invested theoretically in the future of this country when not a single one of them actually has any physical commitment to the future of this country.
Now, Adam, we all get this, right? Families are central in society, children are good, and you want policies that are family-friendly, but you can't go around saying that you sort of have no stake in the country and no interest in the future of the country if you don't have children. This is a silly thing to say to people you want to vote for you.
Yeah, right.
really
He
was
had
very
not
silly, and of course it's
means-tested
worth
this
pointing-
whole, like, you know, like he's young enough to be like, oh, I know exactly how to fix shit. They just never thought about it like I have. I got it. It's because we need to give families more votes.
Out that there are many Republicans without
Fucking,
children.
of course
I mean,
a
there's
Marine
Senator
came
Lindsey
up with that
Graham,
one,
there's
huh?
Senator Tim Scott. They just spring to mind right now. You know, they don't have children, and so I mean, is he suggesting that that they have the similar problem? Look, I think he really regrets that remark. I'm sure. He probably believes it, though. I mean, that's his view of the world, I think. The funny thing is, this is maybe too esoteric, but it reminds me, as an economist, these criticisms were made of John Maynard Keynes very vociferously.
Oh,
a lot
whoa!
in the past, because he had no children.
What?
And people used to say
Nazi
that his
salute.
whole economic system was,
It
was
totally
based
was,
not about
though.
the
You
future,
can't
but
tell
about
me
the
that
present.
wasn't.
Anyway, just a little interesting historical anecdote.
It is indeed. But you say JD Vance regrets these comments, but he had the opportunity to walk back from them, to apologise for them in an interview with Megyn Kelly over the weekend, and he seemed to double down on them. Have a look.
It's not a criticism of people.
What he should have
who don't have
said is
children.
that, like, I tried to make a joke and not even Tucker laughed, so it clearly wasn't funny. I was off base, and
explicitly said in my remarks, despite the fact the media has lied about this, that this is not about criticizing people who, for various reasons, didn't have kids. This is about criticizing the Democratic Party for becoming anti-family and anti-child.
There you go. That's the kind of the political and policy argument behind it, but he's hardly stepping down from them. And my point about this,
means
Adam,
testing
is,
school lunches.
He's been interested in JD Vance. I loved his book, and I thought he was a fascinating choice.
What a almost got that second
I always thought it would be wise for Donald Trump to have a female running mate, and especially now that he's up against Kamala Harris. Do you think he might use this controversy as an excuse to get rid of JD Vance and maybe have a female running mate? I mean, I'm a big fan of Nikki Haley's. I know they've had a lot of tension, but she would be a fantastic running mate for Trump, wouldn't she?
She would have.
Yeah, certainly, you couldn't rule that out. I mean, Trump is very unpredictable, and he's very driven by, well, of course, winning. As you know, he really wants to win, and if he thinks that Vance is going to be a liability, I wouldn't
she would have said that.
Still, just under
it's
4
the
months to
perfect
go.
opportunity to.
So look, it remains to be seen. But as you say, I mean,
balance out like what I see as like, she can act like she's the wife of the country. Like it needs a feminine twist.
Yeah.
Something like that, where she can see like, like I never said that I wouldn't support Trump. I just said that there's things that I support that's different. And they'd say, what are those things? And then that would trap her because she would have to criticize Trump as the VP. But she would have to come up with a thing to escape all because you naturally have to lead yourself into that.
Of course.
From those comments, which has not really helped. I think he believes them, and I think also the explanations were a bit disingenuous. I mean, he clearly did criticize people for being childless. That's clearly what he said. So yeah, look, it's definitely not a good look.
It's not a good look, especially when you want to.
Also, that's the thing is Trump can't do this, and that's why he couldn't pick her. But he would have to admit, he'd have to say things like, when I heard her on that debate stage and she criticized the policies that I did, I said, what, I think I have to think about that. She might be right, And then it's like, oh, so do you regret making that policy? He said, no, but I think I would consider her opinion in the future. It's much better than that fat bitch, Chris Christie. You know how many times I listened to him, everything that went wrong that she actually was criticizing. And Chris Christie tried to manipulate her to turn her against me because he's Palpatine now. right? And then he's like, but it was all stuff that he did. It was all his fault. Those things that she said that she criticized of my policies, better than JD Vance, but still Tim Scott would have been the best choice, or Rubio, but Tim Scott's better.
Men. Weird times continue in the US, Adam. Thanks for keeping us up to date.
They couldn't be a DEI hire while they're criticizing DEI hires.
More nonsense from the US tomorrow. We'll see. Not that Adam's nonsense. I'm talking about the issues that's slightly nonsensical.
Let me just ask you this before we move on to the VP thing.
No.
What do you think of the
I think we're done with JD Vance, though. Moving on.
There is a funny one where they really hold his feet to the fire. It's a conservative interview meant to save him, but I don't know which one.
Yeah.
अगर बलूच एकचेती कमेटी के कारकुनान और किसी को भी जो भी नुकसान पहुंचाए उसकी जिम्मेदारी
I got one in English. I sent you.
Do you?
Yeah, I sent it to you on the Twitter DMs.
Okay.
A Baloch a reporter for Balochistan that reports in English. Why are you dancing?
The Hitman? What are you talking about?
No. I sent it earlier. Because you asked for sources about Balochistan. So I sent you posts from people. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah. I got it.
If you don't got it. Oh, yeah. There's this stuff too. But there is a talking head there. Maybe I didn't say the talking. I might have not have said the talking head. So let me find it.
I don't know. This one, it's fine. We'll start with this.
Yeah. I sent you the account, but I didn't send her talking head thing.
What do we know about what's actually going on here?
Well, she will explain it in this right here. He's being detained and almost being thrown in front of a car.
DV van. Is that the Akatsuki?
Yeah, so they're raiding people they're abducting and disappearing people who are alleged to be part of the organization for the protesters and stuff.
Okay. There's Pakistan army.
Yeah, but they might be they have an interesting a button there, the blue and red button. So they might be an interstate Baloch thing that Pakistan uses and weaponizes against the population.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Oh, see, they had they will only allow women to arrest women, see?
आप इन्हें क्यों गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं? इन लोगों ने क्या किया है कि आप इन्हें गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं?
See that
इन लोगों ने क्या किया है कि
red
आप
and blue
गिरफ्तार कर
thing?
रहे हैं?
Yeah.
On her arm. I'm not familiar with that.
Baloch, the organizer of Baloch Security Committee. I'm addressing you all from Gwadar. Gwadar is under siege from the last 4 days. Baloch Security Committee has organized a Baloch national gathering on 28th of July. Baloch national
Wait,
gathering
does this have subtitles?
Baloch genocide.
It might.
Nope.
Okay. Just very hard to hear because of the wind, because she's filming outside or something. But yeah, she's saying that there's a Baloch national gathering in protest of genocide.
And the gross human rights. I am Maran Baloch, the organizer of Baloch Security Committee. I'm addressing you all from Gwadar. Gwadar is under siege from the last 4 days. Baloch Security Committee has organized a Baloch national gathering on 28th of July. Baloch National Gathering was a protest against Baloch genocide and the gross human rights violations in Balochistan. And for
Against genocide
and gross human rights violations in Balochistan.
Was a protest against Baloch genocide and the gross human rights violations in Balochistan. And for this gathering, whole of the Balochistan was marching towards Gwadar to stage their protest in Gwadar.
That's the location.
Yeah, the city.
Yeah,
with the
March,
protesters
or
rather than
capital.
Yeah,
like a state house.
Facilitating the protest, they have started a huge crackdown against the national gathering. Till then, we don't have the reports outside Gwadar, but in Gwadar, military has taken over the streets, and it has injured many people and abducted more than 500 people. And we still don't have the data that how many people are injured because the hospitals are sealed and the injured people have no access for their health facilities. And outside Gwadar, the Baloch masses have also organized sit-in in multiple regions of Balochistan. But the state has used violence against those protesters while abducting several human beings and women protesters. This all is happening in Gwadar, in Balochistan. A huge humanitarian crisis is right now happening in Balochistan. And the government, state, all the judiciary is facilitating this crackdown. Baloch masses have no right for peaceful assembly, have no right for freedom of expression, and their all rights have been snatched. Our eyes are upon international community. We request you all, the international media, to give coverage to this barbarism of a state and also to the international.
They're not.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't give a fuck about you guys.
They don't know they don't know what a Baloch is.
Yeah, they're very unaware, so it's going to take a lot of effort for you guys to get any voice out there. Unfortunately,
I'll pull up. I have one of my favorite clips from a Baloch revolutionary. I'll pull that up.
Question.
So that's what I'm going to pull up in response to it because he actually explains it. But the issue is that similar to Bangladesh, Balochistan never actually technically chose to be part of Pakistan. They basically forced a vote referendum where like a majority happened, but it was like 55%. A lot of people were not in favor of joining Pakistan, right? And so because it was so contested, a lot of people say that it's rigged. So it's a fundamental belief that Balochistan is not supposed to be part of Pakistan. So there's a lot of Baloch uprisings as well, which is why Pakistan says the mistreatment and crackdowns are necessary. I mean, it's similar to what you see in Kurdistan, which is why the Kurds and Baloch, they have a lot of they're really internationally linked within the awareness community. Like the Kurds have a lot of solidarity with Balochistan. But that's the thing is that nobody knows what Balochistan is. They don't understand, right? I'm going to have to scroll for a minute to find this because it's a very old reel on Instagram that I'm looking for. But it's one of my favorites. So that's the thing is like even if James talks about Balochistan, it's very clear that he supports their independence, you know. Even though these guys work with they literally work with the TTP and stuff to do terrorist attacks against Pakistan. I mean, it's not everyone; it's specific individuals inside these groups.
To intervene and immediately act because your delay can cause innocent life losses, and we are still persistent to continue our sit-in, and we will persist to continue our struggle against Baloch genocide. And those.
Okay, was there any more? There might be. She may have posted more video in the clip below.
Maybe.
If you go to her post, there might be a thread of post. Okay, so this is the video. Now this is going to be a hard thing to pause and shit and read along with, but.
Are you sharing it?
Yes, I will in a second. I'm just getting it pulled up. And then it's Instagram, so I can't zoom in, of course.
Excellent.
But I think he's actually pretty easy to understand, even though he's talking in a different language, because he's like so rational and pragmatic and casual about it. You're like, oh, I totally understand what this guy's saying, right?
बलोच कौम की आज़ादी है, पंजाबी तसल्लुत से छुटकारा हासिल करना है.
Our goal is to gain independence. We want to end Punjabi rule over our land and provide for the Baloch people with security, justice, and equality. Who are the Pakistanis? Are they an ethnic group? No. Sindhis, Baloch, Pashtuns, Punjabis live in Pakistan. These are Pakistanis ethnic groups. Why force us to become Pakistanis by taking over our lands and its riches? This is why we fight the authorities and those working for them, like the police and others. They're stealing our land to strengthen Pakistan. We want to weaken the authorities. So, like he's saying, he's like, what, what is Pakistan? We're not fucking Pakistan, right? It's like calling like the Kurds Iraqis,
Where are we? Here? No. Here.
State of Pakistan की है, government of Balochistan की है.
Was she speaking English that whole time?
No, not the whole time.
Okay. Bap, 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 bap. Bap, 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 bap. What about Greta?
What about her?
This is really telling us what we've already had is their sit-ins.
Yeah. They should have footed.
मैं मारंग बलोच इस वक्त ग्वादर से बात कर रही हूँ. जिस तरह आप लोग को पता है कि 28 जुलाई राजी मुच्छी का दिन था.
In July there was a protest. I didn't have to I can't even read, but I know what she's saying.
जलसा करने वाले थे, लेकिन
peaceful gathering.
गुज़श्ता 2 हफ्ते से अपनी
State last 2 weeks used force to prevent it.
ताकत इस्तेमाल की है कि इस पीसफुल जो एक गैदरिंग है इसको किस तरह रोका जाए. 3 दिन के दौरान हमारे तकरीबन 1000 के करीब साथी अभी तक गिरफ्तार हैं और हमें कुछ भी नहीं पता है. 4 दिन हो चुके हैं कि ग्वादर में नेटवर्क बंद है और यहाँ पे कर्फ्यू नोटिस किया गया है, जहाँ पे एफसी पुलिस और डेथ स्क्वाड के कारण दे हर गली कूचे में आम
Death squad.
Yeah, we all got that. Pretty clear.
तकरीबन ग्वादर धरने में अभी दूसरी मर्तबा में क्रैकडाउन का सामना हुआ है, जिसकी वजह से एफसी और पुलिस ने आकर जो पीसफुल धरना था उसके साथ मुज़ाकरात करने के बजाय वहाँ जितने भी मुलजिमीन थे उन सब को मारा, उन सब पर तशद्दुद किया और अभी तक हमें कुछ नहीं पता है. पूरा शहर बंद है कि उनमें से कितने लोग जिंदा हैं और कितने लोग जख्मी हैं. ये सब रियासत पाकिस्तान की जानिब से हो रही है. मैं आप सबसे यही गुजारिश करती हूँ.
That's the thing about the Baloch organizers. They're very good at being able to have a universal message. They're very well organized with like the rhetoric and how to present everything.
Yeah, interesting.
Even though there's multiple factions, even the militant factions and stuff.
नस्ल कुशी के खिलाफ आए और बलोच तहरीक और बलोच यकजहती कमेटी का साथ दें. और इस दरमियान अगर बलोच यकजहती कमेटी के कारकुनान और किसी को भी जो भी नुकसान पहुंचाए उसकी जिम्मेदारी स्टेट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ बलोचिस्तान की है, जिसके ऑर्डर्स पर पीसफुल मुजाहिरीन पर तशद्दुद किया गया. पीसफुल मुजाहिरीन आज भी जिनकी लाशें
some of the South Asian stuff is easier to understand than like Arabic, like Arabic is much harder to me. I mean, but the fact that half of it's in English, like they're borrowing all these English words.
Yes.
And they're talking slow enough that you can like put together like National Committee, state bad, government of Pakistan bad, government of Pakistan violent on peaceful protests.
के हॉस्पिटल और मुख्तलिफ अस्पतालों में पड़ी हुई है, जिन लाशों को देखने के लिए भी हमें इजाज़त नहीं दी जा रही है। और कल को मुझ समेत यहाँ पर किसी को भी कोई जानी नुकसान पहुंचता है, उसकी जिम्मेदारी स्टेट ऑफ पाकिस्तान और उसकी एजेंसीज की होती है। शुक्रिया।
I don't think we're going to get much.
Oh, no. But at least people know that it's happening.
Yeah.
Joining us now from Caracas, Ana Vanessa Herrero, a reporter for the Washington Post. Ana, thank you so much for being with us again this morning. What's Caracas like today?
Well, it's definitely different from the day after the elections. We see less people on the streets, yet we don't see any commerces open. We don't see the same fluency as
there, and people keep doxing his location whenever he posts a photo.
Seriously, that's so funny.
Just to try to get him killed.
Expect in or after
what did he expect?
A normal day of election. So it's let's say it's in a tense calm right now. It's doesn't seem peaceful at all since the repression on Monday and on Tuesday was so intense that people are deciding to protest in different ways. They're trying to jump the roadblocks that the National Guard and the police are putting in front of them to avoid any kind of protest.
Ana, among the things that show lack of transparency, to quote the Carter Center, the Maduro Election Council has yet to publish the results of the elections. So by law, I understand, they have 48 hours after an election to publish the results of it. They haven't done that. What's this about?
Well, we really don't know what's going on. The government did say that the electoral system was hacked from another country, but yet they haven't given us or the country any other information on this. So it's the first time, and this is very important for everyone to know, this is the first time that something like this happens in Venezuela. We don't understand what's going on, and the government is not giving a lot of information on this. This is giving tension, putting a lot of tension in what are already complicated days. This is something that people on the streets are yelling or shouting. They want to see the vote. And in the meantime, the opposition says they have proof, and they uploaded all the proof that they had, the vote tallies, to another website, an independent website that shows Edmundo Gonzalez with over 3 million votes ahead of Maduro. So this is a very complicated point right now for the government not to say anything and not to publish the results that they announced on Sunday.
Yeah, and Ana, I mean, just to give a little perspective for folks that maybe don't know about Venezuela and Chavez Maduro's 25-year plus reign, we're seeing a report that Maduro announced he's created an app so that people could go in and snitch on those who are protesting.
Yes. Well, let me give you a little bit of context on this. This app was created in 2022. The app was supposed to help people, mostly people from working class neighborhoods, to look for medicines or to create like a community. This was supposed to be a helpful app. But yet at that point, at that time, experts were worried about the real purpose of this. But yesterday, Nicolas Maduro...
Is that meant to mean something to me?
What?
I don't. What the fuck is Quavo?
Oh, it's just her being able to quote and throw shade. It's just funny Kamala Harris stuff.
Yeah.
Like say it to my face.
I don't know what Quavo is.
Just a guy. Just a
sure.
person.
We launched the app with another purpose. And this purpose is, as you said, to snitch, just to call out all of those in their working class neighborhoods mostly, who are protesting or who, for example, were witnesses for the opposition, so that they could be identified, even going as far as asking people to put the names and addresses of this alleged opposition supporters, with the purpose, of course, of tracking them down.
Specifically, she's pandering because she's in Georgia, and the guy is from Georgia. Oh, also Megan the
Now we
Stallion
have a
performed. He was there and Maggie the Stallion was there at her rally in Georgia. So she literally is having the rappers come out and endorse her, just like Trump, huh?
Situation with
Yeah, I don't. Just don't.
What? Megan the
don't.
Stallion's fine. I'm sure they're from
Sure.
Georgia. They're Georgia endorsements. Where's Killer Mike?
I don't know, supporting Cop City or some shit, I guess. I don't fucking know.
over 700 people arrested for protesting and above 11 dead. Around 11 yesterday. Today, we're hearing that it's 13 people dead during the 2 days of protests. So it's a very complicated situation that the government is definitely not making any less tense.
Ana, Vanessa Herrero, take good care of yourself in Caracas. I thank you very much for being with us this morning. I want to bring in Rob Farbman, Executive Vice President of Edison Research, an American polling company, which actually conducted an exit poll in Venezuela during the presidential.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
No, he conducted an exit poll.
Joining us.
I want to hear his poll. Let's see those results.
There's no possibility. I mean, this is as transparent a cheating effort as you could possibly see. They clearly chose a number just over 50%. Even if you divide the actual vote by the percentages, it comes out to an even decimal, which makes no sense statistically. Exactly 51.2%. It's just kind of sloppy cheating that I suspect they had to do on the fly when they saw what a wide margin they had lost by.
Rob, why are you so clear and so confident on the numbers that your organization found on Sunday?
Well, first of all, there were pre-election polls
There you go.
by reputable
65% of the
pollsters.
vote is what they're saying the other guy won with. 65%.
Damn. It's a far cry from 44.
Yeah, that's one exit poll, but still, even if you say that it's 15 points of leeway,
There were a lot of
that's still
phony polls, obviously.
Still what?
I mean, even if it's a 15-point disparity, right? That's still 50% with multiple candidates in the race, which means that the other guy couldn't have 51%, right?
Yes,
Even
exactly.
if it's because there's more than two candidates. Anyway, that's it. I just wanted to see the number.
Several prominent pollsters did pre-election polls, and they showed this.
They showed the same. There you go.
And let's turn now to Venezuela and the ongoing protests following the disputed presidential election. Thousands have taken to the streets in recent days, clashing with riot police in the capital of Caracas. Hundreds have been arrested. At least 11 people have died and dozens have been injured. Police have surrounded the Argentine embassy, where 6 opposition figures are sheltering. International pressure has mounted on Venezuela's President Maduro to release proof of his election victory. The official claims he won the election, picking up 51% of the vote.
You know what?
The
They're going
opposition.
to release proof, and he just sends a picture of his ball sack to them. Proof of these nuts.
Look at the date.
I mean, you're covering it.
Right there.
You're covering
See
it.
the year?
You're covering it.
You can see the year.
Okay, it says 18. How do I know that's not backwards time like you people have?
The year is always last. What are you
No,
talking
bro.
about?
I'm just fucking kidding.
It was only 6 years ago. Yeah, how fast it happens.
Candidate Edmundo Gonzalez getting 41%. But the opposition has called the count a sham. The Carter Center, which provided international observers for the election, has said the voting did not meet international standards of electoral integrity and cannot be considered democratic. Now, President Maduro has accused of attempting to carry out a coup. Now, for more on this story, we're joined by journalist Mariana Zuniga and the director of the Latin America program at the Wilson Center, Benjamin Gadan. Mariana, I'll come to you first. We've seen protests on the street since Maduro claimed victory. What's the latest? What are the opposition saying?
Well, yeah. Hi, thanks for the invitation. The opposition has rejected the results, and this week they were able to prove that Edmundo Gonzalez won the election by collecting 80% of the voting tabulations. They are saying that they're going to keep fighting for Venezuela's freedom, and that they understand people's indignation, but they ask for people to be calm and firm at this moment.
Yeah, the Carter
Yeah,
Center,
well,
which is a known
haven't you
NGO, was
noticed
invited
it's
by
all
Venezuelan
been
officials
like
to monitor.
this since they found oil off the coast? America really will do anything for that oil that they don't need, that they can drill for
The
in their
election on
own
Sunday
country as they transition out of
presidential poll.
fossil fuels.
They've said the election cannot be considered democratic. Can you tell us more about what they've said?
Yeah, last night the Carter Center, that was one of the few international observers who were allowed inside the country, said that the elections did not meet the international standards and cannot be considered democratic. It is important to say that...
Notice how it's always the
leftist
countries they say are undemocratic, huh?
They send people to the voting centers.
Leftist
And
is when
also,
collapse economy.
Because the Venezuelan government is not releasing the data. They are not releasing nor the Venezuelan government, nor the National Electoral Council haven't released the tally from any of the machines. They promised to do that on Sunday, but they haven't done it.
Oh my God, Kamala Harris is short.
Short queen.
She's short as fuck.
Short queen.
Latest in Venezuela is that 2 hours ago, Maduro went to the Supreme Court in Caracas and he asked them to do an audit for the result. But the Carter Center just said that the top court won't provide any independent audit of the contra-presidential election.
Who's
and
this CIA agent they have?
Is full of Maduro's loyalists as
This
well.
one.
Hang on,
Benjamin,
can we go back to that footage? Was that a naked lady only wearing a flag?
And he asked them to do an audit for the result. Any of them releasing the people to
no,
court in Caracas, the top court won't provide any independent audit of the contra-presidential election.
I see straps.
Yeah, not
there
quite.
There is straps.
Close, almost.
Because this court is full of Maduro's loyalists as well.
Yeah, Benjamin, I want to bring you into the conversation and get your take on this Venezuelan election in the lead up to the polls on Sunday.
If this guy has a British accent, I'm skipping.
Many polls that were done showed that the opposition was far in the lead, which has obviously antagonized the opposition when the results show something incredibly different.
Yeah, it's not just the
American.
Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro said he asked the country's Supreme Court to conduct an audit of the presidential election. Maduro was declared the winner despite opposition claims it has proof he actually lost by a wide margin. That has sparked widespread protests. The U.S.-based Carter Center deployed monitors to observe the election at Venezuela's request. It has concluded the vote was not democratic. And those protests have carried to several countries, including Canada. CBC's Evan Dyer is at a demonstration happening in Ottawa, and he joins us now. Evan, what's happening there?
Well, members of the local Venezuelan community, Diana, have come here to show their support for the opposition, for its leader, Maria Corina Machado, who was not allowed to run in this election, barred from running for office for 15 years by the Venezuelan government, and also the candidate who they were able to run for the opposition, Edmundo Gonzalez, who people here say was the clear winner of that election.
Yeah, she's 5'4". Hello. Pay attention.
You talking to me? I already know.
What
she's 5'4".
did she get banned for?
Who?
The
leader?
Venezuelan chick.
Because she was opposition.
That's it?
Yes.
Excellent.
There's also some non-Venezuelans here, and that shows some of the regional significance of this vote. There are people here from Cuba, people here from Nicaragua, allied governments of the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela, also undemocratic. And those are people who are hoping that there might be some kind of a chain reaction if the Venezuelan opposition is able to depose the Maduro government in Venezuela. They're hoping to see similar things happen in their own countries. There's a lot of optimism here, and that is because of the fact that you mentioned that unlike previous Venezuelan elections, in this case, the opposition has been able to grab electronic receipts. We understand from all...
I don't know why Cuba, like, why doesn't America just drop the sanctions and let Cuba sort itself out? If they really want that government still in there, they'll keep it there. If they don't, they'll get rid of it. I don't understand why they still got this embargo on Cuba. It doesn't make sense.
All or almost every electoral table in every polling station in Venezuela, and has been rapidly uploading them to the internet with photographic proof. The way that the Venezuelan voting system works every voting machine issues a tile or an electronic receipt with a unique alphanumeric signature and QR code. So the vote numbers on those pieces of paper.
It's basically fucking crypto. This is great. This is what I've been saying people should do forever.
Are verifiable. The opposition has them and has been loading them to the internet and says that they show a margin of victory of more than 2-1 for Edmundo Gonzalez over Nicolas Maduro, with over 7 million votes for the opposition and under 3 million votes for the government. So there's definitely a mood here that things are going to go their way as other countries demand to see those results and withhold judgment, with very few countries other than extra, let's say, continental allies outside of the Americas, such as Russia, Iran, and China, recognizing Nicolas Maduro, and a few countries within the Americas, but mostly smaller countries like Cuba, Nicaragua, Honduras, and I believe Dominica, one or two other smaller countries, but generally not a lot of recognition so far for the Nicolas Maduro regime, and that's encouraging to the people here.
Tell me a little bit more about that, Evan. What has the overall, other than the countries you just named, what has the overall international reaction been to these elections, and what could the condemnation of Nicolas Maduro's regime and belief that he did not, in fact, win these elections from international powers, what effect could it have on the eventual outcome here?
Well, of course, events will be decided within Venezuela itself, and foreign governments have limited influence, but it has to be concerning to the Maduro government that traditional allies, the larger countries in the region that have socialist governments such as Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, and which have traditionally been very supportive of the Maduro government and the Chavez government before it, are not recognizing Nicolas Maduro as the winner of this election and are instead demanding to see detailed vote counts by polling station and by table, rather than just the disaggregated overall number that the Venezuelan government has released, claiming to have won 51% of that total. So we've seen countries like Brazil's President Lula, Colombia's President Gustavo Petro, really making a very similar, or sounding a very similar tone to the United States and Canada. And that's a difference from 5 years ago. If you remember in 2019, when Juan Guaido was named interim president by Venezuela's opposition-dominated National Assembly, the United States recognized him immediately, and Canada followed very shortly after, second country in the world to do so. It invited the Venezuelan opposition to Ottawa. It helped to found the Lima Group, which was a group of countries focused on ousting Nicolas Maduro peacefully. Canada has had much more of an observer role this time, as have the United States. Neither one have recognized the opposition candidate. In fact, Peru is the only country to do that so far, we believe. But instead, what we're seeing is that around Latin America, there's much less acceptance for this election result than previous claims of victory by the Chavista or the Socialist Party alliance in Venezuela. And we're seeing those traditional allies turning their backs to some extent on this government. And that is a change in the dynamic, which may not be decisive. As I say, of course, within Venezuela, the government of Venezuela still controls the military. It controls.
Who knew a random Canadian cunt would fucking give us the best information here?
We have this update for you. At least 16 people now were reportedly killed amid violent political protests.
The black dude with blue eyes? That's interesting.
Yeah, it happens.
In Venezuela, following the presidential election there. Demonstrators are demanding authoritarian ruler Nicolas Maduro accept defeat. He, though, is claiming victory, while the opposition says it has evidence showing they actually won.
What a rare trait.
Recessive gene.
President Biden and other world leaders are calling on the government to release the voting data from Sunday's election. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavidez joins us now from Florida with more on this. And I want to start, Christian, by asking what specific evidence is being presented by either side, and ultimately who will determine who won?
Errol, that is yet to be seen. Who will
talking about
determine
the CBC
who won. The election officials in Venezuela have declared Maduro the winner, but who will win out of this power struggle that's currently taking place? That's what's yet to be seen. Now, the Maduro regime says that he won by about 51% of the vote, but they haven't released any of the tallies from polling centers, and that's what the international community is calling for him to do, him and his government to do, to essentially release the data from each of the polling precincts. Now, on the other side, Maria Corina Machado, who is an opposition leader, she's not the opposition candidate, but is certainly the leader of the opposition. She says that the opposition has obtained about 84% of the printout tallies from those polling centers, and that those show an overwhelming victory by Edmundo Gonzalez, who is the opposition candidate. In fact, according
you could count 80%, and provided that the margins are what they say they are, you could comfortably predict from 80% that they won, right? So theoretically, that's all that they would need. Theoretically.
Yeah, well, Maduro would need his own printout.
Yeah.
Released. It's about a 2-1 victory for the opposition, which has led to these mass protests that are taking place in Venezuela. And we've seen that the government has cracked down hard and violently. As you mentioned, 16 people, according to NGOs on the ground, have died during these protests.
And this was also interesting, Christian. I understand nearly a third of Venezuelans have fled the country since the beginning of the Maduro regime, and hundreds of thousands of them have come here to the US, where you are, some of them in Florida. What are you hearing from them about their reaction to the election and the protests?
Arrow, 7.7 million Venezuelans have fled their homeland.
That's
about 10% of them, approximately since 2014, it's thought, are here in the U.S. Many of them end up here. This is a Miami suburb, Doral. Right behind me is a restaurant where a number of people gathered yesterday to talk about the election results. What's so interesting is when you speak to Venezuelans who are living here in the States, they'll tell you that what they want to do is go home. But because of the instability in Venezuela, inflation over 100,000% is how much it's increased. It's just the conditions of living are not possible for so many Venezuelans. They can't find food. They are forced, in many cases, to leave their home to be able to just have a normal life. We spoke to one woman who said that she spent 10 years, she was born in Venezuela, spent 10 years protesting the government, finally, made a decision to move here to Doral. This is what she had to say about the unfolding situation in Venezuela.
They are fighting, but we don't have in our side the military section.
I wonder, when Maduro says that he won the election by 51% of the vote, what do you say to
It's
that?
totally wrong. It's not. It's totally. He's a liar.
In fact, the Carter Center overnight releasing a statement saying that these
I already
elections
heard the
cannot
Carter
be
Center.
considered democratic. Even left-leaning governments in Latin America have come out, notably
right.
Brazil, Lula da Silva, and
Fleshed
in
it all
Colombia,
out.
Gustavo Petro,
Not
calling
new
for
info.
this to be.
Yep.
Got all the sourcing.
Excellent. Now, what do we do?
Biden
This
Supreme
one.
Court. Uh-oh. North Korea won table of tennis.
North Korea won a medal.
That's a child. Hang on. Are children allowed to compete at the Olympics? I don't see why they couldn't.
I don't know.
I think there is an age limit, because wasn't China also passing off like 14-year-olds?
Yes.
Or like they were like 8-year-olds as 14 or something. How old do you have to be to compete in the Olympics?
Hold on. Let me check.
I don't see why you would necessarily have to be 18.
Mm.
Other than you're like, away from your family,
Yeah.
living in an Olympic village, but
Minimum age. No specific age limit.
okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember seeing 16-year-olds.
Mm.
For gymnasts specifically, I remember their controversy because like they were like 8-year-olds or something that they were saying were 14 or something like that.
These two are going to go. All of these North Korean Olympians are going to go back and realize, unless they're like loyalists.
No, I mean
know.
people who already use work permits to get out of the country know.
What do you
Like,
mean?
they're-
Like they just fine with it?
I mean, their families are still in North Korea. What are they going to do? Abandon their families? Some
True.
do.
Some do.
They know that they're slaves in China, that they're on these work contracts. They're aware of what's going on.
The North Koreans beat the Japanese team first round. That's pretty funny.
The mysterious army.
Of course it was. No, it's talking about the finals.
That's
looked
it?
like the coach was Chinese.
That's it? Is that what they're implying?
Maybe. Wasn't there a big thing? The North Koreans had like a cheer section at one of them.
Hang on. The Chinese are implying that these were just Chinese that won, so they're claiming another
Meantime,
medal that they didn't win, like they do with Taiwan.
Possibly the Shadow Army, the Chinese. It's actually just a Chinese medal.
Well, they said mysterious army, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. That's funny. Imagine if that is what the actual.
I think that's what they're implying.
That's very funny, if that is.
Biden is unveiling 3 proposed reforms in response to legal, ethical, and political controversies swirling around the U.S. Supreme Court. Namely, finding former presidents are largely immune from criminal prosecution, gifts received and initially unreported by justices, and the makeup of the court itself. President Biden called for the changes at an event in Austin, Texas this afternoon.
Canada must be protected
they keep adding this context. It's like
Canada must prevent.
Notably, none of them are called for expanding the court, which many have called for. And it's like, yeah, because that's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Like, let's expand the court and totally destroy the judicial system more than it already is, because then they'll add people whenever they want, and we'll add people whenever we want until it's irrelevant. And now it's a Supreme Congress. Like, that's really what it's going to end up becoming if we expand the court. A Supreme Congress to rule over Congress.
Prevent the abuse of presidential power and restore faith in the Supreme Court. We can and must strengthen the guardrails of democracy.
Our White House correspondent, Laura.
Yeah, let's go!
All of this. Good to see you, Laura. So what is President Biden proposing, and how does this all work?
So this was a long time coming for President Biden, and today he endorsed major reforms to the Supreme Court, including term limits for Supreme Court justices, a binding code of conduct for Supreme Court justices, and then a constitutional amendment that would make it so there is no presidential immunity from prosecution for crimes committed while in office. And for term limit, it would make...
That's going to be the hard one. No presidential
So
immunity.
a president could appoint a justice every 2 years, and they would spend 18 years on the court rather than receiving a lifetime appointment. And then when it comes to the code of ethics, the justices would have to recuse themselves from cases in which they or their spouses have financial or other conflicts of interest. And of course, that immunity, the presidential immunity constitutional amendment, is in response to the Supreme Court ruling that a president has broad immunity for official acts.
So the White House says these proposals are popular, but are they politically feasible?
So all of these would have to be passed through Congress, Jeff, and most Republicans in Congress have opposed.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What? What'd you find? Are you looking at Twitter?
Yes, but it's related to the Olympics, because they were fucking. I do it to myself. I fucking triggered some Chinese fucking nationalists again. Because I was like, oh, there was a Chinese swimmer broke his own world record. And I'm like, drug test when? Right? And now I've just got fucking Chinese nationalists just pumping my notifications with screenshots of other people who've been banned for cheating. And the guy was like, they got banned for this drug. It was food contamination. I looked up how you take it. Take it together with food or immediately after a meal. Yeah, no shit, it was food contamination, you fucking moron. You take it with food. Fucking idiots. Like they don't even read the sources or look up what they're talking about.
Because they're robots.
They probably are.
Reforms like this, House Speaker Mike Johnson said today that these proposals would be dead on arrival in the House. And to pass these, any Democratic president would need to have strong majorities in both chambers. Specifically, 2 of these would have to be passed through constitutional amendment, the term limits, as well as the presidential immunity amendment. And that would require a 2/3 majority of both chambers and 3/4 of state legislators to ratify a constitutional amendment.
So here's one question, Laura. Why now? Because as you well know, President Biden had resisted Supreme Court reform for a long time.
This is an election year, Jeff, and so this is a big way for President Biden to essentially rally the base to Democrats. It's something that progressives have pushed him on since the 2020 campaign. They have wanted to see him endorse some Supreme Court reforms. They, of course, really wanted, he faced a lot of pressure, to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court. And I spoke to Bob Bauer, who sat on the President's Supreme Court Reform Commission a few years ago, and Bob Bauer said that court expansion would further erode the public's confidence in the Supreme Court.
I don't think that there is much of a future to the proposals for court packing or court expansion. I think on the merits, there are more negatives than positives. We saw support for term limits in a way that we didn't see for court expansion or court packing. from left and right, Democrats and Republicans, quite wide support reflected in the record that we created for the commission.
See, the term
what
limits
Bauer said there,
could potentially benefit Republicans. That's why that one's a little bit more likely. They're like, oh, so that way we can get more justices in there, right? Because if they already have the advantage and they already rig it towards their favor, why not give them term limits? Then they can appoint more in 18 years.
More bipartisan support for term limits for justices. And also recently, Justice Kagan acknowledged that she thought that there should be a binding code of ethics for justices, but the enforcement mechanism is the thing that Justice Kagan said would be difficult, saying that potentially it could be lower court judges that end up enforcing that for the Supreme Court.
Is this something that Vice President Harris, the likely Democratic nominee, is this something that she will champion?
It is. So Vice President Harris quickly endorsed this, Jeff, after the president released the proposal. She said that, quote, these popular reforms will help to restore confidence in the court, strengthen our democracy, and ensure no one is above the law. So she is squarely behind President Biden on this. And again, her campaign feels that this is a way to energize the base. Democrats now are trying to make the Supreme Court a wedge issue the way Republicans have in the past. And they feel that it's a good possibility for them to do this, especially after the fall of Roe v. Wade.
Laura Barone Lopez, thanks as always.
Appreciate
it.
I mean, that's pretty much all we need on that.
Yeah.
Lopez is going to kill it and give us all the information we actually need on something. Nobody's going to do it better. So
back in 2017, Paris Mayor Anne Hidalgo reinforced.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you put this in here. This is such a funny story, and Vance better not fucking play.
Would be a key fixture of the game.
This is such an interesting
an historic
story.
Olympics opening ceremony. The first held outside of a stadium, for which French officials initially said there is no plan B, and that open water swimming events would be held in it. It's not hard to see why. The Seine runs along some of Paris's most famous landmarks, like the Eiffel Tower and Notre Dame. The thing is, swimming has been banned in the Seine for a century, and that's because the River Seine has human shit in it.
Pour moi, c'est un non-sens total. Je pense que la Seine est encore polluée et je suis pas certaine que les nageurs s'en tirent indemnes à la suite de cette séance de nage.
Like many urban waterways around the world, the Seine takes on sewage overflow during heavy rain, when the city's underground sewer systems get overwhelmed with stormwater. Hidalgo even said she would take a swim in the Seine herself ahead of the games. French President Emmanuel Macron promised the same thing.
And we did see her do that.
Because of an enormous underground infrastructure project they've built near the river to ensure as much as possible that it won't shit on their parade. This isn't the first time Olympic open water swimming events, the triathlon.
How old was the Panchen Lama when he got stolen by the Chinese government?
Oh, like 6.
He was pretty young, right?
It's like a baby, bro.
Paratriathlon, and marathon swimming were at risk of being canceled last minute due to water quality issues. We saw some of the same headlines during the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo and the 2016 Olympics in Rio de Janeiro. In both cases, they pulled it off, and Paris hopes to do the same. But the journey to clean up the Seine hasn't come without a few setbacks. A preliminary event in the river scheduled for August 2023 was canceled when water analysis showed an unacceptable amount of E. coli in the water. E. coli are bacteria that originate in the intestinal tracts of warm-blooded animals. Presence of them in water is a strong indicator of recent fecal contamination, which can make you very, very, very sick. In order for an open water swim event to be given the go-ahead, water analysis reports must be submitted no more than 48 hours prior to competition. Those samples cannot exceed more than 1,000 CFU, colony-forming units, of E. coli per 100 milliliters of water, and 400 CFU of Enterococci, another bacteria associated with feces. Test results published just 4 months ahead of the games showed that river samples taken at this bridge, the site of open water swimming events, still failed to get under that crucial 1,000 permissible levels of
Not
E. coli.
even close.
You can see where this contamination is coming from by taking a look at this 1852 map, showing how the original Paris
Johnny
sewer
Harris
system
is probably
was
so
built.
jealous
It
of
dumps
it
right
that
into the
story.
Seine, which is gross, but it's not a problem that's unique to Paris. Many urban sewer systems work this way. Before I get into that, though, I want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video.
Fuck
BetterHelp.
you.
I don't know about you,
Fuck
but
BetterHelp.
BetterHelp, bro.
Feels like it.
I mean, this is a
the excess
old,
combined.
no, it's not
Paris
that old.
did
It's only a month old, so.
To get started with BetterHelp, take a moment.
No.
Systems in the mid-1800s to early 1900s, like Paris did, installed what's known as a combined sewer system. In a combined sewer system, the same pipes that handle wastewater also handle stormwater, which gets collected through storm drains in the street. Everything gets sent along to be processed at water treatment facilities and then cycles out to the natural environment. When it rains a lot, the sewers can get too full. When this happens, rather than flooding back into the street, the excess combined wastewater and stormwater gets partially redirected to a nearby waterway. which is why E. coli levels in water can spike dramatically in the hours following heavy rain. It's because that water was recently contaminated with so you'll see signs near combined sewer outfalls that prohibit swimming after heavy rain. If that happens during the Olympics, it could mean canceling open water swimming events.
Bro, it literally rained opening ceremony. Heavily.
Yeah, they're definitely going to cancel
So
open swimming.
Paris built a giant tank. This 13.2 million gallon capacity underground reservoir and tunnel is part of a $1.5 billion infrastructure project that aims to clean up the Seine. It's called the Austerlitz Basin, built near the Austerlitz metro station right by the Seine, with the tunnel running under the river to the sewers. French officials opened the basin less than 3 months ahead of the Olympics opening ceremony, which is scheduled for July 26th. I'll let this guy explain.
Although that woman did jump in and swim in the water, so...
I know she did, but that doesn't mean that the tests came back positive. So their solution is to dump a bunch of water in there, I guess.
Fresh water.
They're going to dilute the human shit. They're just diluting the human shit is the solution.
Human shit level, water level. They're trying to just make it like this. That's all they're trying to do. Sorry, more accurately, this.
This is the cleanup project. Dilute it a little.
L'eau usée et pluviale pendant l'épisode pluvial intense va arriver par ce tuyau, va remplir le bassin jusqu'à sa pleine capacité. Et quand le bassin
they fill it with shit water. Okay, so instead of allowing the shit to pour in, they redirect it to the basin to fill that
the
with
system will
shit.
hold excess water so the sewers don't get overwhelmed in a heavy rainstorm, and then it will methodically release the water back through the sewer system. Giant reservoirs like this have worked in other cities with big populations, like the Thornton Composite Reservoir outside of Chicago, which can hold nearly 8 billion gallons of wastewater, and this combined sewer outflow facility in the Père de Gap Basin in New York, designed to prevent contamination of the basin and nearby Jamaica Bay. The Austerlitz Basin isn't designed to clean the Seine. That's an ongoing, multi-pronged process. This project was built to prevent further and sudden contamination of the Seine from combined sewer overflow. The goal, according to French officials, is to resort to opening the sewer overflow gates that dump into the Seine no more than twice a year, compared to the current rate of 10 to 15 times per year.
Careful with that punctuation.
Holy shit. I didn't realize that China invading
because it looks
Vietnam.
like Auschwitz?
No. I didn't realize China invading.
I was talking to Cal.
Didn't realize that China invading Vietnam was because they invaded Cambodia over the Khmer Rouge. China invaded Vietnam to defend the Khmer Rouge. That's so much fucking worse.
Paris will continue testing as the Olympics rapidly approach, but Hidalgo and Macron have yet to swim in the Seine.
I mean,
even if all goes perfectly according to plan, a significant rainstorm could still contaminate the Seine, forcing open water swimming events to be postponed.
Il y a des choses qu'on ne pourra pas maîtriser, c'est impossible. Donc, il y a par exemple des bassins de rétention qui ont été construits, mais s'il y a un énorme orage ou si on se retrouve avec une période pluvieuse longue, ça c'est quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas le prédire.
But the rest of the river,
the idea
outside
of
of those
basins,
basins, right?
goes beyond just
outside of the base, outside of that little those bridges right there. The rest of the river is still getting all the shit poured in it. It's just this section that they're focusing on not putting shit in. Water flows like
a good thing
stream.
in this annual race through Paris, because the river Seine gets so full you could almost walk over the swimmers in front.
It brings the city back to a time when the river was a place for Parisians to cool off in the summer instead of a biohazard.
That would be pretty cool. But also gross.
Once the Olympics are over, that becomes the next phase of this project. According to Mayor Anne Hidalgo,
as long as there's not shit flowing in it from people, like that's fine.
Yeah.
In 2025, thanks to the games.
Près de 100 ans aussi après l'interdiction de la baignade dans la Seine.
Yeah, and all the homeless people are also gone. That's just a bonus.
Et mes amis, nous allons
they were pooping in the river.
Autoriser la baignade dans la Seine.
As for the plan to host the opening ceremony along the Seine, French President Emmanuel Macron has now said that there are backup plans if the security risk is too high.
So
whether or not open water swimming will be possible can only be determined hours before the events and will be at the mercy of rain. Meaning making the Seine swimmable in time for the Olympics is going to take a lot of work and a lot of luck.
Here's the solution: is if it does get canceled, we can scoop up all that water and then use them as like anti-BT grenades, because you throw the shit water and then they like get scared away from the bodily fluids.
Oh, from Dexter. I'm like, BT, what does BT have to do with this?
That game rules,
BT's a
by
cool
the way.
robot from Titanfall. No,
That's, I really hope I'm able to afford a system that can run the next one when it comes out. That game fucking rules.
Yeah. All right.
Would it be easier to just build a pool? Well, the thing is that it's like boats and shit, boating events that can't really do it in a pool.
Oh, well, those ones you can do regardless. This is the open water swimming that they're doing. So it's like triathlon and shit.
Yeah.
Is what they're using the Sen for. But yeah, so we're done.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
I
know more than you.
Goodbye.